Chapter 151 News of Victory. Good news, good news. After my return to the Liao army conquered the capital of the kingdom of Jin. Shengjing City has since been renamed Liadong City. In this battle, our army beheaded tens of thousands. The thieves and bandits were frightened and fled. The destruction of the Golden Man is just around the corner. Liadong City is waiting to be thriving, and now it is attracting investment from merchants from all over the world. Businessmen who intend to start businesses in Liadong City, remember to participate in the investment promotion meeting in Liadong City next month. The Fuliao army is about to establish a new infantry brigade. In order to defend Liadong City and completely eliminate Hujin, everyone is actively participating. After conquering Shengjing City, the Kyushu newspaper in Jinzu City began to write articles and print in large quantities, and then newsboys went to the streets to sell them, which immediately caused an extremely sensation in Jinzu City. The Hujin country, which was rampant for a while, was knocked out of the capital and washed away the shame of the Daming country. For a time, the alleys were empty, with lights and festoons, which turned out to be even more lively than the holidays. Child, bring me a copy of today's newspaper. Come, this is the copper plate for you. Buy more sugar. A businessman in silk who was sitting outside the breakfast shop and drinking porridge waved to the newsboy. Here you are, thank you, master. The newspaper boy handed a newspaper to the businessman, and then treasured the copper plate into his pocket. The merchant got a pen and ink-flavored newspaper, which recorded how the Fuliao army conquered Shengjing and other clouds, and the merchants were more concerned about the China Merchants Association next month. Liadong City, the former Shengjing City, is the most important city in the Liadong region. It borders southern Lining, Guanai, Jianzhou, and Liuhetao. The hinterland is larger than Jinzu City. It can be described as unlimited business opportunities. I want to build a small town near Anshan, and then build a new mining farm. The businessman touched his scum and thought about it a little bit deeply. This seemed to be a good business opportunity. The construction of a small town will bring about population migration, and then promote the development of the surrounding transportation, food, textile and other industries. Wang Yuan, do you know the victory of the Fuliao army after the conquering of Jinguoju? Before the merchant had finished his porridge, a group of businessmen who came to Jinzu City to do business found him. Your news is well informed. Wang Chengyuan put down the spoon and invited a few businessmen to sit down. Xiao put a few more bowls and chopsticks, and another fresh fish porridge. It's really surprising that Wang Yuan has a lot of money and he is still eating in such a small place. Several businessmen sat down and couldn't help laughing. Where all the hard money is earned, and I am not reluctant to spend it. I just feel that such a small shop tastes more delicious. Wang Yuan said with a smile. Good yaxing. A businessman gave a thumbs up. This time, the construction of Liadong City, Zhu City and Anshan Town will contain a lot of business opportunities. Even if you put money in with your eyes closed, it will be a few years later. A steady stream of income is generated. Our group of businessmen who have only recently dealt with the Fuliao army have missed the development opportunities of Leong and Dalian port. This time we must seize this opportunity. So you want to ask me to recommend you with General Chu? Wang Chengyuan is a businessman who has been on the road for a long time, and he still can't see the purpose of these people. Exactly. Who didn't know that Wang Yuan of Wu was the first person to deal with the Fuliao army? If Wang Yuan said good things, let's not talk about business. It happens that I am going to Liadong City in the next few days. Then you will go to Liadong City with me to meet General Chu. Wang Chengyuan thought for a while. Liadong's business is too big, and by uniting this group of people, he can also increase the weight of his speech. Then there will be other employees, the businessman said in surprise. In addition to the propaganda in the city newspapers, the propaganda office will also announce announcements posted on various bulletin boards so that the people in southern Lining can learn about the victory of the army. Among them is the Iron Mountain mining field. After a half day of hard work, a group of miners had a lunch break after eating a large pot of rice, and they gathered around the bulletin board to discuss. Old Tai, What is written on this bulletin board? I only understand that we defeated Hu Jin. A mining worker pointed to the black and white text posted on the bulletin board. It's not serious to ask you to attend the worker training class. You haven't recognized all these words. It says that our army in southern Lining has captured the capital of the Jinren. Know what the capital is? It is the nest of the Jinren. I heard that I also caught the wife of the thief's first Huangqi, said the worker named Lao Tai. On the 7th mining site, several people were shocked when they saw the notice on the bulletin board. How could it be possible that it was actually hit, said a 50-year-old worker in disbelief. He once wanted to do something that was far away, but he was actually done by his subordinates who he didn't care about, and he did it in such a short time. Father, Liu Sheng said that he would let us go when he defeated Liu Dong. I thought he was just fooling us, but I didn't expect that he did it. Another worker said these two people were Mao Wenlong and his son, who were assigned to Tishan mining by Liu Sheng. The two originally thought that they would live forever and work in this mining farm until today they heard the news of the northern expedition of the Fuliao army. We are finally going to be released. Several Jinu soldiers who were also imprisoned in the number 7 mining field as black workers cried with their heads in their arms. In the past few months, they not only had to mine to get food, but they also had no wages and could not return to the capital. Even if it is necessary to communicate with the family members of the division in Beijing and report to the boss, it will be inspected by the Fuliao army, which is equivalent to a prisoner. Don't be happy too early. Liaodong is not only Shengjing city, but also a large piece of land such as Jianzhou, Hexi, and Donghai Liuhitao. They are all under the jurisdiction of Liaodong, completely eradicating Huang Deji, and resuming rule over these areas. It is considered to regain Liaodong. And who knows that even if Liu Sheng regained Liaodong, what he said at the beginning is still not counted. If we let you and I leave, we will report to the court. Liu Sheng can't eat and walk around. Do you think he will take risks easily? Mao Wenlong poured cold water on them. Everyone thinks about it carefully. It is indeed the case. If Liu Sheng turns his face and refuses to admit it, and kills them all, who will give them reason? No matter what, it is the good fortune of my Ming people to regain the Shengjing city. We can't do anything about what Liu Sheng will do to us at that time. Huang Qianu can see. Okay, take a nap at noon and wait. Work still needs to be started. You kid is accustomed to being a miner, but you are a Jinu Qianu before. Mao Wenlong was helpless to Huang Qianu. Don't say, being a mining worker, at least you don't have to be intrigue, chase after others, and you don't have to look at the faces of all parties to offend people. I haven't been so relieved for months. Huang Qianu was lying on the grass bed under the tree. Cover your face with a straw hat to block the light and shadow from the leaves. Chapter 152 Inspections in Eastern Lining. After the Battle of Datong, before the Ming court learned of the great victory of Liaodong, the court was in chaos. This huge chaos was not caused by the looting of Datong by the Jinbing, and it was a few months after Emperor Chongzhen came to power. He finally began to purge the power of the eunuchs, let Wei Zongxian tell his elders to return home, and also excluded a large number of officials who favored Wei Zongxian. The Donglin party, which had been suppressed by Wei Zongxian, became active, and was busy placing staff in important positions in the imperial court. At the time when the power of the Ming court changed, the news of the capital of the Jin kingdom after the fall of the Fuliao army shocked the Manchu civil and military. In this campaign, our army has captured thousands of the enemy's top ranks and captured tens of thousands. The 8 and 6 of the enemy's 8 banners have been severely damaged by us. Our army has been stationed in Liaodong city. God bless Daming, eternal prosperity. The memorial was read out in the court hall. The civil and military officials were silent at first, and then there was an uproar, totally unbelievable. Emperor Chongzhen, who was originally tired of dealing with Wei Zongxian's party, heard the news. His dragon body shook, and his body trembled slightly. Really at this time, as written by Dongjiang chief soldier Liu Sheng, it should be true. Shangxiu of the Ministry of War was also uncertain. After conquering Jin Guojius things that cannot be concealed, if Liu Sheng falsified, his brain must be twitched. But if it's true, It's too unbelievable. After all, Hu Jin had already fought Daming. Daming's all-out effort was defeated in the Battle of Saehu. It would be a great victory to fight the Battle of Ninayuan, let alone. It is the capital of the Queen of Gold. And a little unknown Luo Sheng actually rose to fame, so that everyone in the court knew that there was such a person. Okay. Chongzhen was so excited that he unconsciously said 3 good words: if the battle report is true, then I will reward Dongjiang chief soldier Luo Sheng. When the civil and military officials heard the emperor's words, they all envy. The so-called June has no joking, this Luo Sheng is destined to rise to the top. However, which power is Luo Sheng on earth? Several veteran figures in the Donglin party look at me, and when I look at you, they frowned. Luo Sheng was not from their Donglin party, and he was not from Wizongxian's side. He used to be just one of the countless small officers who couldn't get on the stage on weekdays. Regarding Luo Sheng's award, the civil and military ministers quarreled for a few days, co-authoring to clean up the eunuch, which caused the Emperor Chongzhen to have a headache for a while. But after all, this was a rare victory for the Ming Dynasty. Hope of Daming ZTE. At the same time, Emperor Chongzhen was occasionally depressed. He allocated 1,000,000 tals of silver to the Ninayuan defense line every year, and the Ninayuan defense line was often beaten by Hu Jin. Why did the Liao army, the wild leader in southern Lining, received that poor military salary every year and also laid down the capital of Hu Jin? The Minister of Civil and Military Affairs had been arguing for half a month before the reward for Luo Sheng came down. Promote Luo Sheng to Liaodong's economic strategy and order it to completely pacify Liaodong within 3 years. And officers at all levels of the Fuliao army are awarded rewards. Not only the officers of the Fuliao army, but even the governor of Liaonan, Huang Qianu, and others who had been imprisoned by Luo Sheng were rewarded. Of course, they had no chance to know the news. Mining is still needed, and cotton is still needed to play cotton. At the same time that Emperor Chongzhen's award arrived at Liaodong city, there was another imperial decree of Emperor Chongzhen. Emperor Chongzhen was about to summon Luo Sheng, and asked Luo Sheng to go to the capital to face the saint. Don't go. Luo Sheng accepted the imperial decree, but didn't plan on Emperor Chongzhen. Why do I risk going to meet Chongzhen in the turmoil of Liaonan and Liaodong? Without the army and firearms, going to the capital alone is undoubtedly a sheep entering the mouth of a tiger, and I don't know how to die. If he was to bring all the soldiers of the Fuliao army into the capital with muskets and artillery, Luo Sheng could think about it. Of course, Luo Sheng couldn't directly reject the messenger sent by Chongzhen. Oh, cough. Being able to meet the Holy Spirit, that is really the blessing of my 3 lives cultivation. It's just that I was seriously injured in the battle with the 8 banners. There is no place in the internal organs that does not hurt, even eating and drinking Lhasa. People are waiting. I'm afraid I am powerless. Luo Sheng was lying on the bed dying, with a gauze strap tied to his body, and the room was filled with the strong smell of Chinese herbal medicine. There were also several maids waiting for Luo Sheng cautiously. Ahem. Luo Sheng occasionally coughed while speaking, covering his mouth with a white cloth. The envoy sent by the court accidentally caught a glimpse of the bloodstains on the white cloth in Luo Sheng's hand, and was slightly surprised. This General Chu is really a loyal minister of Daming. In order to regain Liaodong, he actually took the lead and almost took his life. Such a general can only be compared to General of Thieu, who is loyal to serve the country. General Chu, please rest and recuperate. This time, Your Majesty wants to praise the general face to face, and discuss with the general about the golden policy. Seeing that the general is seriously injured, I am afraid that he will not be able to suffer from the troubles, so I will truthfully report to Your Majesty. I believe Your Majesty I will be considerate of the general. Alas, if there were a few generals like General Chu, I would have drove the group of slaves to the sea long ago. The envoy said. That's a messenger. If the messenger travels 1,000 miles and returns without labor, this general is really sorry. There is a little meaning here, and the messenger is pleased to accept it. Luo Sheng waved his hand weakly, letting a maid one by one take the tray. No. The messenger waved his hand again and again. Hey, this is a copy of some of the proceeds of the Jinren court. The Jinren didn't fight very well, and the ability to clean up and escape is quite great, so this general didn't capture much. Ahem, a little bit of heart. Please ask the messenger to read it again. Reject. Luo Sheng continued to say weakly, occasionally coughing up some blood. The messenger glanced at the banknotes on the tray, and this glance made his eyes shine, and he couldn't help but breathe in the air. Since it is the golden man's silver pair, thank you the general. The messenger couldn't control the hand that was about to move, and took the silver ticket and put it in his arms. Please also take a good rest and leave. After the messenger left, Luo Sheng summoned the maids around him. Then the gauze on his body was taken apart, and he got up and stretched. He felt that the Chinese herbal medicine in the room was too strong, even he couldn't bear it, so he quickly opened the window. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting. Luo Sheng greedily breathed the fresh air outside the window. He doesn't care if he can fool Chongzhen, all he needs is an excuse to refuse the face. The sea is wide, and the sky is high, and the sky is high. Outside the window, the sky was grey and small snowflakes began to float. The second cold winter came when Luo Sheng came to this era. Chapter 153. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, there was an ice age. In winter, the weather was cold and freezing, which made people not want to go out, especially Luo Sheng, who was used to having heating before. Now he is staying in a house in Liadong City. Charcoal is burning in the stove in the house, which warms the house. Although burning coal and charcoal is acceptable, it is easy to cause soot poisoning and there is too much dust in the house. Luo Sheng directly asked his hand to report the affairs in his mansion. Later, the palace in Liadong City was sealed by Luo Sheng. He didn't want to do things in that kind of palace. Firstly, it was not efficient, and secondly, he would inevitably fall into a leisurely mouth. In fact, Luo Sheng planned to flatten these palaces and build slightly modern office buildings. But after all, these palaces will become cultural relics in the future, and they are still trophies to show off to posterity, so keep them for the time being. The cold wave of the past few days has frozen many livestock and people to death. Officials in various places are working hard to deal with the aftermath, as this matter is temporarily included in the performance appraisal at the end of the year. No one dares to do their best. Shenting followed Luo Sheng to Liadong City. The center of power of the Fuliao army began to slowly tilt towards Liadong City. Liadong City had to deal with the Ming army in the Ninayuan defense line, the Mongolian army in Liuhetao, and the Jurchen army in Jianzhou at the same time. We did a lot of preparatory work before the beginning of winter. I didn't expect the loss to be so serious. Presumably it would be even more difficult for Jianzhou Jurchen and the Mongolian ministries to survive. Luo Sheng leaned against the main position, staring at the fire flames. Before Luo Sheng crossed over, he didn't know the hardships of ancient people's lives. He didn't realize the difficulty of life until he lived for more than a year. At the end of the Ming Dynasty, although coal and charcoal could be used for heating in winter, coal was relatively rare. Burning firewood for heating was a common heating method for ordinary people. But firewood also requires money, and if you don't have money, you have to cut the trees yourself. Some displaced and poor families and some elderly people will really be frozen to death by the cold wave. That is to say, Luo Sheng used the Industrial Revolution system to increase the output of coal, so that some people in southern Lining and eastern Lining could use the coal produced by the Shang Fuliao army mining field. Of course, the price of coal is still expensive at this time. Yes, I listened to the dictation of the people who fled from Jianzhou. Thousands of people died of freezing and starvation in Jianzhou, and tens of thousands of livestock were lost. This time, Huangtji's life is not easy. Shenting said. Well, when the weather picks up in the coming year, we can win without fighting. Luo Sheng was dark and cool. Xiaobing was not only miserable during the Ming Dynasty, But the people of Jurchen and Jianzi in the north were even more miserable. They lost their capital and were hit by the cold wave. It is estimated that they will be devastated after this winter. Subordinates heard that several Mongolian tribes are also in a food crisis, and Hujin cannot provide them with sufficient food. If we give them a little benefit at this time, maybe they will betray the Jurchens and fall into our arms. Liu Xingzuo in the house said. At this time, Liu Xingzuo's status in the Fuliao army was not low. He was a few magnates in the military. He had helped Liu Sheng seize the power of Leong and Liudong. Liu Sheng shook his head after listening. We searched for grain at high prices in the past few months, and we still have a balance to deal with this winter. Even if we give out part of the grain to the Mongolian tribe, it will not affect us. Doesn't the military owner think this is a good opportunity? Liu Xingzuo did not agree with Liu Sheng. I was surprised by this interesting suggestion. Based on his knowledge of Liu Sheng should have been thinking about how to kill Huang Qi and the others every day. There is no reason why he would give up this good opportunity to get into trouble. You know, the easier it is to get something, the easier it is for people not to cherish it. At this time, if we take the initiative to offer food to the Mongolian tribes, they will sit on the ground and raise the price. When they are exhausted, they will kill their cattle. When they are sheep, they will take the initiative to kneel here and beg us to give them food. Liu Sheng said slowly. Ruthless enough. Liu Xingzuo and others couldn't help taking a different look at Liu Sheng, who seemed harmless to humans and animals. It is estimated that thousands of people in the Mongolian tribe will die because of Liu Sheng's decision. By the way, this is the final examination paper of the official training class. The bookkeeper and experts of Xing have already corrected it and asked the military commander to review it. Shenting pointed to their wooden box placed in the book, which contains the test. The test paper involves several aspects of finance, taxation, administration, and economy. Last time Liu Sheng vigorously cultivated a new type of bureaucracy because the financial system almost collapsed. The officials trained in the first phase of the Academy of Sciences will finally graduate after several months of training. Sure enough, it is a century-old tree and a 10-year tree man. To train enough new-style officials, it will take a few more periods. Are there any outstanding talents? Liu Sheng asked. Go Xiaozhong, an official of Golden State City, was rated as first class by all the critics, which is amazing. Chen Ting replied. Oh? Liu Sheng was a little surprised. Take his answer sheet here. Liu Sheng took Go Xiaozhong's answer sheet and looked at it briefly. Although Liu Sheng didn't understand the knowledge in these fields very much, and the knowledge was still the common sense of the West around the 18th century, but with Liu Sheng's eyesight, he could still tell the good or the bad. This Go Xiaozhong is okay. I don't know how his character and actual workability are. Liu Sheng could not help but secretly sigh when he saw that Go Xiaozhong was able to flexibly use Arabic numerals, double entry bookkeeping, and simply explain the principles of modern economics on the answer sheet. If this Go Xiaozhong lives in the modern era, he will be a master of learning. If his character and practical workability are decent, he can be reusable. It can be seen that the Ming Dynasty did not lack talents at all, but lacked the correct guidance of talents. Wanting these smart and diligent talents to study the eight-legged essays, Liu Sheng felt sorry that if the millions of people in the Ming Dynasty were keen on science and encouraged production, they would have left hundreds of streets away from the West. Go Xiaozhong was a Jinshai in the Wanli period. Because he offended Dongchen, he was assigned to Jinzi city as a small official. These years he was somewhat depressed, but his work was diligent. Moreover, he is a famous filial son. After working out every day, I went home to eat with my old mother. Chen Ting replied. This year's performance appraisal, if he can get the first class, let him be in charge of financial work in Liudong City, just to apply what he has learned. Liu Sheng intends to promote his civil servants. In addition, this time I got the first class. Reward them personally. Everyone couldn't help but envy them, as these people, as the first batch of students, are destined to make progress in the future. An official like Go Xiaozhong, who was buried by the court, did not expect to become an important financial officer in Liudong. When I confirm their final results, I will start the second phase of training, and there will be the third and fourth phases in the future. Liu Sheng said, "How are the preparations for our China Merchants Association?" The merchants have come to Liudong City one after another, and they can start in 3 days. Chapter 154 Merchants Association. The Liudong Merchants Conference was conducted in Liu Sheng's mansion. Because there were too many people, only the most powerful businessmen were eligible to negotiate in Liu Sheng's room. The rest of the businessmen could only listen to Liu Sheng's officials in the corridors in the courtyard. Introduction. In Liu Sheng's mansion, there were 20 or 30 big merchants. Each of them represented a merchant's power. Among these big merchants, there are merchants from Jiangnan, Shaanxi, and local merchants in Liudong, and even, "Where is this businessman from?" Liu Sheng frowned when he saw a businessman with weird clothes and exotic style. "Honorable General, I am a businessman from Anan Kingdom. I heard that the goods here are cheap and beautiful, so I traveled far and wide to seek cooperation," the businessman said in a non-standard Chinese. "Even the merchants from Anan Kingdom are here? My own business has spread overseas." Liu Sheng was a little surprised. He hadn't deliberately developed into the Nanyang region. He didn't expect that the merchants from Nanyang would come to the door after smelling the silver. The big businessman who could step into Liu Sheng's room this time had at least 100,000 tals of silver. Otherwise he wouldn't even be qualified to see Liu Sheng. This Anan businessman can be arranged to come in, indicating that he or the forces behind him are a large consortium of 200,000 two levels. "Since you have come from afar, let's just listen to it for the time being." Liu Sheng didn't mind the merchant Anan coming to kneel and lick himself. Anyway, they wanted him, not earning nothing. All the businessmen sat in the hall, closed their eyes and meditation, or sipped tea alone, or whispered to each other. When Liu Sheng was about to speak, they all calmed down and waited for Liu Sheng to speak. Don't look at Liu Sheng being young, but he is already in charge of Liudong. He is an inspector of Liudong appointed by the Imperial court. And he has an army, a territory, and a huge amount of industrial goods. Countless businessmen who got in touch with him have obtained a steady stream of cheap industrial products from southern Lining. This time the Liudong Investment Promotion Conference is held not for anything else, but to build Liudong City and develop Anshan together with you. Liu Sheng looked around everyone. When it finally came to the topic, the many merchants who had been scanned by Liu Sheng straightened their backs, trying to make a good impression in front of Liu Sheng. "Master Inspector, I don't know if the China Merchants Association is going to sell land or new products." Zhang Yuanwei of Nanjing City asked impatiently. "Don't worry outside Zhang. The construction of Liudong is a big project. The capital invested in front and back will probably be calculated in millions of tals. Our investment promotion conference is only the first phase of the project. This time we are not only selling some important lots for you to open, set up factories, shops and use as warehousing, and also open some franchise rights." Liu Sheng said. "Franchise rights?" Many businessmen shinned brightly. "Franchising means monopoly, and monopoly means huge profits. Of course, we will not open the franchise rights for important materials such as salt and iron, but you can contract for workers' catering, housing construction, water transportation, etc." Liu Sheng said. "Any factory established in Liudong and Leong and stores, from now on, you need to obtain franchise rights and permits before they can open. Of course, for some ordinary factories and stores, we just do a registration, and it won't make you difficult. If you are engaged in water transportation, real estate, etc., which are related to the national economy and the people's livelihood for business, we need our permission. If it is put into future generations, then these businesses are catering, real estate, transportation and other industries. If Liu Sheng were to support all industries with one person, it would be unrealistic. Later generations have also verified that it is not feasible. It is better to share some construction work to private institutions and thoroughly mobilize social capital to build a brand new liaodong. Master Inspector, if we want to obtain the franchise right of the real estate business, what do we need? Wang Chengyuan asked Liu Sheng. Let me briefly introduce it. If you want to obtain the right to build a house in the west of the city, you need to set up a construction team, and then submit a plan to us. It needs to record the estimated cost, the ability of the construction team and the details. We will then select the most suitable contractor to be responsible for the construction of houses in this area. This is called bidding. Liu Sheng said patiently. Everyone couldn't help being refreshed. Liu Sheng's idea was really original enough. The vacant land in Liu Sheng's hands was naturally taken from the Jurchen aristocracy. The so-called success or failure is understandable. Because the scope of this business is too large, officials from the Land Management Office, the Bureau of Agriculture and other departments will have detailed consultations with you later. I mainly want to meet you this time, and I am familiar with it. This time there are quite a few. Fresh face, Liu Sheng said with a smile. With the expansion of the Fu Liao army, Liu Sheng didn't have to do a lot of things by himself, and there were a large group of subordinates doing things for him. At this time, Liu Sheng only needs to guide the right direction and come out to calm the place. This is the son of the Zheng family, the Shangxiu of the Nanjing Urban Household Department. This time I hope to join our Far East trading company and build liaodong together. Wang Chengyuan introduced a new Jiangnan merchant to Liu Sheng. The son of Nanjing Hubu Shangxiu wants to join the Far East trading company. Liu Sheng was a little surprised. Apart from the merchants of his Far East trading company, even the official families of the Ming court began to tie them to the warship. However, Liu Sheng didn't regard them as uncles, because he was the uncle here. Outside Sheng, I have been admiring for a long time. Although Liu Sheng has never heard of who Shangxiu is in Nanjing, he still needs to admire him for a long time. Since he is the son of the Zheng family of Shangxiu, it is easy to join our Far East trading company. Then there will be an inspector of labor. Zheng Yuanwei was overjoyed. This time not only came to do business, but also got in touch with Liu Sheng, who is the new liaodong inspector with real power. This time I want to send it out. Far East Trading Company, what is that? A nano businessman in the field asked puzzledly. As soon as his voice fell, almost all the businessmen present wanted the businessman of Anano to look over, as if they were looking at an idiot. Even the Far East Trading Company doesn't know what it is. So I am embarrassed to come to do business with the Fu Liao army. Our Far East Trading Company is a trading alliance, and we run business in the East China Sea together. Liu Sheng unexpectedly explained to the Anano businessman with patience, only members of our Far East Trading Company are eligible to do business with us. In Liu Sheng's view, the businessman from Anano who personally sent him to the door was just a big fish. In the future, if our forces will penetrate into the Nanyang region, we must use them as a stepping stone. What's more, these Anango businessmen seem to be typical people, a stupid country, a weak country and a lot of money. Chapter 155 The Southern and Northern Dynasties of Anan Kingdom. When Liu Sheng and businessmen from various places in Daming reached a consensus, they left the main hall one after another and went to other places to consult with officials from various departments. If you want to contract house construction, you need to bid for the Land Management Office, but if you want to contract the workers' meals, you need to bid for the mining farm. Now Liu Sheng has established a large number of new administrative departments in addition to the army, completely ignoring the previous bureaucratic system of Ming. Anyway, the southern part of Lining and eastern part of Lining were regained from the post-Jin forces, and after the abolition of the Jinren system and officials, there was a blank, just to break the re-establishment. The current system in southern Lining is the management system of bureaus, divisions, and divisions, as well as production institutions such as government-run mining farms, smelters, and textile factories. Their status is at different levels according to their scale. Under the influence of Liu Sheng, His officials no longer attach great importance to the positions granted to them by the imperial court. Only when the Fuliao army has substantive power can they have the weight and status of speaking. Moreover, the Fuliao army gave them more salaries than the imperial court. They were also enthusiastic about improving the quality of life of officials. For example, recently Luosheng wanted to build a flush toilet for their houses for free, which is said to improve toileting experience. After these businessmen left, Luosheng left behind a group of businessmen from Anan. The businessmen of Anan were not here to participate in the bidding for the construction of Liadong city. Even if they were willing, Luosheng would not allow Anan to intervene in the construction of his own power. Luosheng didn't need to think about it and knew that these Anan businessmen just happened to catch up with this investment promotion conference. They took advantage of this opportunity to get a relationship with themselves, and their purpose was to discuss other big business. To be rich is of course to be earned. Everyone please, this is the finest tea we picked before and after King Ming in the Jiangnan area of Daming, and only the emperor and senior officials can enjoy it. Luosheng smiled and asked his servants to make good tea for the merchants of Anan Kingdom. Thank you, General. The businessman from Anan leaned slightly towards Luosheng, raised his teacup, and looked at how Luosheng tasted tea with his side. He also learned to taste tea in a decent way, for fear of making jokes by mistake. I don't know who the last name is, Luosheng asked. My name is Zheng Kai, and he belongs to Lord Zheng's tribe. Anano merchant leader Xiang Chuan said. Master Zheng. Luosheng asked in confusion. Luosheng really didn't know about Anan's situation at this time. Who should pay attention to such a small country? Of course, perhaps in their own eyes, Anan is a hegemony in the southeast. But in the eyes of powerful countries such as Daming, Hujin, Mongolia, Goryeo, and Dongying, Anan is just a small region. We, Master Zheng, assisting the king of Anan, are at war with the southern rebel general Nguyen, and I have been sent to seek assistance, Zheng Kai said. Could you tell me in detail? I also know what happened in your country and provide help to your country. Luosheng's knowledge of Nanyang region is close to a blank, and it is just this opportunity to learn about it. According to Zheng Kai, at this time, Anan Kingdom was in the northern and southern dynasties, and its royal power was in decline. The general Zheng in the north took the emperor to command the princes and crusade against the rebels, similar to the shogunate of Dongying. Then Nguyen in the south accused Zheng's behavior and seized the opportunity to become independent in the south. A great war broke out between the north and south forces this year. Lord Zheng led 100,000 Imperial Forest army to conquer Ruan Lord and wanted to dominate Anan, but Ruan Lord repelled him. Lord Ruan also built an 11-kilometer-long wall at the junction of the north and south forces. A cannon was placed a few feet away to prepare enough ammunition to make Lord Zheng uneasy. I heard you say that Nguyen's population is only an fifth of your Lord Zheng, and they are located in the southern region where the environment is harsh. Why can they defeat Lord Zheng's 100,000 army and so many artillery pieces? Luosheng couldn't help being surprised secretly when he heard Zheng Kai's words. If according to what they said, the long wall would prevent one artillery every few feet, wouldn't it be that the Nguyen had hundreds of artillery? It's terrifying. It's incredible that even the southern part of the country has such a powerful firepower. Luosheng was a little skeptical that merchant Anan had exaggerated Ruan's strength. The generals of the Heavenly Dynasty did not know Nguyen had colluded with the Franco-Man and purchased a large number of artillery and warships from him, and defeated our navy in the battle, so that we were in a dilemma. He also bombarded our army with Franco aircraft guns. We repelled our 100,000 Yulin army with 20,000 people. Their Hoyan port is home to merchants from Ming, Dongying, Western and Nanyang countries. We are so rich that we are really worried, Zheng Kai said of Nguyen. The current situation, frowning. Originally, Lord Zheng wanted to go south and destroy Lord Ruan and rule Anan for generations to come. However, due to the intervention of Westerners, their attempts were shattered. In turn, Lord Ruan had the ability to contend with Lord Zheng and even the Northern Expedition. It turns out that it was the flange robot who intervened in the struggle between Lord Zheng and Lord Ruan. Liu Sheng heard the current situation of Anan Kingdom and found it interesting. I didn't expect to get in touch with the Westerners of this era so soon. A divided Anan country has unlimited business opportunities. Liu Sheng smacked his lips, thinking about how to profit from this big fish. Exactly. We, Anan, have been Daming's vassal since ancient times. The Nguyen's looking for Westerners to help out. That's contempt for the Ming Dynasty's upper country. Zheng Kai said of the flange, very sad and indignant. Well, our Ming Dynasty is the suzerain country, and they violated tradition to do so. Liu Sheng never thought that the Ming Dynasty at the end of the empire had such a big influence in the southeastern countries. We have tried to ask the Ming court to destroy Nguyen by the heavenly soldiers, but the Ming court seems to be busy with the war with the northern tribes, and it seems that our Anan country is far away, so we have been slow to move. My lord has been from the Ming Dynasty who was in business in Anan country. The merchant heard that the Leong and Fuliao army had superior firearms, whose power was still higher than that of the flange robots, so he came here to purchase firearms from you. Zheng Kai finally explained his intentions. In fact, Liu Sheng knew the intentions of the Anan merchants group halfway through hearing it. The current Ming court is too busy to take care of itself. It is no longer the Ming who was able to calm down the government of Anan. How could it still send a tense force to support Anan? Although our Fuliao army has a lot of firearms, we are all self-produced and used, and we don't have much reserves. Liu Sheng said embarrassedly. When Zheng Kai heard what Liu Sheng said, he immediately said anxiously, "General of the Heavenly Dynasty, if you don't help us, our Lord Zheng will be in danger. Although our Anan kingdom is not as good as the kingdom of heaven, we still have some silver. The general sells firearms with us. Let us defeat the limelight of Nguyen and Westerners. What I want is your words." When Liu Sheng heard the word Bayan, he said pretentiously, let me think about it. We seem to have a batch of firearms that are really idle, but they are expensive. Chapter 156 Supporting Forces. What is the highest art of war? A soldier who surrenders without a fight. What if you have to fight? Then we must support the agent to fight the war. Liu Sheng also wanted to start to intervene in Western affairs a little bit, such as supporting Master Zheng. In short, you can't let the flange robot seize the opportunity. If Lord Zheng wants to get the support of Liu Sheng firearms, he has to pay a corresponding price. Liu Sheng brought the Anano businessman to the school grounds, causing people to pull out the artillery in the warehouse. These artillery pieces were a gift from Liu Sheng as compensation to the Goryeo kingdom. They were a bit behind the artillery used by Liu Sheng's army, and not very long. It was about 100 years behind. However, it is already at the level of high-end artillery in this era. These artillery pieces were still in the warehouse before they could be transported to Korea. As soon as the businessmen of Anano saw the artillery being pulled out, they glowed with a cold luster in the winter sun, and their eyes suddenly brightened. If it weren't for fear of damaging their national prestige, I'm afraid they would have rushed to pet these expensive cannons greedily. Everyone, look at these artillery. How do they compare with the artillery Nguyen's obtained from the flange machine? This is a 6-pound cannon, this is a 12-pound cannon, there are cannons and howitzers. You should know them. Isn't it worth? Liu Sheng smiled and looked at the businessman from Anano who had long been unable to restrain himself, whether it is a Korean merchant or a Dongying merchant. When they first saw these artillery, which one did not want to get them crazy? However, looking at the eyes of Anango merchants, it is estimated that the artillery provided by the Franco robot Nguyen is a style that the Franco robot has eliminated, or most of the 4-pounder guns with less power. In contrast, these eliminated items of my own are the artillery of the upper middle level of the flange robot at this stage, enough to sling the firearms they provided to Nguyen. Grunt. Zheng Kai swallowed his saliva, still couldn't help his eyes with glaucoma, and he trembled with excitement, and said in a trembling tone, I want to all. Other Anano businessmen nodded. If it weren't for the gap between the firearm and the warship, their Lord Zheng would have eliminated Lord Ruan long ago. It's a pity, Liu Sheng said sadly. These artillery pieces were ordered by Gaol ago, like this 6-pounder. They gave 500 tals of silver, and this 12-pounder, 3,000 tals of silver. My lord, we are willing to add money. 800 2 6-pounder guns and 4,000 2 12-pounder guns. We want them all. How could Zheng Kai let go of such a cannon? He almost knelt down and begged Liu Sheng to turn the cannon fiercely. The ground hit his face. Brother, don't you embarrass me. Our Fuliao army and Goryeo are neighbors to each other. The friendship between the two countries is higher than the mountain and deeper than the sea. It's really not a matter of money, Liu Sheng said helplessly. What a pity. What a pity. Seeing that the superior artillery in front of him was about to fly away like a cooked duck, Zheng Kai wanted to cry without tears. For an instant, many ideas flashed in his mind, including kidnapping Liu Sheng for artillery, or simply snatching the artillery. But looking at the majestic Ming army guards in the exercise field, he still gave up these absurd ideas. Plopped. Zheng Kai, who had no idea, knelt down in front of Liu Sheng anxiously, crying bitterly, "My lord, I beg you, our friendship between Anan Kingdom and Daming for hundreds of years is not as shallow as the friendship between Daming and Goryeo. My lord will bear the heart that our Anan country will be invaded by the Nguyen clan who colluded with Westerners. Lord Tanko, please sell us firearms to promote the supreme national power of the Dankao." A group of Anano businessmen saw Zheng Kai kneeling down, and they kowtowed to Liu Sheng one after another. "Oh, you are like this. What should I do?" Liu Sheng still has a bitter face on the surface, but his heart is refreshed. "Is this the pleasure of mastering core technology? My lord doesn't sell our firearms to us and Nano Master Zheng. We will kneel here forever." Zheng Kai heard Liu Sheng's tone loosen, knowing that things might turn for the better, as if grasping the last straw, and simply played with a splash. "I can't afford to kneel down." The other Anano businessman agreed. Chen Ting saw that Liu Sheng bullied these Anango businessmen too cruelly, and couldn't bear to remind Liu Sheng, "My lord, it's good enough." Liu Sheng knew that the opportunity to slaughter the guest was ripe, and it was time to harvest. "Hey, all of you get up, we can discuss everything carefully. And we don't have to kneel down at all," Liu Sheng said with a sad expression on his face. "My lord is willing to sell the artillery to us?" Zheng Kai raised his eyes nervously, trying to capture Liu Sheng's intentions. "You have done this. Can I not sell you firearms?" Liu Sheng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Zheng Kai and other businessmen from Anana were immediately excited when they heard what Liu Sheng said. "However, this batch of firearms cannot be sold to you. We must have credibility in doing business. The artillery that should belong to the country of Goryeo will be shipped to the country. As for your artillery, I will ask the workers to produce it exclusively for you." Liu Sheng said, "I am grateful to the sirs of the Celestial Dynasty. I really don't want to repay you." Zheng Kai saw that Liu Sheng was so credible. If Liu Sheng agreed to produce firearms for them, he would not break the contract. In this way, this General Daming is really a good man. "But the price of forging cannons is expensive. Our Daming cannons are not enough. We still have to sell you cannons. Shouldn't this price be higher? A 6-pounder cannon is 1,200 tals. 12. There are 6,000 2-pound guns. How about the money for the shells?" Liu Sheng said embarrassedly. "Moreover, our production capacity is limited. In half a year, we can only provide your country with 26-pounders and 5 12-pounders. Yes, it's already very conscientious." Zheng Kai nodded repeatedly. "Oh, it seems that I still underestimated the value of these artillery." Seeing Zheng Kai nodded, Liu Sheng knew it would be more expensive. With this order and ammunition, it is estimated that Liu Sheng will be able to obtain more than 100,000 liang of silver for Lord Zheng of Anan. But making money is second, and more importantly, It marks the full Liao army's involvement in Nanyang affairs. 25 artillery cannons to Lord Zheng can help Lord Zheng suppress Ruan Lord and stop the infiltration of the flange robot in the Nanyang area. And this can escalate the fighting in the southeast. Imagine that Lord Ruan knows that Lord Zheng has a new artillery, and he feels even more pressure. He will definitely ask for help from the flange machine and the windmill country to buy more firearms. When Lord Ruan had more artillery to suppress Lord Ruan would definitely buy more firearms from Liu Sheng. With the destruction rate of artillery in this era, Lord Anano, who was unable to produce artillery, was destined to continuously donate massive amounts of silver to Liu Sheng. We, Daming, have nothing to say to our own people. You are making a lot of money. Liu Sheng patted Zheng Kai on the shoulder meaningfully. Chapter 157 Restricted Military Technology. The merchant group from the main force of the Anan Kingdom Zheng was excited to sign a contract worth 100,000 tals of silver with Liu Sheng. They needed to pay 30,000 tals of silver as a deposit, and Liu Sheng asked them to pull 2 artillery pieces and return to Anan to explain to their master. Of course, this group of Anango merchants did not want to go for nothing. Before leaving Leonan, they also purchased a batch of silk, tea, and porcelain. These things may not be necessary for them, but they are crazy sought after by the aristocrats of the Nanyang countries. Daming luxury goods, you can make a fortune when you ship it back. After sending away the merchant group from Anan Kingdom, Liu Sheng received reports on the bidding situation from various departments, which made it difficult for Liu Sheng to be free. When Liu Sheng was almost busy, it turned out that it was already night. After ordering someone to boil the water, Liu Sheng lay in the tub, thinking about the future development. With the current momentum, Liaodong and southern Lining have a large amount of mineral resources, and the black soil is fertile and has the potential for development. Now the attraction to business people has become greater, and the rise will be a matter of time. However, the population of Liaodong and Leonan is too small. Unless there is a natural and man-made disaster, the people in the Guan will rarely go to the Guangdong. Therefore, there are hundreds of thousands of people under Liu Sheng's rule. Compared with Daming, who has a population of tens of millions, it is still far behind. Population is a valuable asset in this era, and Liu Sheng also wants to cultivate more local talents. It's been a long time since the Industrial Revolution system was used. Liu Sheng thought about it. He hadn't used the system to cheat in the past few months. This is of course not that Liu Sheng doesn't want to use more advanced technology to crush the indigenous people. He is not so kind. He has been madly accumulating civilization points recently and wants to make more advanced 19th century technology. In the science and technology of the 19th century, Liu Sheng was particularly enthusiastic about the military science and technology. With a good weapon, he doesn't need to pile up human lives, just use machinery to crush it. Liu Sheng was already hungry and thirsty for several of these technologies. The French Minar rifle technology in 1849 can produce front-loading rifles, using advanced Minar bullets. Regardless of the rate of fire, range and safety are greatly improved, and the old front-loading rifles currently used by Liu Sheng are not the same. Language, including Minar bombs, casting technology, corresponding lathes, etc. You always need 15,000 civilization points. At the same time, the Prussian Dreiser rifle technology can produce the Dreiser M1841 needle rifle, which is a rear-mounted rifle that once helped Prussia bloody Austria equipped with the Min rifle in the Prussian-Austro-Prussian War. In front of the rear-mounted rifle, even the pinnacle of the front-mounted rifle like the Min rifle can only be eclipsed. Including various pre-technology requires 30,000 points of civilization. There are also more advanced Mauser rifles and Krupp small steel cannons. The civilization points they need are calculated at 100,000. And Liu Sheng can't even think about it for the time being. Liu Sheng's army was at the level of the Napoleonic era. If new rifle technology and Krupp cannon technology were developed, it would be the level of the Prussian army during the Prussian Unification War. Are you in the system? I'm finally here to turn on the new technology. Liu Sheng closed his eyes and said in his mind to the system parasitic in his body. Host, you haven't used this system for a long time. I thought you were satisfied with your current situation. The system ridiculed Liu Sheng as soon as it uttered, "Get rid of it. I have worked so hard for more than a year now, and I have only taken down Liaonan and half of Liadong, with a population of hundreds of thousands. Even the technology of the 19th century has just begun to be used. How can it be easily satisfied?" Liu Sheng said, "Oh, human beings are still greedy as always. With your current strength, you can build a great empire spanning several oceans in a matter of decades," the system said. Greedy is the driving force for the development of human history. If you are not greedy, what is the difference between being a human and a salted fish? Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile. "Don't interrupt. This time I have saved 30,000 civilization points by saving money and saving money." Fired the dresser rifle technique. Liu Sheng wanted to develop the rear-mounted rifle technology, and directly ignored the front-mounted minor rifle technology. The post-installation rifle is the trend of the times. If the Dreyser rifle can be made, Liu Sheng's army will directly increase the combat power tenfold, and thousands of people will dare to go to Jianzi to catch Huangqi. In order to accumulate 30,000 civilization points, Liu Sheng hasn't had any new technology recently. Host, you have chosen the 19th century dresser rifle technology. The system has inquired that the technology has pre-technology, and it is checking whether the pre-technology has been completed. Check it out. Liu Sheng has carefully calculated that 30,000 civilization points can produce various parts and molds for the production of Dreyser rifles. This time it is appropriate to fire the Dreyser rifle technique. Ding. Because the technology you want to turn on poses a huge threat to the residents of this era. For humanitarian protection, you need to improve the living standards of the local indigenous people before you can turn on the technology. The system searched for a bit and said suddenly, with a plop, Liu Sheng fell into the bathtub with a stunned whole body, and choked on water. Humanity protection? This system is really refined, and there are such limitations. To turn on the dresser rifle technology, you need to improve the living standards of 3 million natives until the system believes that you have the moral level to use this technology reasonably, the system added. Liu Sheng didn't know what to do. My wishful thinking came to nothing. 3 million natives, which means that there must be at least 3 million people on Liu Sheng's territory, with a population of just a few 100,000 in Liu Sheng. To reach a population of 3 million, he still needs to actively expand outwards. Moreover, the description of the system is not clear. What is meant by "until the system believes that there is an ethical level to reasonably use this technology" means that the system has the final say. Just in case. Master of the system, please give a reminder. What level of living standards need to be raised to 3 million people? In order to obtain new technology, Liu Sheng had to bow to the evil forces. The system will evaluate the indigenous people's food, clothing, housing and transportation, wealth, satisfaction, life expectancy and other more than 20 indicators. The specific calculation method is too complicated. With your simple mind, you can't understand it. The system will not waste excess energy you introduce. The system said. Damn system, even if you don't use Dreyser rifle technology, you still despise Lao Tzu's IQ? It is rare for Liu Sheng to lose weight in this world, but he can't handle the system in his body. The system is in one's own body. Doesn't it mean that you can't get through with the system? Oh, forget it. I won't get military technology for now. Let me take a look at other technologies and see what is urgently needed now. Liu Sheng couldn't upgrade his equipment, so he focused on other industrial technologies. Chapter 158. I want golden carrot. If you want to enhance the overall strength of your own forces, military technology is the most obvious. At the same time, the advancement of smelting and mining related to military technology can greatly enhance the strength of the Fuliao army. But unfortunately, due to the system's humanitarian protection mechanism, Liu Sheng has no way to open new military technology, only its front-end technology and production technology that will not cause great harm. However, Liu Sheng thought for a while, and his forces didn't seem to have any skills that were particularly urgently needed. With the Anshan iron mine, Liu Sheng wants to transform mining technology, but lacks high explosives, larger transportation equipment, and mechanical rock drills, making it difficult to upgrade. As for the point of high explosives, it is estimated that the system will use humanitarian protection mechanisms to restrict itself. In addition to mining technology, Liu Sheng also wanted to acquire steel-making technology, because both now and in the future, Liu Sheng needs a lot of steel. If you want to improve your own steel-making technology, you can start the converter steel-making method and the flat furnace steel-making method. However, the new steel-making technology is too expensive and requires more than 100,000 points of civilization. Liu Sheng, who originally thought that he could do whatever he wanted with 30,000 civilization points, was downcast like a cock that was defeated in a fight. Too ruthless. Every major technology requires a huge amount of civilization points. Isn't this tempting, people? There are not enough points for large-scale industrial civilization, and high explosives and military technology are subject to humanitarian protection restrictions. Liu Sheng turned his attention to agricultural technology. Speaking of it, the Ming Dynasty was in the Little Ice Age and suffered from year-round drought. Many areas were caught in a food crisis, and more than 1 million people died of starvation. If it weren't for Liu Sheng to purchase grain from other regions with a large amount of silver and carry out preliminary agricultural reforms, I am afraid that they would not be optimistic in southern Lining and Liudong, who is worried about food. When it comes to food, what Liu Sheng from later generations thinks of is chemical fertilizer. If there is a combination of farming systems such as chemical fertilizers and rotation, the grain output will increase by several percent, which can feed more people. Phosphorus fertilizer, potash fertilizer, nitrogen fertilizer. Liu Sheng was excited when he saw the dazzling array of fertilizer technologies. This industrial revolution system is really full of varieties and everything. These fertilizer production technologies do not require large-scale production of fertilizers as long as they are turned on. The fertilizer production technology is divided into many stages. Take nitrogen fertilizer as an example. The nitrogen fertilizer technology in 1850 required 10,000 civilization points, but the nitrogen fertilizer technology at this time could not produce nitrogen fertilizer on a large scale, resulting in the failure of nitrogen fertilizer to be put into production and use. It was not until the 20th century that there was a large-scale nitrogen fertilizer production technology. Liu Sheng knew that phosphate fertilizer, potash fertilizer and nitrogen fertilizer were probably the three most demanded fertilizers. Nitrogen fertilizer is relatively difficult to produce on a large scale, and it requires the technology of the early 20th century. It is not cost-effective to simply develop the nitrogen fertilizer technology of the 19th century. Therefore, Liu Sheng plans to develop the technology of phosphate fertilizer and potash fertilizer in the 19th century. I want to start phosphate fertilizer and nitrogen fertilizer technology, Liu Sheng said to the Industrial Revolution system. This time the system is very refreshing. The host, you have chosen a 19th century potash fertilizer production technology, and the system has inquired that the technology has a pre-technology. The pre-technology is the 19th century organic chemistry technology, etc. It is checking whether the pre-technology has been completed. The system will summon talents from different time and space to help you realize potash fertilizer production technology. Connecting the link is successful. Prussian chemists Liebig and Liebig Laboratory will realize potash production technology for you. The system will summon talents from different time and space to help you realize the phosphate fertilizer production technology. Connecting the link is successful. The Rosenst Laboratory of the British Squire and scientist Gilbert will realize the phosphate fertilizer production technology for you, because the host is committed to improving agricultural technology and improving the quality of life of the indigenous people. The system rewards the Chinese translations of Li Bixi's works: organic analysis, biochemistry, chemical communication, chemistry research, agricultural chemistry fundamentals and other works, and 200 catties each of potash fertilizer and phosphate fertilizer. Can I still get system rewards if I do farming myself, give books and give fertilizer? It seems that the bias of this system is obvious. As soon as Liu Sheng blinked, dozens of scientists appeared in his room, making the house seem crowded. It's you? Are you here too? Scientists in Liebig Lab and Rosenst Lab stared wide-eyed, seemingly hostile. Li Bixi, you once said that we don't need animals and plants as fertilizers. But we have proved through experiments that we can pulverize animal bones into bone meal and treat them with sulfuric acid to make potassium superphosphate. This shows that fertilizers made by decaying animals and plants. It is an important source of elements such as nitrogen and potassium in the soil. Gilbert, a scientist in the Rosenst laboratory, pointed to the person in the Liebig laboratory and cried, "Even so, using rotten animals and plants as fertilizer is not efficient." Li Bixi shook his head, always insisting on his own opinion. "Ahem, guys, I am calling you to come here to hope that you can produce nitrogen fertilizer for us, Daming. And I hope that you can work together in the future regardless of previous complaints." Liu Sheng couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time that two different countries have been summoned, and they are also two rival laboratories. And Liu Sheng discovered that Prussia at this time began to appear frequently in the Industrial Revolution system, whether it is a dresser rifle, a Krupp cannon, or the current scientist Liebig. They are all Prussian skills and talents. The people in the two laboratories still looked at each other uncomfortably. This is not only their personal grievances, but also some grievances between their time and space countries. Liu Sheng smiled and looked at these baby bumps. It's not bad for two laboratories to compete. One can go for phosphate fertilizer and the other for nitrogen fertilizer. Our Academy of Sciences of the Fu Liao Army attaches great importance to agriculture, and there is also a special Bureau of Agriculture. In the future, you can engage in fertilizer research in the Academy of Sciences. And then the Bureau of Agriculture will set up two fertilizer plants to provide you with the convenience of producing fertilizers. It is to produce enough fertilizer after the beginning of spring next year. Liu Sheng said. "I don't know how much fertilizer the adults want to produce," asked Liu Sheng from the two laboratories. I'm not very clear about the specifics. With a population of about hundreds of thousands, how much fertilizer do you estimate to produce? Liu Sheng replied. Will this be too much? The people in the two laboratories heard what Liu Sheng said, feeling a little stressed. Don't worry, I will try my best to arrange enough manpower and raw materials for you. Liu Sheng said nonchalantly, I have already figured it out. The fertilizer produced by our Liudong is called Jinkra, not only covering the entire Daming, and it will be sold all over the world. Chapter 159 The Mongolian Envoy. Summoning dozens of scientists again, Liu Sheng arranged them back to work in Jinzhou City. At present, the headquarters of the Academy of Sciences is located in Jinzhou City, but Liudong City has not yet been constructed. Moreover, Jinzhou City is close to Dalian Port. In the future, the two cities may merge together and become a window for exchanges between southern Lining and Liudong. The production of chemical fertilizers requires corresponding equipment and raw materials, as well as the construction of two laboratories. It is not easy to produce the first batch of phosphate and potash fertilizers at the end of this winter. At the south gate of Liudong City, a team of strangely dressed horses was about to enter the city. People in this horse brigade usually wear wide, straight-heel robes, with slits on both sides, and the collar and cuffs are woven with various colors, so that the soldiers who defend the city can see at a glance that they are from the Mongolian tribe. Stop, you are the people from the prairie. What's the purpose of coming here? The guards held muskets and looked at them vigilantly. It's not that there are no Mongolians in Liudong City, but there are not so many people in groups. Seeing a caravan of big guys, it's no wonder these guards are so nervous. We want to visit Daming Liudong for inspection. please go and inform." A man riding on a horse commanded condescendingly. There is no anger in the eyebrows. "Is the military owner who you want to see?" "Go back quickly." The guards were a little annoyed. "We are members of the Hawking Department of Mongolia. We are discussing important matters with the Liadong inspection. Can you afford the delay?" The Mongolian also annoyed. Seeing that the man came, the guards were arrogant. Although they were unhappy, they seemed to be quite tall, and they were afraid that something would really be delayed, so they ordered them to inform them, "Wait here for a while." A group of Mongolians waited in Nanjing. They were surprised to see that the collapsed wall of Nanjing was still being built. "I heard that the gunpowder of the Fuliao army collapsed the Nanjing gate. I thought it was just some sensational rumors. I never thought that the Nanjing gate really collapsed. Isn't this horrifying force?" The eternal life manifested, pointing to the south city gate that was being repaired, and said, "The origins of the Fuliao army are unpredictable. A year ago, they were just a small group of troops in southern Lining. Now even our great Hawkin tribe has to come and beg them." The Han people have something to say. 30 years ago. 30 years in Hexi, Hedong, it's like this. Another younger Mongolian man said, "Wu Keshan, your kid has a lot of understanding of Han culture." Dahan said, "The Mongols waited for a long time." Chang Yi, who was temporarily in charge of the defense of Liadong city, brought a small group of soldiers to Nanjing. "You will hand over your weapons and keep them by the defending army. I will take you to the hostel to rest. If the army owner is willing to meet you, I will take you to the army owner. If you don't want to see you, I will send you away. Go to the city and return the weapons to you." Chang Yi said lightly. Since he is now in the position of the Fuliao army, except for Luo Sheng and a few brigade commanders, even if they are the largest group of battalion commanders, they are not respectful to the people from the Mongolian tribe. "I've been hanging around with Luo Sheng for a long time. Even if the opponent is the leader of the tribe or something else, he must succumb in front of the guns and artillery." Besides, many Mongolian tribes are now helping Jianzhujurchen, and Chenai is somewhat unhappy with them. "Do you know what kind of identity we are and want to confiscate our weapons?" The young Mongolian Han was a little annoyed when he heard that he was going to hand over the weapons by himself. Except for the army of the Fuliao army, the rest of the city are not allowed to carry weapons. This is a ban, and no one can violate it. Chang Yi said coldly, "Even the princes of the Goryeo and Dongying countries must abide by our ban. If you don't follow, you can leave on your own." Just listen to what the general said, "Hand over the weapons. Anyway, we are just so few people. They want to harm us. No matter how many weapons are useless." The leader of the Mongolian man waved his hand and asked his subordinates to hand over the weapons. Chenai led a dozen Mongolians into the city. At this time, Liadong city was doing a lot of construction work. A large amount of wood and stone were transported to the city, and many workers were busy. The original mansion built by the Jurchen nobles was forcibly demolished, freeing up large tracts of land. Some of these lands were sold to merchants as land for shops, and some were used as land for official factories by Luo Sheng. "Look at this iron bump." A dozen Mongolians came to the city and saw a dozen workers on a construction site carrying an iron tool inside. This iron tool is taller than a human being and weighs 1,000 katis. These Mongolians looked curiously. "This is called a steam engine. It is a textile factory machine. An official textile factory will be built here, and the textile factories produced in the future will be sold to all parts of Liadong. Haven't you seen it?" Chang Yi hummed. This time it's his turn. He huffed up. "Steam engine? Machine?" A group of Mongolians looked at each other, not understanding. Many new changes have taken place in Liadong city, which not only make the people in Liadong city feel novel, but these Mongolians from the prairie are even more surprised and new. They were placed in a hostel in Liadong city. With the experience of receiving envoys from Korea and Dongying, more than a dozen people can still be easily placed. Which tribe are these Mongols? And who are they? What is the purpose of coming? Seeing Chengi's report, Luo Sheng was about to meet a group of people. Goryeo, Dongying, Ryukyu, Hujin, Anan Kingdom. And now the Mongols have come again. and they have more face than Emperor Ming. They claim to be members of the Hawkin tribe, and the leader is Zhezang, the son of the Mongolian flag owner Mangus. They want to welcome the Buma Butai who fell into our hands back. Chenai said. Zhezang. Liu Sheng knew that this guy was Buma Butai's father, an important figure in Hawkin tribe. If you win him over, not only does it mean that the strength of the Mangus flag will fall to your own camp, but the other two Hawkin flags will also fall to your own camp. This guy came all the way, presumably not just to pick up his own daughter. I guess there are other things to ask of me. Liu Sheng pondered, and Zhezang could even send his daughter out for political marriage. It's unlikely to be in danger just to take her daughter back. Let them come over, I want to see them. In a short while, a dozen Mongolians were brought over, and they were all muttering in their hearts what the legendary leader of the Fuliao army looked like. When they saw the young Liu Sheng sitting in the hall, they were really shocked. Friends of Hawkin tribe, look up for a long time. Liu Sheng stood up and looked up to them for a long time. I have seen Daming Liadong inspection. A group of Mongolians couldn't help but respectfully say when they saw a high-ranking upstart, "Didn't you take refuge in Jurchen? You still recognize our Daming's inspection?" Liu Sheng said with a smile. When Zhezang and others listened to Liu Sheng's tone, they felt a little bit. Liu Sheng turned his face too fast. Right. Chapter 160. The Troubles of the Mongols. Daming has had a grievance with us in Mongolia for 100 years, and it is really helpless for us to take refuge in Jurchens, Zhezang said innocently. At that time, we were under Lindan Khan's men and were constantly fighting with Daming. Now we are cooperating with Jurchens, and we are still working with Jurchens. Daming is constantly fighting, and I don't know how long it will take for these disputes to end. Liu Sheng still somewhat agrees with Zhezang's view. The relationship between Daming and Mongolia is too complicated. Daming expelled Mongolia from the Central Plains and expedition to the desert repeatedly. Mongolia later arrested the Emperor of Daming. The two sides have been fighting for years. If it weren't for the rise of Jianzhu Nuzhan, the main enemy of Daming might still be the Mongolian tribe. The previous grievances will not be mentioned for the time being. As long as you continue to help the Jurchens against our Fuliao army, you will be the enemy of our Fuliao army. Liu Sheng sat on the main seat. When a group of Mongolians listened to Liu Sheng's words, they suddenly frowned. "Inspector, I heard that the little girl was in Liadong city and was captured by your army. I don't know if there is such a thing." Zhezang intends to change the subject, not discussing the contentious matters for the time being. "Have you?" Liu Sheng blinked and asked Yu Cheng, who was protecting him. "Yu Cheng, did we catch Master Zhezang's daughter?" "I haven't heard of it." Yu Cheng shrugged. "Isn't this talking nonsense with your eyes open?" Zhezang's eyes widened. "My lord, it's obvious that the little girl wrote last month, and it was sent to our Hawkin tribe from your Fuliao army." "Oh, talking about Buma Butai?" "She eats and drinks well with me, so you don't have to worry about it." Liu Sheng was exposed by Zhezang, still not flushing. Zhezang was told by Liu Sheng that he almost didn't know how to continue. The old ancestor loved the little girl very much. "I heard that she had fallen into the hands of your army. I was very worried and talked about it day and night. So the old ancestor asked me to come with the army." Negotiations. Our Hawkin tribe is willing to exchange 3,000 good sheepskins for the little girl. If your ancestors really care about your granddaughter, why would you want her to serve Huang Taikai's servant? Do you think that our Ming Fuliao army is not as good as the group of slaves? I think you have no sincerity in negotiation. Come and see off the guests. Liu Sheng snorted coldly. Wait. Zhezang only realized that he was on the passive side unknowingly. Liu Sheng's routine is really powerful. If the inspector is not willing to hand over the little girl, why is it? Is it because he is in love with the little girl? No, I will stay in southern Lining as a trophy. Every time I see her, I think of Huangtji's green grassland. Wouldn't it be nice? Liu Sheng said. Hearing this, Zhezang became so angry that his son Wu Keshan's violent temper had long been unable to restrain him. He rushed up and wanted to give Liu Sheng a fat beating. Liu Sheng, my sister is not something you can easily slander. What do you want to do? Yu Cheng and other guards came up to take down Wu Keshan, and there was a hustle and bustle in the hall. The Mongolian messenger and Liu Sheng's guard fought each other, and the two sides fought each other. They fisted and fought, and abruptly turned a negotiation into a group fight. Stop, stop. After all, Zhang is a generation of heroes. Although he also wanted to beat Liu Sheng, he knew that he was the fish on the chopping board at this time, and Liu Sheng was a knife, so he could only resist this anger. Yu Cheng had more guards than the Mongols, and he had weapons, and he could take the Mongols down without Zhang's words. They only waited for Liu Sheng's orders. Let go of them. Liu Sheng looked at the captured Mongolian without jumping his eyelids. I didn't speak well just now, but if you continue to work for the Jurchens and fight against us, don't expect me to be able to say good things to you. Damn, Daming's soldiers have been so stiff for a while. Zhang felt aggrieved. He is the leader of the tribe, and he was so subdued by a little boy of Daming that he couldn't talk back. Wu Keshan, you are too impulsive, so don't hurry to apologize to the inspector, Zhang said sharply to his son. But he insulted Wu Keshan said unconvincedly. Apologize, Zhang said anxiously, almost wanting to yell at his ignorant son. Yes, Wu Keshan leaned to Liu Sheng unconvincedly, my lord governor, please forgive me for my crime. Fine. I don't care about anything with a junior. Liu Sheng waved his hand. Wu Keshan gritted his teeth with anger. Liu Sheng was obviously about the same age as himself, and when he became a junior, if he were on the prairie, he would definitely give Liu Sheng a shoulder throw. It's just that the people of Hawkin tribe are too cheap. 3,000 sheepskins want to sell a daughter. Then can my wealth buy all the daughters of you people? Liu Sheng said. Inspector's words are wrong. In this world, food is more expensive than fate. We have no way to trade with Daming before we cooperate with Hujin. They provide food to spend the winter with us. Otherwise we will go to Daming to grab everything. It's just for survival. Don't adults hear that there are Yizzy in some places in Daming to eat? Zhang said helplessly. He was even more honest after being so cleaned up by Liu Sheng. In recent years, the weather has been freezing and the world has been severely drought. Thousands of people in our Hawkin tribe starved to death. Originally, we had to rely on the food of the Jurchens, but the Jurchens lost these cities in Liudong. There is not enough food to eat. This is not for us. There is really no way. If this continues, we will have more people die. Therefore, we actually want to, Zhang said. Ah, you have not eaten from afar. You must be hungry? Liu Sheng interrupted what Zhang wanted to say. I'll let someone go down and prepare some food and drink. We are not as bold as the people from the prairie, but you can taste the exquisite dishes of our Daming. My lord, in fact, we came this time because we wanted to. Zhang continued. I know, you want to see Bu Mu Butai? Liu Sheng interrupted Zhang again. The aggrieved Zhang choked off what he wanted to say. Since the adults are willing to let me meet the little girl, it is naturally very good. But this is also a bit troublesome. Buma Butainanzi is not here in Liudong City. Liu Sheng said, you won't see it for a while. The more Zhang looked at Liu Sheng, the more he felt that he owed him a beating. But he had to say politely, the little girl said in her letter last time that she was in Liudong City. I don't know where she is now. I still don't see her. Peace of mind. It is difficult to explain to the ancestors. She volunteered to me last time and declared that she would go to the Academy of Sciences to study, so I sent someone to send her to the Academy of Sciences, and she is now located in Jinzhou City in southern Lining. Academy of Sciences? Where is that? Zhang was dumbfounded. Chapter 161. Back to Golden State. Jinzhou City in southern Lining, because it was the place where the Fuliao army emerged, naturally has a different general meaning. In addition, there is Dalian Port in the south of Jinzhou City as a window to the outside world. It is becoming more prosperous here. Land can be described as an inch of gold. Liu Sheng was in Liudong City to rectify his armaments and clean up the remaining forces of Jin in Liudong City. so it was difficult to get away and return to Jinzu city. This time the Mongolian envoy came to Jinzu city with these Mongolians. Jinzu city was the base camp of the Fuliao army, and the army lecture hall was set up here. After Grand Duke Karl captured Xining Fort, Sun Sheng from Chadli's infantry battalion and dragoon battalion was stationed at Xining Fort, and he led the military staff to return to the army lecture hall. Archduke Karl has a more important mission than staying at Xining Fort, and that is to train officers from the 5th Infantry Brigade and the 6th Infantry Brigade. The officers of the 5th Infantry Brigade and the 6th Infantry Brigade were officers at all levels who were transferred from other infantry brigades, and almost everyone was promoted by one level. The commander of the 5th Infantry Brigade was Chenai, and the commander of the 6th Infantry Brigade was Xiji. These two people have always followed Liu Sheng's confidant, and their promotion to the commander of the two new infantry brigades is enough for Liu Sheng to control his power. As for the original 1st Brigade, Tai Yang was promoted to brigade commander. Liu Sheng did not directly command the 1st Brigade, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tai Yang obeyed Liu Sheng's words, and the 1st Brigade was still in Liu Sheng's hands. Ace. In addition to the two newly formed infantry brigades, Liu Sheng also expanded his guard into a guard battalion, trying to turn the guard battalion into an iron army capable of fighting tough battles. Approaching Jinzu city, Liu Sheng could see the new troops being pulled out for training outside the city. These new infantry units not only need to practice military formations and shooting, they also need to practice cross-country, mountain forest, and snow combat. Its purpose is not only for field battles, but also to adapt to various terrains to facilitate future expansion. You are also sending troops to drill in the winter. You are terrible. Zhejiang saw the Fuliao army stationed outside the city for drills, and couldn't help feeling in awe from the bottom of his heart. We will keep soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a while. We let the soldiers eat and drink well and pay the military salary on time every month. Can they not give up? Liu Sheng said. A group of people entered Jinzu city. The development of Jinzu city is even more prosperous than Liudong city. Although the population is not as large as Liudong city, the industry of Jinzu city has begun to take off. Basic factories can be found in Jinzu city. The people of food are all round and round. It is in the winter, so there are not many pedestrians in Golden State City. The Academy of Sciences established by the Fuliao army occupies a street in the golden city of Jinzu. Even if it is winter in Yemen, it can be seen that the Academy of Sciences is so popular. At present, the Academy of Sciences has the Department of Natural Sciences and the Department of Humanities. The Ministry of Natural Sciences trains scientists, engineers, and craftsmen, and the Ministry of Humanities trains new-style officials and new-style scholars. In addition to these two academic departments, there is also an overseas department and a civilian department. Overseas department for overseas students studying in southern Lining to avoid the leakage of core technology, and the civilian ministry, also known as the literacy department, popularizes basic scientific ideas to the civilian population in the form of dramas and storytelling. Liu Sheng also knew that superstition was very serious in ancient times. If they were forced to experience a violent rebound in popular science, it would be better to use this popular form of warm water to literacy. Can the little Mongolian princess of the Department of Economics be here? Liu Sheng found the management staff of the Academy of Sciences. The administrative officials saw that the military commander personally brought people to look for them. They were not only nervous. Let your subordinates check the class schedule. Well, Adam Smith of the Department of Economics is teaching, and we need to wait for an hour before the get-out of class can be dismissed. If that's the case, why don't we go to my mansion first to pick up the dust for you? Liu Sheng said to Zhejiang and other Mongolian envoys. Very good. Zhejiang respected the young Liu Sheng. Only by going deep into southern Lining can we discover the terrible and powerful Fuliao army. Military master, when the little Mongolian princess comes down, I will let her find you. The officials of the Academy of Sciences wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and watched Liu Sheng leave with a bunch of Mongolians. The Academy of Sciences is the place where the dragon and crouching tiger are hidden. There are countless scientists from the west, local officials in southern Lining, Dongying and Mongolian aristocrats, and Liu Sheng is paying attention to them. The managers of this place are not good, and if they make a mistake, they will be offended people. My lord, what is the identity of the group of Mongolians that the military commander is carrying? Asked a little clerk from the Academy of Sciences. Most of them are related to that ghostly Mongolian little girl. It happened that when Liu Sheng was leaving with the Mongols, there was a restaurant in the street he was passing by. A group of men in Eastern warrior costumes sat in the upper box, drinking and talking in Chinese, compared with before they came to Golden State. Their Chinese proficiency is quite awkward. Look, young master, isn't that Liu Sheng? An Eastern warrior glimpsed Liu Sheng and his party passing by from the window, and hurriedly said to Shimazu Misuiza, the leader of the group. Shimazu Misuiza and other Toyo warriors got up and came to the window. A group of soldiers cleared the street, and the residents on both sides of the street watched curiously. Except for Liu Sheng, I am afraid that few people can have this style. As a man, I should be like this. It's a pity that I was not born in the Ming Dynasty, otherwise I could have such achievements. Shimazu Misuiza couldn't help being a little envious, but he was not willing to admit that he was inferior to others, so he simply didn't want to admit that he would be inferior to others. It is believed that Liu Sheng had such achievements because he was born in the powerful Ming Dynasty. We have been in southern Lining for a few months, and we have been dealing with the damn old masters people all day long. We haven't learned anything useful yet, but the Chinese is getting better and better, said a Dongying warrior. This is also a matter of no choice. The Han people have the final say here, and even the Westerners here have to speak Chinese, let alone us. But fortunately, the final assessment will be conducted in 2 days. Those who passed us, you can go to Liu Sheng before and ask to go to the overseas class of the Academy of Sciences to study, where there is the latest knowledge of Ming and Western. Shimazu Misuiza reluctantly sat back in his seat. Young master, I heard that the natural sciences and humanities departments of their Academy of Sciences are strong. There are dozens of gentlemen at the level of professor, hundreds of gentlemen at the lecturer level, and thousands of students. There are only a few professor-level gentlemen in overseas departments, and several professor-level gentlemen from the Department of Natural Sciences and Humanities are part-time. There are only more than a dozen lecturers, which is simply incomparable with the Department of Natural Sciences and the Department of Humanities. An Eastern warrior complained. Even if they didn't give us access to their most important knowledge, we still need to work hard to learn any knowledge we can access. Shimazu Misuiza looked around people solemnly. The longer I live here, the more worried I will be. One day we Dongying will be like monkeys in the forest, and Daming is a hunter living outside the forest. Chapter 162. The mansion in Jinzu City, even though Liu Sheng was not there, was still taken care of by the servants, and it didn't look like it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Liu Sheng wanted to entertain the Mongolian messenger, making the restaurants in Jinzu City crazy. Several restaurants came to grab business in the first place, wanting to show their faces in front of Liu Sheng. If you don't say anything else, even if you help Liu Sheng set up wine and food to greet the Mongols for free, you can say it to your colleagues for half a year. What's more, Liu Sheng always settled the bill every time, always giving more instead of less. The master said, this time it will be undertaken by Zhu Xianglu. The butler of Jinzu City Mansion said to the treasurer of Zhu Xianglu, hey, great. Our Zhu Xianglu must prepare the best wine and food. The shopkeeper of Zhu Xianglu heard that Liu Sheng had chosen his own restaurant, and he was very proud of him. Why is Zhu Xianglu again? Could it be that the shopkeeper and the inspector are relatives? I haven't heard that the shopkeeper Han of Zhu Xianglu has no relatives with the inspector. We still don't know his details. Could it be that he gave the Silvital? Inspectors have nearly 100 factories. Which factory does not make more money than yours and my restaurants, but cares about the Silvitals you and I give? As for the servants, They have a high salary and a high status, so they won't do it for the sake of it's a bit of money. You and I haven't tried it. Disappointed that the shopkeepers of several other restaurants were unsuccessful, they couldn't help but chew their ears. Everyone has made the concession. I am going back to Xianglu and tell the scary people to prepare a banquet for the inspectors. Shopkeeper Han raised his head and walked across the shopkeeper guards in a spirited manner. Only Shopkeeper Han knew that when Liu Sheng was just the deputy commander-in-chief, he used to take his subordinates to beat Grandpa Liu, who was sent by the court in Xianglu. Their buddies in Xianglu did not see anything and made Chu Yun was somewhat impressed, and only then took care of Xianglu's business. Liu Sheng hosted a banquet in the mansion. Only Zizang and Wu Keshan were truly eligible to attend the banquet. The three chatted about the prairie and talked about the current situation in Liadong, but Liu Sheng never gave it to him. Sang tells his true intentions. We in southern Lining were also affected by the cold wave. Some villagers and livestock were frozen to death, but no one died of starvation due to lack of food. We still have some food to eat. Liu Sheng seemed to have missed his mouth and said quickly, but in fact, there is not much left. When Zizang and Wu Keshan heard that there was still more food to eat in Liaonan, their eyes brightened. Master Inspection, in fact, we are here this time. In addition to seeing the little girl, we also, Master, Bumu Butai has arrived. The housekeeper of Jin's mansion came in to report to Liu Sheng, and interrupted Zizang again. Zizang was too helpless. How many times has your own words been interrupted? He can't count it. Dia came in afterwards and had already changed into the costume of a Han Chinese woman. When she saw her father and eldest brother sitting on the table, water mist suddenly appeared in her clear eyes. Daddy, eldest brother. Good girl, how are you doing? When Zizang saw Dia, the big hand holding the wine glass trembled, and the wine in the wine glass spilled out a little. Wu Keshan was also a little excited when he saw his little sister. Little sister, you have become thinner. When Liu Sheng next to him heard Wu Keshan's words, he almost wanted to beat him. Why did he lose weight? You can serve Dia with delicious food and drink, and let a few people from the intelligence department protect and monitor her, okay? Come here, put another seat and add a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Liu Sheng ordered. The little girl dare not, Dia said in fear. In this ancient society where men and women were unequal, women were not qualified to appear at such banquets, and Rao Yue was convinced of this. Although Daming's traditional culture is worth promoting, there are also some scholars who break the rules. I said yes or no. Liu Sheng said, I believe that with you, Master Zizang will be able to say what he has in mind. Yes. Dia was originally a Mongolian girl, and she was not as persistent as a Han woman, so she sat down as Liu Sheng said. Okay, Master Zizang, now that you see your baby girl, it's nothing but a worry. You must not have a plan when you come this time, just let it be. Liu Sheng said. Your uncle, it turns out that you also know my intention to come, so you have repeatedly interrupted me to make me feel miserable. Zizang is a little angry. In fact, our Hawkin tribe still lacks a little surplus food to survive this winter. This time I hope your army can generously donate and help us through this winter. Zizang said a little embarrassingly. The eagle on the dignified grassland had to bow his head for help from a junior younger than himself, which was really a shame. Oh, are you not the eagle dogs of the Jurchens? Why don't you ask for food from the Jurchens, but instead look for our Fuliao army? Liu Sheng said sarcastically. The Shengjing city of the Jurchens has been beaten down by you. The food they grabbed has not yet lost as much food, and they can't take care of themselves. Not to mention the relief of our Mongolian tribes, but they themselves starved to death many people. At that time Huang Ji left. With the strength of the Six Flags, you might have thought that even the Six Flags would not be able to guard you. Zizang smiled bitterly. Then you can grab food from the towns in the border gates of Daming. You used to go south to grab food every time you were short of food. Liu Sheng said again. Zizang was a little embarrassed again. This time we ransacked Datong, and the Daming border has added troops. We can't do anything if we want to do it. Also, your lord, You are also an officer of Daming. If you rob Daming, you will not be given to you. Face. But our Fuliao army has no relatives with you for no reason. You also help the Jurchens to be our enemies. Why do we need to relieve you? My lord, we are willing to exchange our treasures for your food. Zhejiang was anxious. Without food, what is the difference between a treasure and a waste stone? Liu Sheng had no interest in the treasures looted by the Mongols. You said you have empty grasslands. What's the use? Every time the sky is cold and the weeds do not grow, you will be starved, and when you are short of food, you will go south to grab food, causing countless creatures to be slaughtered, and again. But there has never been anyone. I've thought about how to solve this problem from the root, but I was driven by God in a vague way. Liu Sheng preached to Zhejiang. But our Hawkin tribe has been living by water and grass for hundreds of years. This is the arrangement of the eternal life. Zhejiang said confidently. Rotten, just like the group of rotten scholars in the Ming Dynasty. They are not flexible. It's no wonder that the once great Mongolian Empire will be reduced to the eagle dog of the Jurchen. Liu Sheng was a little disappointed. My lord, what do you mean is to let our Hawkin tribe take refuge in you? You provide us with food, and we produce war horses and cattle and sheep for you. Dieu, who was silent on the side, suddenly intervened in the conversation between the two. Finally, there is someone who knows practical things. Liu Sheng was very pleased. Yes, we want to build a large ranch on your grassland, raise meat, beef and sheep, and produce wool, build factories, and become rich together. As long as you follow our Liao army, there will be more food in the future. Food, we'll worry about it. Chapter 163 in Angry Liu Sheng. Do you want to cooperate with our Hawkin tribe? Zhejiang said. To be precise, it is not cooperation, but to bring your Hawkin tribe and the prairie under the management of our Liao army. You become a part of us, so that everyone is our own, and if one party is in trouble, the 10 sources will support it, and it will not be forever. Endure suffering of the famine. Liu Sheng said. Absurd. Our warriors on the prairie will not succumb to the weak peasants. Our arrogant Genghis Khan has conquered the vast world and tens of kingdoms. How can descendants succumb to a small force of you? Zhejiang couldn't help furious when he heard Liu Sheng's lion open his mouth to annex Hawkin tribe. Our Han people's banquet is used to greet guests, not to greet the enemy. Walk around, and you will all give me away. Liu Sheng was even more angry, and glanced at the food in front of him. Snap! The dishes fell to the ground, and the sound of broken ceramics made Zhejiang, Li Keshan, and Dieu tremble. Liu Sheng issued an order to evict the guests, and Zhejiang and the others were too embarrassed to stay any longer, so they had no choice but to leave under the leadership of the housekeeper. I haven't eaten anything yet. Wu Keshan couldn't help complaining after walking out of Liu Sheng's house. Daddy, we are asking for something. How can you directly refute Liu Sheng? Dieu said when seeing his father's face embarrassed. Whoever wants this kid is still a hot temper. He drove us away without saying anything. Besides, what the father said is true. We are warriors on the prairie, and we yearn for freedom and a vast world. Even if the Jurchens have lost the face of their ancestors, now the Fuliao army has a greater appetite and wants to bring us directly into their territory. We have fought with the Ming Dynasty for hundreds of years, and we have had a deep feud. We want us to join forces. Entering Daming. This is something that has never happened before. Zhejiang said stubbornly. Oh, the food has gone. The people can't get enough food or clothing, so they talk about a world of freedom and vastness. Dieu said quietly. Father, you said that we still lack some surplus food. I'm afraid it's a brave word. The situation is much worse than you said. After hearing the facts from Dieu, Zhejiang couldn't help but blush. Our Bolzijit clan is a noble of the Hawkin tribe. If the tribe is taken over by the Fuliao army, we might be reduced to civilians. Chicken heads are not phoenix tails, and we are also the masters of the clan no matter how bad we are, and are respected by the clan. There is a cloud in the book of songs. The sky is not rainy, and the sacred soil is pierced. Even if it is a great golden family, there will be a day of decline. Our Hawkin tribe has become a vassal of the Jurchens. A huge change is sweeping across the land of Liudong. Our Hawkin tribe will not make any early plans. I am afraid that there will be no room for bargaining with the Fuliao army. Now we are discussing peace with the Fuliao army, and we can retain some of our Bolzigits privilege. Dao shook his head slowly. The Fuliao army is really so powerful. They are sure to kill the Jurchens, and us? Zhang choked in his heart when he heard his daughter's words, a little frightened. My daughter studied at the Academy of Sciences in southern Lining and discovered that the people here are familiar with astronomy and geography, through the ages, and even have knowledge of chemistry and physics that we have never heard of. Using something called a machine can produce silk, flour, guns, artillery. They also raise livestock on a large scale and open up fertile fields. In contrast, our tribes that live by water and grass are stagnant, and we will become their slaves sooner or later. Dao Willow eyebrows frowned slightly, hearing this from his smart daughter since he was a child. Zhang was in a cold sweat. It was obviously cold, and his back was still wet. The situation was 100 times worse than he thought. It is no wonder that Liu Sheng would be so angry when he saw that he opposed his proposal. In Liu Sheng's eyes, it was a great gift to give his tribe a chance to merge into their Liao army. Even if you refuse, the army of the Fuliao army will be pushed onto the prairie in the coming year, and the vast prairie will be completely flattened. Good girl, you will tell us the details of the Fuliao army again. Zhang asked eagerly. Daddy, brother, you haven't eaten anything just now? Why don't you take you to the market to buy some Han Chinese snacks, and then talk to you? Dao saw his father was moved by himself, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Very good. Just now he really scared me by Liu Sheng throwing a plate. He thought it was what the Han people often say about throwing a cup. The eldest brother Wu Keshan said with lingering fear. It is said that the shopkeeper Han of Xuexianglu on the other side and a few shopkeepers brought the good wine and food from Xuexiang upstairs to Liu Sheng's mansion, and they were informed by the butler that the Mongols had been driven away by Liu Sheng, and they didn't need so much food. He still gave shopkeeper Han enough money, which made shopkeeper Han a little embarrassed. The shopkeeper, you said that our chef has worked so hard to make so many dishes. It's a pity that the inspector took 4 dishes and a pot of wine. The shop CEO said as he walked. It's that group of Mongolians who don't know the current affairs. Ma Balazi, our inspector asked them to give them face, and even dared to offend our adults. I think they have a long life. Liu Sheng was embarrassed. That's it. Until next year, our inspector will lead troops to the grassland, and grab them all and give us immediate action. None of them can leave. Xiao Dian hurriedly agreed with the shopkeeper Han. Shopkeeper Han took Xiao back to Xuexianglu. At this time, the stove in Xuexianglu was burning and it was very warm as soon as he entered. It made the shopkeeper Han and his party who had been freezing outside very comfortable. Oh, the shopkeeper, why did you come back so early? Xiao, who was guarding the shop, looked up and saw the shopkeeper came back, and hurriedly greeted him. You go to heat up these meals. We will add more dishes today. Shopkeeper Han asked Xiao to heat up a dozen dishes that Liu Sheng didn't need much. Could it be that the inspector doesn't like the food we cooked? There is no reason, but I have used my life skills to cook these dishes. The chef of Xuexianglu saw that some of his dishes were returned. Can't help but scratch his head. It's not that the inspector doesn't like these dishes, it's a long story. Shopkeeper Han talked to these people about what they had seen and heard in Liu Sheng's mansion. Speaking of the Mongols being driven away by Liu Sheng, the crowd couldn't help but spurn the Mongols, and guessed how the Mongols offended Liu Sheng and the like. In the Xuexiang building, in a corner near the stove, a few civilian-dressed people bowed their heads and drank, but listened with interest to the details of the description by the shopkeeper Han. Chapter 164. Why is this Liu Sheng colluding with the Mongols? Their quarrel is infighting. A person whispered. It's hard for us to judge with just a few words. One person said, Why don't we just knock on the side? Okay. Several people made up their minds and called in the second child. Masters, what do you want to add? Seeing the man by the fire, Xiao waved to him, and hurriedly welcomed him respectfully. Xiao, my brothers heard you talk about the Liudong inspection. How could they receive Mongolians? Isn't that our damning enemy? Asked a guest who drank. Master, you are also a sensible person. Don't you understand the technique of continuous vertical and horizontal integration? There is a performance in the dramas of the Three Kingdoms. During the Guandu period, Cao Liu opposed two Yuans, and during the Chibi period, Sun and Liu jointly resisted Cao. People are the enemy forever. Dian Xiao said. You are quite clever in this shop. But the Imperial court ordered that our Ming Dynasty strictly forbids trading with Mongolia and Jurchen. Isn't the Liudong inspections against the Imperial court and the Emperor? Asked another drunkard guest. I heard that the accents of your masters were brought from Jingxi and Tianjin. Why? How do you know the sufferings of our people in southern Lining when they live in the affluent Zili prefecture? Just a year ago, we couldn't get enough to eat. If you don't wear warm clothes, you will still be enslaved by the Jurchens. Now the inspectors expel Dazi, restore Leonan, and trade across the world, so that we can have a stable life. If the small days of stability are gone, you still care about the ban. The shop Xiao Nunu said. Little brother, don't get annoyed. Some of our brothers come to Leonan to do business. They are just curious that this Leonan is very different from our Zili prefecture, so I can't help but ask a few more questions. This is a little tea money. A man who seemed to be the leader of a few guests put a small piece of silver on the table. The masters are really generous, thank you. The shop Xiao saw a few customers selling generously, and couldn't help being overjoyed to accept the tip. When Xiao left the shop, the leader picked up the wine glass and took a sip, and said in a low voice, there are rumors in the capital, Longxing Leonan, and finally Heaven's fault. It seems that the people in southern Lining really only recognize Liu Sheng and not I recognize your majesty. My lord, we have been ordered to investigate the whereabouts of the eunuch Liu Yingkun, Jin Yiwai Huangqianu, the governor of southern Lining, and Mao Wenlong, the former Dongjiang town chief, but we still cannot know where they are now. Most of these people sent by the court were put under house arrest by Liu Sheng or even killed. A guest also whispered. Several guests were at a loss. At this moment, a person walked outside the Zhuxiang building and walked straight to the one by the fire. Xiao Liu, are you back? What can you gain? When several guests saw the man coming, they quickly vacated a seat. After sitting down, the man called Xi Liu raised the teapot and poured into his mouth. Oh, I'm thirsty to death. Don't tell me, I have worked so hard, but I have heard some useful news. What news? Seeing that the man had information, several guests were eager to see. The former eunuch Liu Yingkun, who came to the Fuliao army to serve as a supervising army half a year ago, was suspected of being imprisoned by Liu Sheng, and this detention place is near Liu Sheng's mansion, separated by several houses. Xiao Liu said. Is your information serious? Where did you get it? The leading man said in surprise. This case finally has a breakthrough. I was monitoring near Liu Sheng's mansion and found that there was a house guarded by 2 soldiers at the door of the house every day. Every day, a servant came in and out to buy food, but I never saw the owner come out. I was doing business nearby. The shopkeeper talked and discovered that this house was where Liu Sheng had placed Father Liu. Xi Liu gestured on the wooden table and said excitedly, do you think there is such a coincidence in this world? If the house is not, who else is Grandpa Liu who is under house arrest? Okay. You have done a great job in Xi Liu this time. When I go back, I will report to the commander. Your kid may be able to get 100 dangdang. Master Xiao Liu's eyebrows were flying brightly. His efforts were not in vain. Everyone, tonight, we will venture to this house to rescue Lieutenant Liu, and we can return to Beijing to deal with His Majesty. The leader man was also a little excited. This is the first time our Jinu has done since the downfall of the eunuch. In a major case, if Liu Sheng's conspiracy is carried out, Each of us can be promoted to the next level. There is nothing in this world that our Jin Yiwai can't do. An ordinary house in a mere handful of hands. Several Jin Yiwai who came to Leong pretending to be civilians rubbed their hands excitedly. The house Xiao Liu said was separated by 2 streets from Liu Sheng's house, compared with the heavily guarded inspection house. This house guarded by only 2 guards was quite sluggish. Liu Sheng even felt that it was a waste to use 2 soldiers to guard a useless Liu Gonggong, and was planning to send Liu Gonggong to the mine together. It's just that Liu Sheng was busy with various affairs for a while, and led his army to the northern expedition, even forgetting that there is still a worthless grandfather Liu here. As night fell, the streets of Jin's city became pitch black. The moonlight tonight was obscured by dark clouds. You could not see your fingers, and the feather-like snowflakes continued to fall. Only the big lanterns hung by large families on both sides of the street are still glowing with dim light, illuminating the original white snowflakes to light yellow. There were also 2 small lanterns hung on both sides of the gate of this house, and the 2 soldiers on duty changed a group of people to take care of the night. In the alley near the house, a few men in night clothes carefully touched the wall and approached the house. Below the corner is deep snow. Your uncle, why are you blocking my way? How about getting in your way? I think you owe it. On the street near this house, 2 drunkards huddled together on the street, breaking the tranquility of the night. Liu Sheng does not impose a strict curfew on the territory, so it is not uncommon for someone to be drunk at this time. You 2 guys didn't go back to warm the bed with the ladies in the winter, but were drunk and splashed outside. Could it be that the ladies at home were bombed out? The 2 soldiers guarding the gate saw the 2 big men fighting together and couldn't help laughing. Chenai, please comment on this. This drunkard is walking on this street well, and this drunk hit him, and said that he was blocking his way, but it is really unreasonable. A big man shouted. You can't be convincing by what you said. We only saw 2 drunks fighting. The soldier at the gate laughed more happily. This is the time. The few men hiding in the alley skillfully threw the flying hook over the wall, hooked the edge of the wall, and then climbed up, like a group of dark shadows rushing into the yard. Chapter 165. The magnificent palace complex. The white marble avenue leads directly to the Jinliang Hall. On both sides are tall and majestic guards who hold gold. Gonggong Liu walked towards the Jinliang Hall surrounded by a group of Jinliang. He was hugged by people, and he felt like a world away. The hundreds of civil and military officials in the Jinliang Hall were neatly organized, and when they saw Gonggong Liu coming, they turned their heads. The Emperor Danqi, who was sitting high on the dragon chair, got up and walked down to meet Gonggong Liu in person. Your Majesty. When Grandpa Liu saw the Emperor Danqi he hadn't met for a long time, he was so excited that he burst into tears, and hurriedly trotted to kneel down in front of the Emperor Danqi. Liu Gonggong, you have suffered in southern Lining. Emperor Danqi said with satisfaction. It is the duty of a slave to patrol the world for your Majesty. Your Majesty, I heard from the Fu Liao army that your Majesty had been west, and now it turns out that it is a deceptive rumor by the Fu Liao army. Liu Gonggong said tremblingly, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Ha ha ha, those young people in the Fu Liao army who intended to rebel, have been pacified by our 100,000 troops, and the head of thieves Liu Sheng was also captured by Jin Yiwai. Come here. Bring the head of thieves Liu Sheng to the palace. The Emperor Danqi laughed, waved his hand. Outside the gate of the Jinliang Hall, the Jinliang commander and several senior Jinliang leaders walked in with a man in a white prison uniform. The man's hands and feet were tied by heavy chains. Who was it if it wasn't Liu Sheng? Well, you Liu Sheng, I didn't expect you to end up like today. Grandpa Liu couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw that Liu Sheng was reduced to a prisoner. When he was in southern Lining, Liu Sheng had always been aloof and dared to imprison him, Father Liu. Now, seeing the appearance of Liu Sheng's desolate prisoner, how can he relieve his anger? The dead eunuch. Liu Sheng saw Father Liu approaching, and vomited. Father Liu was so angry that his nose was crooked. Obviously he was a prisoner, and he even dared to bully himself. Oh, look at my lifeblood and let you become an eunuch too. Grandpa Liu was fierce, and kicked Liu Sheng's crotch with the force of feeding. What? A scream. Gong Liu woke up in pain, his forehead was full of big men. When he woke up, he found himself still in a cold, dark room. And in this room, I don't know when there were a few more people in black. One of them kicked the crotch under Liu's crotch. The pain awakened Liu's. My lord, this guy really doesn't have that stuff under his crotch. It must be Liu Yingkun we are looking for. The black man who kicked Grandpa Liu said in a low voice. Who are you? What are you looking for? Grandpa Liu was too frightened to care about these people's ridicule of his flaws, and asked, shrinking from the corner of the bed. Stop talking nonsense, we are Jinu from the court. If you want to escape, follow us as soon as possible. If we are found by soldiers outside the door, we will all be planted here, said a man in black. Jinu. Grandpa Liu turned from surprise to joy, muttering in his mouth, could it be that God entrusted our family with a dream? Can our family finally escape from the devil's cave? Hurry up and leave with this waste. We are running out of time. The leader in black did not want to delay too much time with Liu Gonggong, so the two men forcibly drag Liu Gonggong out of bed and prepare to leave. Dear brothers of Jin Yiwai, your majesty, apocalypse is good in dragon body? Asked Gonggong Liu. What nonsense are you talking about? The first emperor died a few months ago. He was about to shut up and was discovered by others. The man in black who carried Liu Gonggong shouted in a low voice. Hearing that Emperor Apocalypse died, Liu Gonggong was stunned for a moment. This was a little different from the scene in his dream. It was quiet in the courtyard. Maybe Liu Gonggong had been under house arrest for several months, and nothing happened. There were no soldiers patrolling the street. Several people in black followed the flying hook ropes in the courtyard and turned out from the courtyard. Brothers pushed this guy a little bit. 2 or 3 men in black pushed Grandpa Liu out. Fortunately, the snow on the streets outside the courtyard was thick, and there was no loud noise when Grandpa Liu fell to the ground. The street was still quiet late at night, and the 2 soldiers guarding the door were still watching the 2 drunk men arguing. We succeeded. Almost all the people in black had their hearts beating violently. There were no loopholes in the plan, and no one noticed it, and they found Grandpa Liu smoothly. We will go back to the inn temporarily. When the sky turns white and the city gate opens, we will leave the city, head straight to Dalian port, and then return to the capital to meet the Holy Spirit. The leader in black was finally relieved. Several people in black evacuated to the inn with Liu Gonggong, who didn't know what he was thinking. When he was approaching the inn, Grandpa Liu suddenly stopped. No, I can't walk with you. He suddenly thought of the news that the soldiers of the Fu Liao army had told him. Of course, this news was not only the death of Emperor Danqi, but also the fall of Wei Gonggong at 9,000 years old. If the news of Emperor Apocalypse's death is true, then 99% of the news of the fall of Wei Gonggong at 9,000 years old is also true. The biggest backer fell. Wouldn't the old accounts of the Donglin party be settled by the group of scholars when I return to the Imperial court? I am afraid that my life will be more miserable than in southern Lining. You have come to this point. Do you think you still have room to look back? Cooperate with us. The Holy Spirit will forgive you for your crimes. Otherwise, you also know our Jinu's methods of interrogating prisoners. The man in black removed his body. The night clothes, returned to normal wear, walked into the inn with Liu Gonggong. Weird, this inn doesn't leave a single candle. The black light is blind. When a few Jinu entered the inn, they found that the inside of the inn was even darker than the outside. On weekdays, even if the inn does not have a second-level second on duty, some candles will be reserved for the late guests to illuminate the corridors going upstairs. It is extremely rare that such a black and white situation is extremely unusual, revealing an extremely unusual atmosphere. The leader of Jinu, who has been catching the wind and catching shadows all the time, smelled a dangerous breath. He couldn't help but reflexively retreat 2 or 3 steps back. No, we have been found. Retreat. Crunch. Just when several Jinu was about to retreat, the door of the inn was closed again. In the pitch black where you can't see your fingers, a faint green candlelight appeared from nothing, as if it was floating in the air. What is even more frightening is that the icy iron masks appear or disappear under the faint green candlelight, with their hollow pupils staring at their hair. My lord, it is they who asked me for information about Grandpa Liu. I think they are acting suspiciously, and they are really bad guys. Someone shouted in the dark. Your uncle. The atmosphere that Lao Tzu is not easy to create is destroyed by your kid. An iron mask said depressed. A candlelight was lit, and there were a dozen people wearing iron masks in the inn, armed with crossbow arrows, muskets and other weapons, besieging the Jinu and the scared Liu Gonggong. Chapter 166 The Interrogation of Jinu. There were a few more prisoners in the prison of Golden State City last night. These prisoners were interrogated by military personnel. They were not accessible to ordinary jailers. This inevitably added some mystery to the identities of these prisoners. After the torment of Jin Yiwai all night, all of them wore dark circles and foamed at their mouths. Our family thought you Jin Yiwai had a great ability to rescue our family, but I didn't expect that all of my identities were leaked and I was wiped out. It's okay if you don't come. This time we will drag our family into the water, and I don't know Chu. That crazy guy Yun would think of any way to torture our family. Grandpa Liu sat decadently on the straw mat and kept nagging. You are a dead eunuch. You will die without saying a word. The leader of Jin Yiwai said with a dry tongue and a hoarse throat. His hands and feet were tied to the surrounding wooden posts by iron chains. He even wanted to lie down. There were bloodstains on his body from the fight last night. He was on the verge of collapse before dripping water. At this moment, intensive footsteps came from outside the prison. A young man in a coat brought a group of his men to the prison in person. This person is naturally Liu Sheng. He got up early in the morning and listened to Ella's report that Hualong's team arrested a group of Jinu squad operating in southern Lining last night. This was the second time he had dealt with Jin Yiwai, and he rushed over immediately. Liu Sheng wanted to see the attitude of Emperor Chongzhen behind Jin Yiwai at this time. Liu Sheng, no, Master Chu. It was these stupid pigs who hijacked our house. Our family never meant to leave here. Please let him go. Gonggong Liu sees Liu Sheng when he arrived. He quickly begged Liu Sheng for mercy through the prison. The other Jin Yiwai who had been tied up in the prison bitten their teeth with hatred when he heard what Liu Gonggong said. If it's not incapable of action, he must be beaten to death. Shut up. Liu Sheng was also annoyed by Grandpa Liu who kept talking, for fear that he would continue to make noise. When Liu Gonggong was so drunk by Liu Sheng, he did not dare to speak. Liu Sheng made people open the prison door and brought a few guards in for interrogation. He came to the leader of Jin Yiwai, set up a wooden chair and sat down, with Erlang's legs tilted, and made people brew a cup of hot tea. He breathed out unhurriedly. I heard that you are the Jin Yiwai sent by your majesty. Come here. What is the purpose of coming to our southern Lining? What Jin Yiwai? We are businessmen who come to Leonan for business. Seriously. Jin Yiwai's head collar denies. Oh, is it? Liu Sheng turned his head and asked to Liu Gonggong. Liu Gonggong, do you think they are coming to rescue your Jinu? Right, they are the Jinu guards who hijacked our house today. Grandpa Liu nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. This pig teammate, the head of Jin Yiwai, almost laughed angrily, risking his life to save such a waste. It was not worth it. Why don't I make a guess? My Liao army started from Dongjiang town, and successively regained Leonan Saiwai and Liadong city. We fought bloody battles, killing and wounding thousands of soldiers. When we were finally about to destroy Hujin, the court was terrified. Since our power cannot be defeated, and I am unwilling to enter the capital, so I sent you to explore our bottom. Isn't it? Liu Sheng slowly sipped the tea, and said calmly, HMPH, since you know all about it, you don't need to say more. If you want to kill or cut, you just want to. Jin Yiwai said the leader. Kill you? How can there be such a cheap thing? Liu Sheng said, I will send someone to send you to a good place later. Before that, let's talk about the capital's affairs. Good place? Master Chu, can we also go to our house? Liu Gonggong couldn't help but interject. You can all go, everyone has a share, and you will never fail. Liu Sheng said with a smile. At the number 7 mine in Tishan, Xu, a group of miners are busy mining deeper iron ore. In this era, there is a lack of powerful rock drilling and blasting technology, and most of the mining is open pit, and it takes human lives to go deeper. Accidents such as water seepage, landslides, and gas explosions are prone to occur in mines. Compared with other mines of the same era, the Xu mine, which uses steam engine water pump drainage, safety lights, and more advanced ironware, is already very good. Everyone, we have a group of new people coming to mine number 7, you old people should guide them well. Do you know? The supervisor of mine number 7 recruited the workers from this mine and said proudly, mine number 7 is different from other mines. The people here are all officials who are loyal to the Ming court or some stubbornly opposed to industry by Liu Sheng. It also sent additional staff to guard them for work, and it had the strength of a squadron. Who is the newcomer? Is it an official sent by the court again? Mao Wenlong said to himself in confusion among the miners. According to him, chatting with other miners who were also imprisoned in mine number 7 these days, Mao Wenlong even discovered Liu Sheng's routines against Imperial court officials. Some physically stamina were arranged to mine at mine number 7. And he had no hands on the chicken. The powerful civilian officials were assigned to the cotton factory to guard and work in a unified manner. In Liu Sheng's words, the Fuliao army never raised idlers, even prisoners. It's another group of hapless guys. Some miners said with misfortune. I completely forgot how I was escorted over. Several prisoners were dejected and escorted to the Tishan number 7 mine by heavily armed soldiers. Their dignified and well-groomed guards are going to be reduced to the point of mining in a mine. When they learned that the place they were going to was Iron Mountain, the shame was enough to make them decadent for a long time. Brother, who are you? And how did you offend that wicked Liu Sheng? The other miners asked, gossiping when they saw the newcomer. We several Jin Yaiwai couldn't tell. To say it is to lose the face of Jin Yaiwai's sacred work. Wang Qianu, why are you here too? Huang Qianu, one of the miners, cried out in surprise when he saw the leader of Jin Yaiwai. The leader of Jin Yaiwai looked at this dark and sturdy miner, frowning and thinking, finally remembered. Old Huang, it turns out that it was you. I almost couldn't recognize it. The leader of Jin Yaiwai recognized that this dark miner was Huang Qianu, who had escorted Grandpa Liu to southern Lining, and his colleague at the same level. That's not it. I didn't expect you to be arrested, Lao Wang. This is great, and my days will be much more interesting in the future. Huang Qianu joked. You came to Leonan to do a lot of work before being caught by Liu Sheng. Caught in? Oh. It's a long story. Wang Qianu briefly explained the emperor's instructions and what happened to Huang Qianu. You saw the Grandpa Liu you were looking for, but Mao Wenlong and I were locked up here. As for the governor of southern Lining and others, I don't know if it is in the cotton factory. Huang Qianu said after hearing this. Mao Wenlong is here too? Wang Qianu's eyes widened. Isn't it? Don't think this is a small mine. Officials of all levels can be found here. Chapter 167 Shimazu Misuiza's ambition. Early that morning, a dozen samurai from the Shimadzu family living on the outskirts of the city got up early, cleaned up, and rushed to Liu Sheng's residence. Some of the warriors who came to study in southern Lining this time finally passed the Chinese test and are ready to visit Liu Sheng and enter the overseas education of the Academy of Sciences as soon as possible. There were dozens of them coming this time, and in the end only 17 people passed, and the rest will have to take Chinese courses again. Young master, I heard from my family on the island that our Satsuma clan has established a private school for the Han Chinese, and there are Mr. Hans teaching, not only Chinese, but also the popularization of scientific knowledge. But those of us who came to study in the local Han people, on the contrary, I haven't learned anything yet. A dozen samurai walked side by side on the tidy street, and one samurai grumbled. What do you know? The Chinese private school in Satsuma only teaches some common sense and few technical things. If you want to learn some of their fur, you must come here. The owner has already planned to send a second group of people to study abroad. It's up. Shimadzu Misuiza said. I hope to visit Liuosheng this time. He should not think of any way to delay our entry into the Academy of Sciences. Several warriors said. They were beaten a lot by the old master because of the Chinese preparatory course, causing them to be agitated behind their backs. Shimadzu Misuiza and others walked into Liuosheng's mansion when a woman came out of Liuosheng's mansion with a few of her men. She passed by Shimadzu Misuiza and the others, and glanced at Shimadzu Misuiza and them a little. In order to demonstrate the power of their family, the samurai of the Shimadzu clan still preserved the custom of wearing oriental samurai costumes even in southern Lining, which was noticeably a little abrupt. Like a breeze, there is still a faint smell of perfume in the air, making people feel like a spring breeze. Shimadzu Misuiza hurriedly glanced at the woman, surprised by the heavens, and then turned his head to look at the graceful back. Young master, those girls are so pretty. A group of warriors looked straight. That girl looks like someone from the western side. If we can chase her, won't we have access to the advanced technology on the western side? Don't look at Liuosheng's face anymore, a samurai said lightly. They didn't know that Liuosheng's technology came from a mysterious system. They thought that Liuosheng was cooperating with Westerners to introduce these technologies. Otherwise, in the area of southern Lining, how can there be thousands of Westerners living here and becoming the largest ethnic minority here? The speaker didn't mean it, but Shimadzu Misuiza listened carefully and really seriously considered it, let alone whether it is possible to obtain the support and advanced technology of Westerners. Just being able to catch such a stunner is already quite indescribable. Do you know the name and identity of that lady just now? Shimadzu Misuiza asked the samurai with his heart. It seems to be called Ai. It is an officer of the Admiralty of the Fuliao army. When I turn around, I will immediately go to inquire about her. Shimadzu Misuiza's retainers saw that Shimadzu had intentions to pick up his sister, and immediately patted their chests. What did the naval officer come here to do? Could it be that the Admiralty of the Fuliao army has made a new move? Shimadzu Misuiza thought for a while. Maybe it's just a normal report. Why don't we go in first to meet with Liuosheng and say that the Admiralty is in Dalian port, and this girl can't run away? That said, let's go in. Shimadzu Misuiza thinks about it. Anyway, he estimates that he will have to study in southern Lining for a year and a half or even longer. As the strongest young lord of Kyushu, it shouldn't be difficult for a small officer to win. A dozen or so eastern warriors came to pay a visit. Upon hearing this news, Liuosheng remembered that there were still a group of people in Jinzu who had come to study, so he asked his servants to confiscate their weapons and let them in. Meet the lord of the Fuliao army. Shimadzu Misuiza led their warriors to Liuosheng. No gift. I heard your Chinese already spoken pretty well. I must have learned a lot from the old master, right? Liuosheng asked. It's okay. When Liuosheng said so, they remembered the fear of being ruled by the old master's fennel beans. This time we came to visit the military master, because we want to officially enter the Academy of Sciences to learn technology. Shimadzu Misuiza said hopefully. Well, our overseas department has been established a month ago, and the teachers have been arranged. It will be exactly 3 days later that the students from Korea will arrive in our Jinzu city. When you are introduced, you will enter the overseas department of the Academy of Sciences with them. Take care of each other. Liuosheng said, you will be the first batch of students from overseas, but you have to cherish this opportunity and strive to be famous in the future. Koryo students? A dozen Dongying warriors were startled. It turned out that they only knew that they had a group of students from overseas, but they didn't see any students from Korea in Jinzu city. Besides, since Dongying invaded Goryeo 30 years ago, Dongying and Goryeo were in a fierce battle, and the two became feuds. If they enter the overseas study together with them, they will really take care of each other. My lord, Can students from Korea go directly to the Academy of Sciences without taking Chinese classes? Shimizu asked unwillingly. A few days ago, Korea helped us attack the Jurchens. In exchange, we opened the back door for them and provided them with the opportunity to go directly to the Academy of Sciences overseas to study. That is natural, Liu Sheng said plausibly. Half a dozen or so warriors almost spit out old blood. I and others worked so hard to study Chinese for several months, but instead they took advantage of the gaps in the Korean people. Ahem, yes. We spent a lot of money to hire the best Western gentlemen in order to set up overseas departments, and some outstanding students from the Department of Natural Sciences who are taught part-time in overseas departments. This fee may cost you, for a little bit. Your tuition fees are a little bit more expensive than the tuition fees for Chinese courses. Not a lot, just double it. 100 gals of silver a year. How about? Liu Sheng said. Good. Shimizu Misuiza was depressed. How could the tuition double as soon as it increased? And there was no room for bargaining at all. The place where advanced courses are offered in the Far East is the Leong Academy of Sciences. Even if he knew that Liu Sheng was sitting on the ground and raising the price, he could only smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach. Master, our Satsuma clan intends to send a second batch of personnel to study in southern Lining, and hope that the master can send approval, said Shimizu Misuiza. No problem, it's still the old rule. First go to study Chinese and pass the 6th-level Chinese examination before entering the overseas department of the Academy of Sciences. Liu Sheng was overjoyed when he heard that someone had sent money over again. Chapter 168. The complaint between the two countries. The Overseas Department of the Academy of Sciences is established in Dalian Port. After a period of development, Dalian Port is prospering. The Academy of Sciences established the Overseas Department in Dalian Port to facilitate the gathering of overseas students. The Fuliao army was quite famous. It was not only the Satsuma clan in Dongying who had a family of families who came to study, but even the Goryeo kingdom was moved to send the princely Rong with 30 Goryeo nobles. And there were even 2 or 3 women from the Korean family came together. Because the Fuliao army's education is not restricted to gender, some big families in Korea moved their minds. These women have learned things very well, and if they can strengthen the important figures of the Fuliao army, wouldn't they have the Fuliao army's level of relationship? This is the port of Dalian. It is so prosperous. We have never had any port in Korea with so many merchant ships anchored here. Before disembarking, the Korean envoys marveled at the prosperous and busy Dalian port. At this time, there were 20,000 to 30,000 households settled in Dalian port, and the population was still increasing. There were dozens of merchant ships entering and leaving Dalian port every day, bringing together merchants from all over the world who trade with Leonan. Wang Shizi Liu, who often communicated with the Fuliao army, is already familiar with the road. Although Dalian port is more prosperous, Liu will not be too surprised. This time he personally led a team to the Fuliao army for further training. One is to learn advanced science and technology, and the other is to accumulate experience and get closer to the Fuliao army, so that in the future, there will be capital to take over the government of Korea from the old king. The envoy from Gaoli came to Dalian port to rent a few houses for long-term residence, and then went to overseas to report together. The Overseas Department of the Academy of Sciences occupies a small half-street in Dalian Port. It is adjacent to the Natural Sciences Division and the Humanities Division, forming a small circle, gathering the best scholars and craftsmen in Dalian Port, and initially forming Dalian Port's higher education industry. Gorai Ozstik. It happened that Shimizu Misuizu also took his hand to report overseas, and met this group of Korean students wearing Goryeo costumes. The dwarf of Dongying Kingdom. When all the people in Korea saw the Dongying students, they were surprised at first, and then their enemies were extremely jealous when they met. This little hairy boy is the prince son of your Goryeo Kingdom. Why did you get here before the hair grows up? Shimadzu Misuiza glanced at Liu and sneered. Which name and nickname are you from the Eastern Kingdom? Only your shogunate is qualified to talk to me. Seeing Shimadzu Misuiza look down on him, Wang Shizi Liu flushed and spoke in irony. A prince from a Goryeo country is not qualified to meet our shogunate. 30 years ago, if you hadn't been supported by Daming, you would have been our prisoners. There is no such thing as a Goryeo prince. Shimadzu snorted coldly. Speaking of the war 30 years ago, the Korean students were so angry that they could not wait to roll up their sleeves and do a fight. Are you looking for a fight? A Goryeo noble prince became more and more angry, and stood up and pointed to the Dongying samurai. Baga. Don't think that we are less in number than you and you are afraid of you. It is no problem for us samurai to hit you 2 by 1. Samurai drew out the swords 1 by 1, facing each other horizontally. We have more people than them. Don't be afraid. Even if you die, you have to put your backs. The noble son of Goryeo angrily commanded his companions to fight and guarded the king's son Leong behind him. In contrast, the weapons of the Korean students are varied, including daggers, broadswords, long swords, and sleeve arrows. Dozens of people on both sides were at war, attracting a lot of passers-by onlookers. Where are these two groups of people? Why do they fight in the street during the day? Accents are probably from Dongying and Goryeo. Don't you know, they have been grieving for a long time. Don't get too close. The sword has no eyes. Be careful you get hurt by them. A group of people eating melons watched. Just at the very moment, the door of the overseas department opened, and an administrative official of the Academy of Sciences came out and saw the two sides fighting each other, frowning. What are you doing? When the people from Korea and Dongying saw the person in charge of the overseas department come out, they were too embarrassed to fight under him, so they had to put their weapons away. If you have a chance, I will definitely engage them. Toyo Samurai, too, whispered in private. I didn't expect to be in the same school with these Dongying people. We have the opportunity to avenge the feud 30 years ago. The noble sons of Goryeo also raised the idea of Dongying students. In the school, the personnel of both sides were divided into 2 forces, each sitting on one side, with an aisle in the middle, and no one was convinced. Young master, we are now in Daming's territory. If we really want to kill these Koreans, I am afraid that Liu Sheng will find out. With his attitude towards Koreans, I am afraid that we will not be easily spared by then. It is better to use some small means to be disgusting. They are all right now. When seeing the enemy, the Toyo warriors talked about them before they started speaking. Do you have any good means to discuss them so that I can relieve my anger? Shimadzu asked. We can add medicine to their meals. I have a pack of powerful laxatives given by the ninja Iger's family. I guarantee that they will not get out of bed for several days. A samurai suggested. Good idea. The Toyo warriors nodded one after another. On the other side, the noble princes of the Goryeo kingdom also secretly competed with the Dongying kingdom students, and they were also discussing how to disgust them. It's better for us to find their place at night, and then beat them up to relieve the hatred. A Goryeo nobleman said through gritted teeth. No, this is Daming's territory. We fight with the Dongying people and will surely disturb the government. We need to be unaware of it, and they don't have the face to report the case to the government, said another nobleman of the Goryeo kingdom. I have a good idea. Why don't we add medicine to their food? I have a pack of laxatives brought from the country. The power is unimaginable, and they are guaranteed to die. A nobleman mysteriously took out a pack of medicinal materials. Okay, we must fix them to death this time. The eyes of the other noble princes lighted up and they rubbed their hands in excitement. The two forces are pregnant with ghosts, and when the teacher of the Academy of Sciences is teaching the next time, they sneered at each other, and secretly cursed each other as stupid. A few days later, Liu Sheng received a report from the overseas officials in Dalian port that the students from Korea and Dongying were being rescued from food poisoning. At present, The administrative officials of the Overseas Department of the Academy of Sciences are organizing manpower to investigate the businessman in charge of the canteen to find the cause of food poisoning. I believe the results will be given soon? Luo Sheng looked dazed, but he didn't expect these two groups to make a moth so quickly. Chapter 169 The Resolution of the Mongolian Envoy. The Prince of Goryeo is okay. Luo Sheng heard about food poisoning in both Goryeo and Dongying, and took the lead in asking Li Ming's condition. If a dignified prince of a country dies in his own territory because of food poisoning, it will inevitably lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Sir, don't worry, all the people are not life-threatening. They are just vomiting and diarrhea. They are weak. The doctor wants them to rest for a while, said the little civil official who transmitted the letter to Luo Sheng. That's good. Go back and tell the officials of the Overseas Department, and then carefully watch the two groups of people. They can make trouble, and they must not kill people. Luo Sheng said. I know. The little civil official got Luo Sheng's order and left. Luo Sheng had never thought that the two countries were similar to each other, and almost made things happen. But he is not worried that they will really get together. After all, everyone is smart. What Luo Sheng cares most now is the attitude of the Hawkin tribe. Zhang stopped a few people in Jinzu City. These Mongolian envoys stayed in Jinzu City for a while, and they were gradually surprised by Jinzui, a paper fan of Jinzu City. The people here are generally richer than the people of the Mongolian Jurchen tribe, and they have not suffered from hunger and cold because of lack of food and bedding. The old have a living, the young have the support, and the strong have a job. There is no such thing as the poor wealth of the depression more than a year ago. What made them even more alarmed was the firearms troops exercising outside the city. Even inside the city, they heard the roar of cannons outside the city from time to time. They wondered how they could resist the artillery fire of the Fuliao army with the flesh and blood of their own people. Master Zhang, you have lived in our southern Lining for some time. I don't know if your impression of us has changed, and are you willing to join our Liao army? Luo Sheng met Zhang, Wu Keshan and Dayu again. I have seen it, I have seen it, Zhang said with some emotion. Leonan can't speak the same way. I am ignorant. Then we will reorganize your ministry's problems, Luo Sheng said. Huh? Zhang's eyes widened, and this Luo Sheng's speech was a bit too direct, so he straightened it up so quickly, without a little bit of defense. My lord, this matter has a lot to do with it. We still need to go back and discuss with the elders. In the end, it is the ancestor who decides, Zhang said. That's right. After all, you are also a large tribe of hundreds of thousands of people. But I hope you will give me an answer as soon as possible, otherwise our Liao army will advance to the prairie in the coming year. It will be the Han General Huo Qing more than 1,000 years ago. It's a story. Luo Sheng knocked on the table, and the threatening intention leapt over the paper. We will discuss as soon as possible. But before that, we hope to get some conditions from you, especially regarding the privileges of our Borzijits. Zhang said. Borzijits privileges? What are your requirements? As long as I think it is possible, I will delegate the power to you. Luo Sheng said. First, even if our Hawkin tribe is under the jurisdiction of Liudong, our Borzijit clan is still the ruler of the Hawkin tribe, and the patriarch is held by our Borzijit clan. Second, we, Borzijit, the Te clan, has the power to judge major events in the clan. Third, our Hawkin tribe has our own rules, which are inherited for 100 years and cannot be abolished. Zhang said with a finger outstretched. When Luo Sheng heard Zhang's 3 conditions, he couldn't laugh or cry. If he agreed to these 3 conditions, would it still be called reorganization? HMPH. It seems that your Hawkin tribe doesn't have any sincerity to negotiate. Go, let me go. Luo Sheng was angry again, and wanted to drive people. My lord, there is something to discuss. This is just our proposal. If the lord has any dissatisfaction, let's see if we can compromise. Seeing Luo Sheng lose his temper, Dau hurriedly recovered the negotiation that had been messed up by his father. There is no objection to the first article. I can retain the honorable status and privileged treatment of the Borzijit in the Hawkin tribe, which will be passed on from generation to generation. But I do not agree with the second and third articles. Since you have become the people of Ming, the government should arbitrate matters and implement the same laws as in southern Lining. Of course, under the premise of obeying our laws, you can retain some traditional customs as a transition. Luo Sheng said his own conditions. Impossible. In that case, wouldn't our Bolzigit clan have a false name and no real power? Zhejiang saw Luo Sheng's intentions at a glance. Without power, even if the Bolzigit still retains the seat of the patriarch is just a mascot. What my father said is, Lord Chu, our Bolzigit is a distinguished Mongolian surname, and we have a huge influence in the Mongolian tribe. If we take the initiative to merge into the Fuliao army, the Fuliao army deprives us of Bo. Isn't the Jijit's position and power too cruel to us, the Bolzigits? Dao said. In exchange, we will give you some compensation to the Bolzigits. Commercially, we will set up large ranches and breeding farms, and will give you some shares in the department that manages the Hawkin tribe. Your tribes can also have seats. This is already the largest share we can give, and there is no room for negotiation. There is only this other than this. Luo Sheng slapped the flintlock pistol on the table and said heavily, Master Chu, don't be impatient. Your conditions are good. I don't know if we can negotiate in detail. Zhejiang was finally moved by Luo Sheng and said with some emotion, this old fox. Luo Sheng didn't expect Zhejiang to suddenly become so talkative. Before his feelings, he just opened his mouth to the lion to bargain. But fortunately, I didn't say how many shares the ranch would give them, nor how many positions in the official mansion would be given to their people. Luo Sheng had a detailed interview with Zhejiang and the others about the details. Except for the people present and the personal guards, no one knew what kind of cooperation they discussed, and no one knew who took advantage. The guards guarding the door heard the sound of disputes between the two sides from time to time in the room, and then the sound of Luo Sheng throwing a teacup and scolding his mother, and then the sound of compromise by Zhejiang non-Uo. After waiting for 2 hours, Zhejiang and others walked out pale, shaky. Master Zhejiang, do you want me to send someone to escort you back to Hawkin tribe? Luo Sheng said. Master Chu, really an old traitor? No. Scheming. You don't have to work more. After discussing with the elders, I will sign a treaty with you. Zhejiang arched his hand to Luo Sheng. He turned around and asked Dao, daughter, don't you really go back to the tribe with your father? No, father. I want to return to the tribe after studying in the Academy of Sciences. Besides, someone is afraid of letting go of my hostage. Dao glared at Luo Sheng. Not that bad, Luo Sheng said helplessly, avoiding Dao's eyes. Chapter 170 Daming's blockade. In the cold winter of this year, due to the famine, coal wave and slave uprisings erupting in Jianzhijin, the Hujin regime was faltering and there was no time to go south, which brought the Fuliao army into a period of stable and rapid development. Except for some minor frictions between the Mongolian ambassadors, the Goryeo kingdom and the Dongying kingdom, no major incidents have occurred in southern Lining and Liudong. Of course, this is just that there is no major event on the surface, but in fact, the dark tide is surging. After the officials and guards of the Ming Dynasty sent out to southern Lining were like stones sinking into the sea, coupled with the rumors spread by Hujin in the capital, the Imperial court all noticed something wrong with southern Lining. Although Luo Sheng still accepts Daming's canonization on the surface, but he doesn't eat hard and soft, and still refuses to leave the land in southern Lining. Moreover, the Imperial court was unable to send people to receive the reclaimed land, and Luo Sheng was indeed the uncrowned king of southern Lining and eastern Liudong. After the Emperor Chongzhen cleaned up the eunuchs, he began to find ways to check and balance the forces of Luo Sheng. Jin Yiwei went in and out more frequently. In the early dynasty, there were also ministers asking for sanctions against the Fuliao army. Ever since, a blockade against the Fuliao army quietly unfolded. On the Nini-Yuan line of defense, the frontier army was not reduced due to the shrinking of the Jianzhijin forces, but instead added thousands of new recruits and 200,000 military salaries. Ports such as Danjinwai began to restrict merchants from going to Leonan for trade, especially important materials such as grain and minerals. This more stringent ban on the sea was delivered to Nanjing, Quanzhou, and Guangzhou in a rush all the way to Nanjing, Quanzhou, and Guangzhou, strictly forbidding all places to go to sea, even in southern Lining. As soon as the stricter ban on the sea was issued, the world was in an uproar. However, the merchants on the southeast coast did not take this order seriously. During the Chongzhen period, the imperial court's control over the southeast coastal area was not as good as before, and the pirates were rampant. And even the Fujian navy was not the opponent of the pirate Zheng Zilong. And why are the pirates rampant? If the southeast coast is underdeveloped, what will the pirates grab? For southeastern merchants, foreign trade has become the foundation of their lives. The so-called cutting off wealth is like killing their parents. These merchants have turned a blind eye to the ban on seas. They drove with the local officials and set sail in the same way, forming a maritime trade route between the southeast coast, the Western Ocean, and southern Lining. Perhaps it is because the merchants from Southeast Asia still travel to and from Leonan normally, so Leonan did not suffer more serious losses due to the stricter maritime ban. Of course, Tanjinwai is close to the capital, so it is most affected, and Shandong is also affected. Denlai area. When the Ming court was playing some tricks, Liu Sheng was not overly worried. The current Emperor Chongzhen is powerless. Even if he intends to blockade the southern Lining area, the order is passed on from level to level. Everyone knows how far it can be implemented. The Fuliao army is also busy with a new round of reforms recently. During this period of stability, Liu Sheng officially confirmed the new management system. At present, the Fuliao army has management agencies such as the Agriculture Bureau, the Maritime Safety Administration, the Engineering Bureau, the Propaganda Department, and the Intelligence Department. Naturally, the ranks of the officials should also be graded according to their positions in the management institutions and the level of power, while the official positions of the Ming court are instead become a false job. At the same time, the Fuliao army began to implement a military rank system, divided into 3 levels: general, school officer, and lieutenant officer. Generals are divided into 3 ranks: upper, middle and junior ranks. School officers are divided into 3rd rank, upper, middle and junior ranks, and lieutenants are also divided into upper, middle rank and 3rd rank. The implementation of the military rank system is to give everyone a goal to strive for, to facilitate command, and to facilitate the management of different military units, such as how to balance the treatment of army officers and naval officers. Except for the special existence of Liu Sheng in the Fuliao army, only Nelson is qualified to be a major general in the navy, and the others are just colonels and lieutenants. The army swords Liu Sheng did not give the only general to Grand Duke Karl, but to Liu Xingzuo, the brigade commander of the 3rd Infantry Brigade, who had helped Liu Sheng reverse the situation and survived the most difficult period during the crisis. The remaining infantry brigade commanders are temporarily lieutenants or colonels. In addition to changing military ranks, Liu Sheng also gradually established a military staff system. Military staff members from infantry brigade to squadron are directly responsible to the staff, and the staff is in turn responsible to Liu Sheng. In addition to military staff, they also have a supervisory role. Before the beginning of winter, Liu Sheng had 4 infantry brigades, 1 artillery brigade, 1 dragoon battalion and other scattered troops, roughly 20,000 people. After the winter, it expanded again, and 2 new infantry brigades were established. The original units were also expanded in accordance with the plan of the military department. The original infantry brigade of 3,000 people was expanded to an infantry brigade of 5,000 people. The size of the army expanded to 40,000. This scale can be said to be crazy. This is also Liu Sheng's thorough push to Jianzhou in order to wait until the beginning of spring. Of course, to double the troops, the production of equipment and materials will be very tight, and there will be a training period. Fortunately, this relatively quiet winter served as a buffer period. On the first day of the first lunar month in 1628, on the first day of the first lunar month, the southern and eastern parts of Leong were decorated with lanterns and festoons. There was a peaceful atmosphere. The People's Gate was decorated with beech talisman plates, general charcoal, and door gods. Paintings such as the gods of luck, ghosts, and zonkui were hung indoors. On the bed hang gold and silver 8 treasures, the western fan prayer wheel, or knit yellow money like a dragon. The land of Leonan, which had been ravaged by Jianzi Jurchen for several years, regained its vitality and became the Taoyuan in this troubled world. Only the people of Leonan who had survived this year were interested in celebrating a festive New Year's Day. Except for the officers stationed in Liaodong City, Xining Fort, and Xu City because they wanted to guard against the Hujin taking the opportunity to go south. Almost all the senior officers of the Fuliao army returned to Jinzhou City, the place where troops were raised, to celebrate the whole world. As soon as the genius came to light, there was a festive sound of firecrackers in Jinzhou City. Hundreds of middle and high-level military officers, administrative officials, and scientists gathered near Luo Sheng's residence. On the periphery, tens of thousands of Ming people spontaneously watched, surrounded by layers of water, so that thousands of people were empty. My lord, tens of thousands of people have gathered outside the palace, and the guards are maintaining order, just waiting for you. Guard Captain Yu Cheng came in from outside the palace and said to Luo Sheng, "What are you talking about?" Tens of thousands. Luo Sheng was dumbfounded when he woke up. Isn't it just celebrating the spring festival originally? I just wanted to use this opportunity to connect with my old subordinates and the newly promoted new officers. I didn't expect that ordinary people who were curious and like to do things would also gather in front of their mansion, watching the spring festival gala. It's really too idle. Thousands of people. What am I going to say? Luo Sheng didn't have any preparations. Could it be that he could coax them away by saying a few words to the tens of thousands of Ming people? Shenting just made arrangements in a hurry. After the adults go out, they will be able to react accordingly, Yu Cheng said. When Luo Sheng finished washing, he brought Yu Cheng and other soldiers out, and as soon as he opened the gate of the mansion, Luo Sheng saw the crowds and crowds outside, almost flooding the entire street. Chapter 171. Everyone, it's the festive season, and I don't have much to say. I hope you cherish the hard-won peace and pursue a better life. Luo Sheng bowed his hands to the tens of thousands of people outside the mansion. Long live the Fuliao army, long live the inspector. Tens of thousands of ordinary people cheered together, and the sound shook the entire Golden State city. Being loved by the people, Luo Sheng was not touched, and for a while, he didn't know what to say or do next. My lord, please whip the spring bulls and welcome the gods. Just when Luo Sheng was at a loss, Shenting brought a group of officials from the Ministry of Agriculture, carrying the welcoming spring banners, beating gongs and drums, and carrying a clay cow. Clay cows wore red silk and hung safflowers and came out from the crowd, attracting the people of Jinzhou City to watch. Shenting came in front of Luo Sheng, with wicker hands in front of him. Good job. Luo Sheng took the wicker and whispered to Shenting. Shenting bent down more humbly. Luo Sheng held the wicker in his hand and gently whipped the chaniu, then passed the wicker to the officials, who whipped the chaniu one by one. The old man on the side of the chaniu sang as the officials whipped the chaniu. Meet the god of light, whipping the chaniu. 1 dozen will make good weather, 2 dozen of the country and the people's peace, 3 dozen 5 grain harvests, 4 dozen 6 animals prosperous, 5 dozen everything is good, 6 dozen peace under heaven. The vicissitudes of life echoed in the surrounding streets, making people hopeful. Luo Sheng watched sideways as the clay cow was whipped into shape, and gradually restored its original appearance, still feeling a little bit in his heart. Some traditional customs symbolize farmers' desire for a bumper harvest and yearning for a better life in the coming year, and they are still very meaningful. After the officials had finished whipping the spring cows, Liu Sheng ordered the middle-level officials to be placed in nearby houses to set up a banquet. Only high-level officials had the opportunity to enter Liu Sheng's official residence to drink and eat. Hurry up, there will be no more later. After Liu Sheng and the officials left, the people outside the mansion suddenly went crazy and began to snatch the broken cattle. For them, the soil is a symbol of a bumper harvest, which may bring good luck this year. I have snatched a piece of soil that was dropped by the inspector. I will enshrine it and burn incense day and night, so that my children will be full. An uncle in his 40s snatched a small piece of soil, and he couldn't help but break it. Nonsense. The soil in my hand was shot down by the inspector, shouted other people who grabbed the soil. For a time, 10,000 people rushed to looting, and there was a loud voice outside the mansion, which exhausted the soldiers maintaining order. Liu Sheng asked him to close the gate of the mansion, which only slightly cut off the noise outside. The personnel entering the mansion are all high-ranking officers and bureaucrats of the Fuliao army. Military officers must at least be at the brigade level or above, and officials must be bureau-level managers and ministers from the Academy of Sciences to enter. Everyone has great power. Everyone has worked hard this year. We have passed the most dangerous and difficult period of time. If we did not work together, we would not have achieved what we have achieved today. Liu Sheng sits down with everyone. I want to know the progress of each department, and secondly, it can be regarded as a sympathy for everyone. There are a lot of talents in the hall. There are a total of 30 or 40 people. My lord, before Zhengdan, our agriculture bureau successfully took over the farmland of the Jurchen landlords in Liadong city and established 30 large farms. Under each large farm, there are several small farms contracted to ordinary villagers. In the spring of the coming year, it will be snow and ice. If it melts, our Ministry of Agriculture will guide them how to plant. As for the farms in southern Lining, the new crops such as corn and potatoes planted in the spring and summer of this year have good yields. It is expected that the scale of planting will be increased this year. We also plan to open up new crops this year. The fertile land has increased the area of cultivated land by 20%. Officials from the Ministry of Agriculture took the lead in reporting to Liu Sheng. We have as many as 17 mining farms, and Tishan is still our largest mine. However, it is expected that the Anshan mine will be established this year. This mine will be larger than the size of the Tishan mine, ready to recruit more mining workers. The official textile factory has 10,000 workers and countless textile machines and steam engines. They are producing yarn, silk, and dyes day and night. At present, there are even some Nanyang businessmen who come to us to buy them. The Academy of Sciences has more than 3,000 students, of which the Department of Natural Sciences and the Department of Humanities are their most prosperous. There are Ming students in all disciplines who specialize in research, and they will be able to teach in 2 or 3 years. At the time of introduction, we wanted to triple the size of the Academy of Sciences. Every high-level executive knew that he couldn't escape the year-end reporting, and they had already made up their minds, and they were all fluent in answering questions. To be honest, it has more advanced technology than the surrounding countries. Under such a development momentum, as long as the head of the department is not a waste, every department will be prosperous. Our Ryukyu Xuanzing office counted the population of the Ryukyu region last year and registered it in households. At the same time, 5 private schools were established in Ryukyu to teach Chinese and scientific and cultural knowledge, and the official language of the Ryukyu region was changed to Chinese. At the same time, in accordance with the order of the military, we selected 1,000 elite from the local young people in Ryukyu and established the Ryukyu Infantry Battalion, which is training them to fight in the mountains and jungles. The officials who returned from Ryukyu to southern Lining also reported to Liu Sheng Yui. The Ryukyu region is a link that Liu Sheng attaches great importance to, so the position of the Ryukyu Xuanzing in the Fuliao army is not low. It's just the officials of the Ryukyu propaganda office seemed hesitant. He paused, and many high-level officials turned to look at him one after another. You have something. but it's okay to say it. If it's not your responsibility, I won't hold it accountable, Liu Sheng said when he saw him embarrassed. There are a large number of military masters. Our Ryuki propaganda office is in charge of the Ryuki region. There is Dongying in the north and Yizu in the south. It is at the intersection of air routes. It will inevitably affect the minds of many people. Recently, our residents on the southern islands claimed to have discovered Yizu, the traces of the pirates. Although we are not in conflict with the pirates, once they covet our property, the strength of our Ryuku infantry battalion and the Ryuku squadron with more than 1,000 people and a few small boats will probably suffer. Ryuku, the official of the propaganda department, said. Pirates in the southeast noticed the movement of Ryuku. Liu Sheng was slightly upset. Since Liadong has not been settled, it is not suitable for top-front combat. And now my naval strength is not enough, and I don't have enough funds to go south to wipe out the pirates. You will act in a local manner for the time being. When the ice and snow melt, we will calm Liadong before strengthening the defense of the Ryuki region. Even I will personally lead the fleet to the Ryuki Islands for surveys, Liu Sheng said. Chapter 172 Red Envelope. That's great. The officials of the Ryuki propaganda office were overjoyed. Now they can be considered more practical. After all, the Ryuki Islands are the farthest away from Liu Sheng and the others, and they are attacked by Dongying and Yizu, which is very dangerous. After the officials of the Ryuki propaganda office finished their report, Liu Sheng scanned the crowd and saw Stevenson, who hadn't been seen for a long time. He couldn't help thinking of the construction task of the railway from Tishan to Gza that he had arranged for him. He didn't know what was going on now. The train was one of Liu Sheng's pursuits. After all, it was too painful to travel long distances in a carriage. Mr. Stevenson, I don't know what happened to the Gzu railway section now? Liu Sheng asked Stevenson on his own initiative. Thanks to the full support of adults, we are not short of funds and manpower, and the progress is faster than expected. However, it was about to be completed, but it has stagnated, Stevenson said embarrassedly. Hearing that the railway project was stagnating, Liu Sheng felt nervous and asked, why did it suddenly stop? Because of the holiday. The workers are on holiday, so the project naturally needs to be suspended. Stevenson said. Fuck. Scared me. Liu Sheng couldn't help rolling his eyes. Ha ha. Everyone at the venue couldn't help but smile. Maybe Stevenson can't understand Daming's obsession with traditional festivals like Zengden Festival. After the completion of the project, I will take you all to attend the operation ceremony of the Gza Railway, Liu Sheng said. Yes. Stevenson patted his chest. I promise the world's first railway will be foolproof. In fact, it seems that no major events have occurred in various departments, but the development time is still short. As long as there is enough time, all problems can be solved. After reporting on the work, Liu Sheng discussed the situation in the world with many high-level officials and talked about routines in order to promote feelings. At the same time, the housekeeper and servants in Liu Sheng's mansion were busy preparing for tonight's banquet. Those who came to the mansion were all powerful figures of the Fuliao army, and they were not sloppy at the end of the year. Not only Xuexianglu, but the rest of the restaurants in Jinza City were urgently mobilized to prepare a banquet for officials in Liu Sheng's residence and surrounding houses. In addition to the preparation of the banquet, security work is also the top priority. The director of the intelligence department, Ella, personally sits in the town to observe the movement near Liu Sheng's mansion. Many of the staff of the intelligence department are dressed in plain clothes and become small merchants and hawkers to monitor all suspicious persons that may appear nearby. The army is stationed near the mansion in order to cope with the situation at any time. However, Jianzhijin did not have the strength to attack Liu Sheng's mansion under such strict precautions. They simply could not assemble such power. After all, with the defeat of Jianzhijin, many spies who were stranded in Leonan were not discovered. He fled back to the north all night. As night fell gradually, lanterns were lit up in Liu Sheng's mansion and the surrounding streets, making it extremely lively and coveted. Even the people in Golden State City sang and danced, took out grain storage and brewing wine, and brought friends and family to spend the night together. I don't drink well, I'm afraid I will get drunk and forget it later, so before I start, I will distribute the year-end bonus to you. Everyone has a share and will never fail. Liu Sheng took out a stack of red paper from his arms. Don't look at each piece of red paper. It contains a banknote from Kyushu. There are also hundreds of tals. It is given according to your performance. In order to take care of everyone's feelings, I hope you will take it back when you go back. Open. If you feel less, you can come to me anytime. There are at least a few hundred tals. Almost all the senior executives stared at the red envelope in Liu Sheng's hand fiercely. Damn, I don't know how many red envelopes I will get. Chen Ting, this is your red envelope. Liu Sheng handed a gift to Chen Ting. Chen Ting took Liu Sheng's red envelope with trembling hands, tears running full of old. He was a man in his early 50s who thought he had come to an end in the officialdom of Ming Dynasty, but he didn't expect that Liu Sheng would come down from the sky, and he would follow him to his current position. How could he not be grateful? Thank you, sir. Newton, the boss of the Department of Natural Sciences of the Academy of Sciences, curiously accepted the red envelope. This is the first time he received a traditional red envelope from Ming Dynasty as a Westerner. Although Liu Sheng asked everyone to go back and open the red envelopes, Newton, as a Westerner, seemed to be accustomed to opening the gift in person. But Liu Sheng had the first thing to say, so Newton had to compromise and glanced at the amount of the silver bill inside. Yes, Big Newton smiled with satisfaction. This guy is going to make money. Others saw the smile on Newton's face and knew that the amount in the red envelope he received must be not small. The other senior Han people were more reserved, and they said that if they didn't look at it, they didn't look at it, so they had to accept the red envelopes timidly and wait until they went back to see them again. Everyone, let us drink a toast. After Zhengdan, we need to work harder to let the people of Liaonan and Liadong live a good life. The year-end awards at this time next year will be more generous. Liu Sheng raised his glass. For the future of the Liao army, cheers. All the high-level officials stood up together, raised the white porcelain wine glasses, and toasted Liu Sheng. A bunch of people are intertwined, talking about the heavens and the earth. When the officers talked about how to beat Jianzhijurchen on the battlefield, they were all magnificent. When they were excited, they slapped the table and yelled. The civil servants chanted poems and complimented them, played a drink order, and chatted about some interesting things from time to time. Scientists and engineers naturally discussed some technical exchange topics, and they were also not happy. After an hour, many people were completely drunk. I said, Mr. Nu, are you accustomed to drinking our damning spirits? Tai Yang, the current commander of the 1st Infantry Brigade, walked staggeringly to the side of the Academy of Sciences, and asked Newton drunkenly. Belch. The drunk Newton's cheeks flushed and he hiccuped. The white hood on his head was torn off by him. He shook his head and said to Tai Yang, Da Ming's wine is strong. Ha ha ha, I think your Western wines are drunk by those ladies. Your alcohol is not good enough. Why don't you dare to make a bowl of white wine, said Mrs. Yang. Why don't you dare? Today I want you to see our instruments. Hearing Mrs. Yang's disdain, Newton flushed his cheeks. Who loses is a puppy. I don't dare let the head of the Academy of Sciences say that I am a puppy. It's better to say that the loser loses to the win for a dozen silver, said Mrs. Yang. No problem, Newton said stubbornly. Then we will come. Mrs. Yang put the small wine glass in her hand aside, and then poured the 2 bowls of small dishes into the other bowls, and there were 2 empty bowls. Then he filled 2 empty bowls with white wine, and pushed 1 bowl in front of Newton. We have come to do this bowl, and the quicker one wins. When Newton saw such a large bowl of wine in his drunken eyes, he couldn't help being stunned. This bowl is too big. Hello. Chapter 173. The Assassin. Could it be that you dare not? Mrs. Yang said with a smile on his face. Why don't you dare? Newton was so excited that he couldn't hold back his face. They all brag in front of everyone. How embarrassed to go back. Then let's start. Mrs. Yang picked up the bowl and swallowed. Newton had no choice but to follow his head up and drink, and pour into his belly gruntingly. The other scientists summoned from the west watched in amazement as their boss flushed and poured into his stomach. Distressed. Oh, halfway through drinking, Newton couldn't swallow, and he vomited in the barrel he had prepared. Although Mrs. Yang was also very strenuous, she drank a bowl of white wine and smashed the bowl heavily on the table. I said you were not good enough, so you would owe me 10 silvers. Ha ha. You vomit. Newton just wanted to reply. The uncomfortable feeling in his stomach swept through again. He vomited again, and his eyes were red. Don't be too arrogant in your army. Let us drink with you. The scientists and engineers of the Ministry of Natural Science saw that their superiors were being overwhelmed, and stood up to fight Yang Tai at the wine table. How many people in the Academy of Sciences deceive others? Let's come to. Several army and naval officers saw the people from the Ministry of Natural Sciences surrounded Mrs. Yang, and couldn't help but make trouble in the past. So the people who couldn't talk with each other by 8 strokes, even smashed wine at this time, and yelled in the hall. Not long after, even the civil servants were involved. Dimly, Luo Sheng couldn't help being filled with wine, and the spirit of the wine floated as soon as it came up, making it even more difficult to control himself. Yu Cheng, come to. Luo Sheng, who was drunk, called Yu Cheng from the guard. My lord, I need to protect your safety. I must never touch this wine. Yu Cheng could not help but feel greedy when he smelled the mellow aroma of the wine. There are hundreds of guards outside, and there will be no accidents. Come, if you don't drink, you will violate the military order. Luo Sheng said floatingly. Thus subordinates should respect their orders. Just drink a small glass. Yu Cheng took the glass and warmed himself. After a while, Yu Gong, who was not drinking well, was poured over the dinner table, snoring, shaking the world. This guy can't do it. Luo Sheng and the others laughed. The nerves that had been strained for so long finally had a chance to relax, and Luo Sheng and others all drank happily. Compared with the excitement of Luo Sheng's mansion, the courtyard of a Chinese landlord looked extremely solemn, and a couplet was posted at the door. Since the Fuliao army initially forcibly purchased the land of the landlords, the lives of these landlords were not as good as before. But there is a big house and some compensation from the land confiscated by the Fuliao army. The days should not be too bad, and there should be fireworks in the next year. However, a group of uninvited guests came to this landlord's house. Several masters, for the festive season. You don't go home for the new year. Why are you here? A 60-year-old landlord master looked at the unceremonious strangers at the dinner table, and asked in a trembling tone, Tao, old man, we Jurchens do things. There are so many reasons, you just treat us obediently, and we leave when we finish things, said a stranger. Then when will the masters be able to do good things? The landlord master asked tentatively again. The stranger glared at the landlord's master, and the landlord's rickety figure shrank with fright. If you know too much, you will die sooner. Don't you know? It doesn't matter if your old man is dead. If it hurts your son, daughter-in-law, and grandson, hey, you can figure it out by yourself. The stranger picked up the dinner table. The piece of meat is delivered to the mouth. As long as you let off the old man's family, the few masters can live as long as they want, and they will greet you with good wine and food. The landlord said quickly. This wine and food is really shabby. At least we need to prepare more. Don't you know? The stranger said dissatisfiedly. Yes, the landlord nodded his head only innocently. After a few strangers had enough food and drink, they came to the guest room prepared for them by the landlord master. This old man won't report the crime to the government, a Jurchen asked, biting a toothpick. Do you want me to kill him? His family is imprisoned by us in Jiangsu. If we die, his family will be buried with us. Do you think he dares? Han people are not afraid of anything, but they have blood relations. Threatening him with this is more useful than killing him. Another Jurchen said, what's more, if you killed him, no one will take care of our daily life. We are more likely to be exposed. This time we came to Jinzu to assassinate Liu Sheng on the order of your majesty, staying incognito, going out at night, and we don't know when we will find a good opportunity. I heard that Liu Sheng had a big banquet in his mansion. He must be drunk at this time. Why didn't he get into the mansion tonight and kill him on the spot? Idiot. Do you watch Han drama too much? Those people who are in the Fu Liao army are incompetent. They have been deployed around the mansion layer by layer, and they are all their people in a radius of 100 meters, even if they are a common citizen. Stepping into that area, you will be watched by dozens of pairs of eyes. We might get into the mansion, and once there is a storm, how will the army near them retreat? The Jurchen who took the lead scolded and cursed. Tao. However, Liu Sheng usually comes in and out. There is a large army of guards. It is difficult for us to find a chance to assassinate him. The Jurchen who was scolded said aggrieved. Don't forget, this time we have the #1 master in our Qi and Bala. He and Bala used to fight tigers with bare hands. If we seize the opportunity to get Habala and Liu Sheng close together, Liu Sheng will undoubtedly die, said the lead Jurchen. The man known as Habala is strong and sturdy, and he does not speak, and concentrates on cutting a piece of wood with a knife. Yes, right, with Habala, you can squeeze Liu Sheng to death like a chicken, and completely solve our confidant troubles. The other Jurchens seemed to trust Habala's skills and couldn't help letting go. Minded. I've already planned it. We haven't almost started on the Zengdan festival, but after a while, it will be the Shangyi Yuan festival of the Han people. On this festival, people will go out to watch lanterns and guess riddles. There will be mixed fish and dragons. If Liu Sheng travels in casual clothes, this is our perfect opportunity to assassinate him. Taking advantage of this time, we need to be familiar with the terrain of Jinzu city, so that we can take action at the most suitable time, kill him on the spot in time, and then safely evacuate. The lead Jurchen vigorously pointed the wooden table with a finger. There are so many Han festivals. A Jurchen murmured, are they trying to give themselves reasons to take a few more days off? Chapter 174. Liu Sheng hadn't realized that an assassination against him was being planned. At this time, he was already drunk, and his men poured a large piece. The cups and plates were messy and crisscrossed. Only a few people were still supporting, and Liu Sheng, who was persuaded to drink less because of his special status, was still alive. Military master, if you want Tohik eliminate Hu Jinmi, Mrs. Yang must be the first to charge, rush up and take off Huang Tji's head for you as a bench. Miss Yang, who had a good drinker, couldn't stand the fights, and after speaking intermittently to Liu Sheng, she fell down. I don't lack a bench, I want a sofa, I want a massage chair. Liu Sheng missed the past again in his confusion, and then the sleepiness flooded his brain, and he fell asleep deeply. Ella, who was in charge of defense outside the mansion, heard that Liu Sheng and the others were all drinking, so she brought people in. The drunk man lying crookedly in the courtyard is full of broken cups and bowls and wine and vegetables pouring out of the ground. Scientists Newton, Stevenson and others who are usually aloof are holding each other like a stack of agats. If there is a camera to take it now, I must wait for Newton and the others to wake up and never want to see this picture for the rest of their lives. Ella frowned slightly. Alas, man. However, Ella, who had served in the British Imperial Navy, seemed to be used to such a scene. The Navy has been drifting outside for a long time, and the alcoholism is even worse. Ella has seen many similar scenes. Ella saw that Lian Chuan's guard UCD was drunk, and was a little annoyed. This kind of vigilance is also due to Ella, who were summoned by the system, were instilled by the system with the rules that they must be loyal to Liu Sheng, will not take the opportunity to murder them. If an ambitious person is in charge of the intelligence department, maybe none of the higher-ups here will be able to run away. You help the adults go back. Ella ordered the guards to separate the drunk group of people, and then took them back to their respective residences. Liu Sheng's guards knew that although Ella was only an official post of lieutenant commander in the Fu Liao army, her status was actually very high. After his captain, Yu Cheng, was drunk, He obeyed Ella's orders. Lord Military Master, I will help him back. Seeing that the two guards wanted to help Luo Sheng up, Ella was not very relieved that they were afraid that something would happen when Luo Sheng was drunk. So she went to battle. Master Ella, can you? Said the guard. No problem. Ella took Luo Sheng, wrapped one of his hands around his shoulder, and helped him to the backyard. I have to say that Luo Sheng, who was drunk, was still very heavy, with alcohol squirting out of his nose, which condensed into white mist in the cold night air. Ella had been patrolling outside the mansion for 2 or 3 hours, her cheeks were red from the cold, and now she was holding a heavy Luo Sheng. She couldn't help but breathe slightly. Two will definitely fight. Huang Jiaotou Lo's wait Luo Sheng, who was sleeping, muttered vaguely. The army master is really so persistent about eliminating Hu Jin. When Ira heard Luo Sheng's constant muttering, she couldn't help but wonder, what kind of belief made Luo Sheng have such persistent thoughts? Then take away your queen harem, hit your son, Luo Sheng said again in a daze. Ella regretted that she still admired Luo Sheng's perseverance for a moment. Luo Sheng's room was in the backyard. It was not big, it was no different from the residences of ordinary officials, and this was one point that Ella always admired Luo Sheng. She opened the wooden door, carefully placed Luo Sheng on the bed, and then removed his coat, covered him with a quilt, and set on the stove. After the placement of Luo Sheng, Ella was about to leave, and heard Luo Sheng seem to be talking about something again. Stop. Luo Sheng stood up suddenly and said in a daze, don't want to leave. Ella was shocked by Luo Sheng's sudden noise, her heart bumping like a deer. What did Luo Sheng's words mean? Could it be but the lower level can't violate the higher level's order? Ella put her hands on the wooden door and turned her back to Luo Sheng. She was in a dilemma, and her ears were red. You Chenji want to explain it? You help me get the chamber pot, Luo Sheng said, and fell down again. When Luo Sheng woke up the next day, he was already in his room, with a splitting headache, dry mouth and dry tongue, and his alcohol still couldn't be relieved. Drinking something wrong. Luo Sheng couldn't even remember what happened after the banquet started last night. Drink pieces. Luo Sheng couldn't help regretting afterwards, he was too much to let himself go. Although it is a good thing to connect with subordinates, but it hurts the body too much. A great man once said that the body is the capital of the revolution. Luo Sheng thought for a while, and it's better to stay a little longer in the future. As soon as he recalled what happened yesterday, Luo Sheng's head ached. Come here, give me a bowl of awakening soup. My lord, you can be considered awake. After a while, the wooden door opened, and Ella came in with a bowl of soup. Why are you? What about you Cheng and the others? Luo Sheng asked in confusion. My lord is so embarrassed to say that yesterday you got all your guards drunk. And if you continue to be like this in the future, no one will protect your adults' safety. Ella said. Is that right? I have no impression. Luo Sheng said with a headache. Hey, drinking has made a mistake. I can't do this again in the future. It's also a shame that we are in the back. Okay, the awakening soup is here. Adults pay attention to rest, and the subordinates retire first. Ella put the awakening soup in front of Luo Sheng's bed and prepared to get up and leave. Wait, this is the red envelope I am going to give you. You were outside the house last night, and it seems that you haven't had time to give it to you. Luo Sheng touched the red envelope in his arms. At that time, except for Ella, who was on duty outside, it seems that I haven't slept. But Luo Sheng heard that the red envelope was already smelling of alcohol and sweat, and he was embarrassed to take it back. Ahem, sorry, I will prepare a new one for you when I look back. Okay, the subordinate will go down first, Ella said with wandering eyes. Wait, I always feel a little strange. Luo Sheng thought for a while, then said, it's okay, you can go down first. Luo Sheng always felt a little weird after Ella left, as if fled. This N's eye is usually very open. Why do you feel that today's eyes are avoiding Luo Sheng's direct stare, and she looks careless? Strange, really strange. Luo Sheng felt another sharp pain in his head as he recalled. Forget it and forget it. Luo Sheng lay on the bed like a salted fish, taking a rare rest. Chapter 175 The Invitation of Shimazu Misuiza. After several days of recovery, Liu Sheng completely slowed down. During this period, officials from various places also returned to their posts and reinvested in the busy construction work. The Liebig Laboratory and Rosenst Laboratory of the Academy of Sciences have successively installed the test equipment for fertilizer production and produced the first batch of phosphate and potash fertilizers. Phosphate fertilizer production is relatively easy, and raw materials can be easily found here in southern Lining, but the raw materials for potash fertilizer are mainly obtained through overseas trade. The cloth bags for packaging phosphate fertilizers and potash fertilizers are written with 3 big characters golden carat in pen and ink, and then the varieties, quality and specifications of chemical fertilizers are written in detail below. Of course, the first batch of chemical fertilizers is just a drop in the bucket, far from being able to meet the agricultural production needs of southern Lining and eastern Lining. But being able to build a simple production line is a historic breakthrough. At the same time, Stevenson, who has been busy for more than half a year, finally put forward the schedule for the completion of the first section of the railway Iron Mountain Gsu. The time is tentatively set in Gyu. Stevenson proposed to hold the completion ceremony of Gyu in the 21st solar terms, which made Liu Sheng a little bit dumbfounded. It seems that Stevenson, as a Westerner, has also begun to be slightly baptized by the traditional culture of Ming Dynasty. This is to show a good intention. During the last festival, not only Liu Sheng and the senior officials of the Fuliao army appeared in Jinzu city, but also the Korean students, Dongying students and businessmen who were stranded in Leong all gathered in Jinzu city to experience the prosperity of the Ming Dynasty. The prosperity of Golden State City dazzled them. Shimazu Misuizu also took his companions to celebrate the festival in Jinzu city, and they also visited Liu Sheng after the festival. As a partner of the Fuliao army in Dongying, the Satsuma Shimadzu family has traded with southern Lining, making Heimao the largest income after Shimadzu's rent collection from tenant farmers. Moreover, the amount of foreign trade income accounts for an increasing proportion of their income. As the young master of the Shimadzu family, Shimadzu Misuiza certainly needs to see Liu Sheng and brush up on his presence. This time Shimadzu Misuiza brought people to Golden State City and another consideration, that is, to find a way to get advanced Western technology. In other words, to chase Ella from the intelligence department. At this time he thought Ella was just an officer of the naval fleet. Thinking of winning Ella, both advanced technology and the support of the Fuliao army and navy, why not do it? The commander of their navy, Nelson, and other naval officers have all gone back to Dalian port. Why is this Ella staying in Golden State City? Shimadzu Misuiza, who had stayed in Golden State City for several days, stayed with everyone at the inn in Golden State City. During the holidays, the Golden State City Inn is not cheap. In order to show their identities, dozens of people lived in the above guest rooms at the same time, and Shimadzu's daily expenses made Shimadzu painful for a while. It's said that the day begins as the Chinese New Year's Day. It is connected to the Spring Festival. It lasts for 10 days. Day is the city, and the night is lit for riddles. It's magnificent. Think about it, young master. Ella is a Western woman. I must be curious about Daming's lanterns, guessing, and what culture. Maybe I want to stay here to experience Daming's culture, said an Eastern warrior. What you said is very reasonable. That's right. Shimadzu Misuiza suddenly flashed his inspiration. You said, the Shanghai Yuan Festival is an important festival for the Han people, and it is more interesting than the last festival. Can I take this opportunity to invite Ella? Go and learn that Chinese lantern appreciating puzzles, and use my talents to conquer her. Wow, with the young master's talent, as long as you show her a little bit, she will definitely give her a hug. Our Dongying warriors are different from those weak Han Chinese. Westerners admire strong men like us even more. The young master can take this opportunity to take her down, raw ice and cook mature ice, then we can get the support of Westerners. The other Dongying warriors nodded one after another. Shimadzu was inspired by everyone, and his heart was surging, as if Ella would be in his arms the next moment, and he would be obedient to him. Let's go to her residence. Shimadzu felt that Ira had no reason to refuse him no matter what he thought, so his heart was not as good as action, and he immediately got up and went to Ayla's place. The officials and high-level officials who came to Jinzu City to visit Liu Sheng were placed in houses near Liu Sheng's mansion, so it was not difficult to find out where Ella lived. Shimadzu Misuiza was openly asking dozens of his subordinates to inquire about Ella's whereabouts. It was strange that he could not find out. The people in the intelligence office found that someone was inquiring about their chief, and they secretly paid attention to the dozens of Eastern samurai warriors, for fear that they might do something. These Dongying warriors unknowingly helped the Jurchen assassins lurking in Golden State City to attract the attention of the intelligence department. As soon as they walked out of the inn, the Eastern warriors collided with a group of people. It's really bad luck for a few lifetimes, and I've met you puppies again. The Goryeo nobles saw the Dongying warrior, and their anger was filled with smoke. Last time they were drugged by the Eastern warriors in the food, they vomited and diarrhea for several days before gradually recovering, and there were also jokes in the Academy of Sciences. How can people not be angry? Baga, why do you group of Goryos stay in the shadows? Shimadzu Mitsuo unexpectedly met these students from the Goryeo kingdom in Jinzu City, and he was very disappointed. Although Dongying had drugged Goryeo last time, Goryeo also drugged them. What kind of thing is this? We, Korea, came here to celebrate the Shangdan Festival and the Shangyuan Festival, but you are still in your shadows. Hey, don't you Dongying have always been proud of and don't recognize the Central Plains culture? Why are you interested in coming here to experience the Daming Festival? The Goryeo noble sneered. Oh, it's shameless that you only copied everything from Daming, complacent, and claiming to be your own culture. Shimazu sneered. Why are you innocent out of thin air? Daming is the suzerain country. Can our Korean study of Daming culture be regarded as plagiarism? The Goryeo nobleman was said by Shimadzu Misuiza, blushing. Jiangyun, it is a sacred holiday for the Han people. We must not cause trouble. Wang Shizi Liu stopped the dispute between the Goryeo nobles and Shimadzu Misuiza, and turned to Shimadzu Misuiza. There is a Chinese saying, the gentleman takes revenge. 10 years. It's not too late. We will get back the old accounts from 30 years ago from you at that time. Let's go. Little baby should have more experience. 30 years ago we were able to conquer your country. 30 years later, we will still be able to do it. Shimadzu Misuizu also said cruelly, let's go too. The two sides crossed over, almost glaring at each other. If this is not Daming's territory, I will hang them up and fight. An Eastern samurai still muttered dissatisfied afterwards. They want to forbear and surpass our Dongying, so how can we not? One day our Satsuma clan will become the largest clan of Dongying, build a powerful empire like Daming, and then crush them again. Shimazu Misuiza longing road. He is already dreaming about waiting until the Chinese New Year's Day raid as Ella, marrying Western white rich, gaining advanced technology, and embarking on the pinnacle of life. Chapter 176. Shimadzu Misuiza brought people to the temporary area where the upper ranks of the Fuliao army lived. There are guards on the streets here to prevent spies or other intent from attacking the upper ranks of the Fuliao army and causing huge losses. Shimazu Misuiza, dozens of people in mighty force, was stopped by guards. I am Shimazu Misuiza, the young lord of the Shimadzu family of the Eastern Kingdom. If you want to see your Lieutenant Commander Ira, please help inform us. Shimazu Misuiza said like a man. Master Ella is not here, please go back, said the guard. Shimadzu Misuiza and others dumbfounded. A large group of people like myself came here mightily, but they were all empty. My grand vision. Shimadzu Misuiza was a little lost, as if his dream of reaching the pinnacle of life was about to be shattered. Don't worry, young master, "Why don't we just wait and see? If I don't believe Ella won't come back," said an Eastern warrior. "You're a fucking genius." Shimadzu Misuiza heard this and was excited again. Dozens of people sat in groups in a small shop nearby to eat some snacks. Some samurai squatted on the threshold to help Shimadzu Misuiza to patrol the pedestrians on the road, and notify Shimadzu Misuiza when he found Ella. "Guest, you are sitting on our threshold, which will affect our business," the shopkeeper said with a sad face. "Old man, aren't we taking care of your business? Don't just sit for a while. How can it get in the way of you?" Shimadzu leaned on the bench, grabbed the seeds on the table. Although he was still wearing a samurai uniform and combing the hairstyle over there, his words and deeds were no different from that of a daiming ruffian. He didn't even notice that his every move had changed imperceptibly. "It's okay for you to be happy with a few masters." The shopkeeper saw dozens of men coming fiercely and was afraid that they would make trouble, so he compromised. Shimadzu Misuiza and others made a lot of noise here, and soon someone from the intelligence department reported to their online, and the online continued to report to Ella. The intelligence department is busy with the security arrangements for the Lantern Festival. On the surface, it was the patrol team of Jinzu City and Liu Sheng's guards maintaining the order of Jinzu City, but secretly there was an intelligence office chasing after the wind to prevent the enemy from taking the opportunity to do things. Recently, Ira repeatedly heard Shimadzu Misuiza looking for herself, so she couldn't laugh or cry. He was not familiar with him again, so what would he find himself to do? In addition, the intelligence department has to mobilize a lot of manpower to guard against them. Originally, the Shangyuan Lantern Festival was another prosperous age in the city, and Liu Sheng planned to visit it again during this period. The manpower for the arrangement was already insufficient. "Let them wait. I don't have time to see them," Ella said helplessly. The Shangyuan Festival is another major festival after the Shangdan Festival. Lanterns and festoons, poems and quizzes, lasted 10 days in the Ming Dynasty. Before the people of Ming Dynasty were enslaved by Hujin, the Spring Festival still had to be passed by, and it was to be celebrated at the risk of their lives. Now after the peace in southern Lining, the people of Jinzu City are singing and dancing. Merchants have made sure that the time is right, selling lanterns, paper fans, fireworks and other commodities, earning a lot of money. At night, Golden State City is like a sky market, with red lights hanging high on the streets and lanes. There are palace lanterns, beast headlights, revolving lanterns, flower lights, bird and bird lights, and there are so many bright eyes that make people overwhelmed. Usually, on this festival, women meet to go out and go together, and they must cross the bridge when they see it, which is called walking all diseases. Of course, in the current territory of the Fuliao army, it is not uncommon for women to travel in groups as they began to encourage women to start participating in work, gradually abolished some decadent dogmas, and even selected some women to become officials. If it fell in the eyes of those officials of the Ming court, they would probably blow their beards and stare. On the night of the Shangyuan festival, Liu Sheng also wanted to experience the taste of the ancients during the festival. To truly experience traditional festivals, it is better to feel the daiming here and now. If it is in later generations, the symbolic meaning is greater than the form. Of course, Liu Sheng didn't want the people to recognize him. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by tens of thousands of people like rare animals. It wouldn't be a holiday, so you have to dress up. Together with the members of Liu Sheng's guard team, they all dressed up as ordinary people. Liu Sheng wrapped himself tightly, covering half of his face with the collar of his coat, before daring to take someone out. People at this time don't have TVs, magazines, etc., so that everyone can know what a person looks like. It can be said that there are very few people who have really seen Liu Sheng, that is, only a handful of people who stand in front of him every time. And seeing it once does not mean that you can remember it. It is even more difficult to recognize Liu Sheng in the night market where people are surging at night. "My lord, there is no one in the back street, Let's take the opportunity to go out. Yu Cheng dressed up as a housekeeper and stretched out his head to peek outside the Luo Sheng mansion. Call me young master this time. Don't show your feet, Luo Sheng said excitedly. The group of them hurried out. In order to avoid causing a sensation this time, Luo Sheng only brought a few guards with the best martial arts. Of course, when Luo Sheng came out, the people who secretly protected Luo Sheng from the intelligence office also began to act. Compared with Luo Sheng's guards, they are better at hiding their identities, because they are usually dressed as ordinary people. Oh, my lord will really give us problems. Ella thought it would be nice if Luo Sheng could stay in the house permanently. But she also knew that it was impossible. Even if the mansion was made of gold, it would be nothing without freedom. In the main street market of Golden State City, crowds are surging, shoulder to shoulder, and it is so lively. Literati pokers show off their literary talents at this time, while ordinary people marvel at the gorgeous lanterns and lively atmosphere. From time to time, there are worm and silver bell-like laughter, and the piano and flute are accompanied by fireworks. Dongfeng leaves thousands of trees at night, and blows down, and the stars are like rain. BMW carved cars are fragrant all over the road. The phoenix flute sounds. The jade pot turns light, and the fish and dragon dance overnight. Luo Sheng couldn't help but amidst the array of lanterns with emotion. This is the poem of Xin Kiji from the Song Dynasty. The young master is easy to remember. Yu Cheng said, if you have a big holiday, you don't want to flatter, and you won't get a salary increase. Luo Sheng smiled. In the lively market, Shimazu Misuiza was strolling around with dozens of Toei samurai. Last time they stayed here and couldn't wait to come to Ella, so they had to plan to see if they could meet him during the first Yuan festival. On the other side of the market, a few Jurchen assassins disguised as ordinary vendors and tourists are also walking aimlessly among the crowd, hoping to find Luo Sheng or some senior officials of the Fuliao army, so that they can have someone to their master confess. But Luo Sheng and his party happened to be in the market in the middle of the two groups, and they didn't know that the danger was gradually approaching. Chapter 177, I have eyes but I don't know Chan. When Luo Sheng and the others were strolling around at the Lantern Festival, Shimazu Misuiza swaggered over from the South Street with dozens of Dongying warriors. Daming's Shangi Yuan Festival Lantern Festival was so spectacular and lively that they marveled at the grandness of the festival. Young master, look, isn't that the Ella we're looking for? There was a sharp-eyed warrior who saw a blonde woman in the crowd, but she was wearing a splendid dress, a white coat, and a 100-flowered skirt. She seemed to be there to a lantern festival. To be honest, if someone like Luo Sheng is disguised and thrown in the crowd, others will never see it. But if Ella has the obvious characteristics of blonde hair and is a big beauty, it is naturally very obvious. Everyone looked sideways, so Ella didn't pretend to be disguised, but followed Luo Sheng with people from the intelligence department, and was responsible for secretly protecting his safety. In the eyes of the surrounding people, it was just like Ella was shopping with a servant, and would not notice Luo Sheng in front of him. Finally found her. Let's go, Shimazu Misuiza said excitedly. This time, in order to play the role of a great talent, Shimazu Mitsujiu worked hard, and also changed his face to put on a hanfu. So Shimazu Misuiza led the crowd to squeeze away from the crowd and approached where Ella was. Leave aside our young master, and see what you see, and kill you. A group of samurai preached for Shimazu Misuiza. The people around couldn't help frowning, and never thought that there was such a bully in Jinza City at this time. Girl Ella, you up light. Shimazu Misuiza squeezed in front of Ella, the cap on his head tilted to one side, unconsciously. Ella looked at the sun who suddenly appeared, and the dozens of people behind him, never expected to have met this person. It's no wonder that these oriental samurai all dressed up as samurai and suddenly changed their appearances, making Ella feel strange. I am Shimazu Misuiza, the young lord of the Satsuma clan Shimadzu family, the largest feudal clan in Kyushu in the Eastern Kingdom. It is an honor to be here tonight to meet Miss Ira. Have a good night together, Shimazu Misuiza said laboriously. Ella was a little at a loss, But when she heard the name Shimazu Misuiza, she realized that this person was Shimazu Misuiza, who had been asking about her recently. "I'm sorry, I'm not free." Ayla caught a glimpse of Liu Sheng taking a few guards and strolling forward for a while, a little anxious. If Liu Sheng was lost, what happened to Liu Sheng? Wouldn't it be that she was negligent? Our adults have important matters. Please don't chatter. Two intelligence officers dressed up as family members stopped Shimadzu Misuiza and the others. "Miss Ella, please think about it again," Shimadzu Misuiza said without giving up. But Ella ignored him at all, and followed Liu Sheng. In the direction of North Street, a few Jurchen assassins mixed in the crowd spotted Liu Sheng. They have a deep memory of the target they assassinated. Coupled with their experience of multiple assassinations, the cautious eyes of the guards around Liu Sheng have betrayed his identity. God bless my Darjin nation. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter Liu Sheng, the hapless man. This is the day to kill their Liao army, and they have to die. When he comes over, we will kill him and kill him with one blow. The Jurchen assassin whispered. Bala, when we contain his guards, you are responsible for killing Liu Sheng on the spot. Do you know? I know. The Jurchen assassin known as Habala carried a bunch of candied whores to sell, and whispered in the meantime. Several Jurchen assassins were looking forward to Liu Sheng coming over with hot eyes. As long as Liu Sheng walked forward dozens of steps, they would be able to kill him in the chaotic crowd, and then escape by taking advantage of the chaos. Ella followed Liu Sheng and the others, feeling a little uneasy. Even dozens of Dongying warriors can wear Han costumes and hang out at the Lantern Festival, not to mention the carefully arranged assassins. Although the intelligence department was in a dark place, it had few manpower and had to pay attention to the movements of other forces. It was impossible to completely control the entire Lantern Festival of the Yuan Festival. You follow up and get as close as possible to the commander. Ella transferred a few intelligence personnel around and asked them to guard Liu Sheng as much as possible after training. When Ella mobilized personnel like this, Liu Sheng also noticed that there were more hidden guards around him, and looking behind him, she saw Ella's slender figure. I have to say that Ella is wearing a Han costume at this time, which is unique. When Liu Sheng found out, Ella didn't think there was anything, but took the initiative to walk over. Look, Ella seems to be walking towards a man. Antoi samurai who was unwilling to follow behind said to Shimazu Misuiza. Shimazu looked at it for a long time, and as expected, a man with his face half buried in his coat was waving to Ella, while Ella took the initiative to lean in, and then the two seemed to be talking about something as they walked, attracting a lot of passers-by. Look sideways, Baga. I dare to snatch the woman that Shimazu Misuiza wants to get. Brothers, let's go and look for his bad luck. Shimazu Misuiza is so angry that he is the strongest feudal young master in Kyushu. The lord is greeted by Ella's cold eyes, and an unknown brat can let Ella take the initiative to cater to it. Young master, we will help you out of this bad breath and beat him up, dozens of warriors said fiercely. The angry Shimadzu pushed away from the crowd and strode towards Liu Sheng, trying to grab Liu Sheng's shoulder. The guards who personally protected Liu Sheng and the intelligence personnel hiding in the dark appeared at the same time and stopped Shimazu Misuiza. What do you want to do to our army, young master? The guards shouted. You guys get out of the way, I'm looking for this stinky boy to fight. Shimazu Misuiza said angrily. Let go of our young master. Dozens of Eastern warriors came together to support Shimazu Misuiza. Shimazu Misuiza's confidence is more abundant. Liu Sheng saw, isn't this Shimazu Misuiza who came to study? Why suddenly find yourself in a duel? Let go of him and see what he has to say. Liu Sheng suppressed his voice in an evil manner, and let his guard let go of Shimazu Misuiza. I have no grievances and no grudges against you. Why do you have to fight me? Because I see you upset. Shimazu blushed. Of course he cannot say the real reason, otherwise it would be too shameful. Hey, that's really an interesting reason. If you win, what about? What if you lose? Liu Sheng asked in a low voice. If I win, you just get away from this girl Ella. If I lose, Whatever you do. Shimadzumisu Iza blushed and shouted roughly. Yeah? Luo Sheng finally understood the reason for Shimadzumisu Iza's duel. This guy is really interesting. I'm going to do this duel. Shimadzu Mitsui didn't expect that Luo Sheng would actually agree to him, and he was overjoyed. When the surrounding people heard that someone was about to fight, they consciously gave up an open space, and then formed a circle to watch. You really want to fight him? It won't be good if you hurt. Ira didn't think that Luo Sheng would agree to Shimadzu Misui's seemingly reckless provocation, so she discouraged him from the side. Shimadzu Misuiza saw that Ella was thinking about a man everywhere, and his nose was annoyed. He put his hand on the hilt of the knife around his waist and set up a position. Let you see the power of my Izan. Come out. You must see blood. I'll show you. To Luo Sheng unbuttoned one of his coats, revealing half of his face hidden in it. Chooser, how could it be you? Shimadzu Misuiza finally recognized Luo Sheng, and said with a bitter smile, this time he was kicked on the iron plate. The opponent is the master here, and he has a duel. He dare to hurt him. Half of his hair, and none of the warriors he brought will want to live. Chapter 178 News of the Train. Do you still want to fight me now? Don't dare. Didn't you say that as soon as your knife is out, you must see blood? Don't dare. Is it you won or I won now? My lord, you have the final say. I can do whatever I want. Shimadzu Misuiza was downcast like a cock that was defeated in a fight, and he couldn't afford the courage to fight Luo Sheng at all. And his dozens of arrogant Eastern samurai warriors were as well behaved as children at this time, without saying a word. If there is no important business in the future, we are not allowed to disturb the officials of the Fuliao army, you know, Luo Sheng said. Yes, yes. Let's get out of here. Shimadzu Misuiza lost his face in the eyes of everyone, and left with a group of Toyo warriors boringly. Although Shimazu Guengjiu, Sheng Yojin, who was suddenly killed, was driven away, Luo Sheng saw the sudden frenzied eyes of the people around him. Knowing that he had revealed his identity, the trip to the Lantern Festival on the Lantern Festival could not be continued. Let's go home, Luo Sheng said to Ella and the others. My lord, it's my fault. Let them disturb your Yaxing, Ella said with shame. It's not your fault. Anyway, I've been halfway around, and only if people are content, the heavens will take care of him. Luo Sheng said. The Jurchen assassin who was dozens of steps before Luo Sheng witnessed this process. They were originally here waiting for Luo Sheng to come over before they could carry out the assassination operation. But, seeing that Luo Sheng was about to come, I didn't expect dozens of people to come and clamored for a duel with Luo Sheng, and then Luo Sheng, who revealed his identity, simply went home. What the hell is this? What should we do now? Looking at Luo Sheng and the others, who had returned the same way, a few stunned Jurchen assassins asked their leader. You ask me, who do I ask? The assassin leader rolled his eyes. Luo Sheng's intentions were still not exhausted, and he asked the housekeeper to buy some Lantern Festival at the Lantern Festival. After cooking, he would distribute them with his servants, the guards, and the secret guards of the intelligence office as a reward to everyone. On the cold night between spring and winter, Luo Sheng came to the courtyard with a bowl of steaming Lantern Festival, sitting on the rocks, looking at the bright full moon, and couldn't help but miss his former family a little. The protagonists who Luo Sheng didn't see when he saw those crossing novels before were homesick. Only when he really traveled can he feel it. If you want to go back to the future, it is estimated that you really need to turn on the technology of the time machine. But is there really such a technology? Even if there is, it will take the year of the monkey to start it. What about my fetters in this world at that time? What is your lord thinking? Are you still worrying about what happened just now? Ella also walked over with a bowl of steaming Lantern Festival, still asking embarrassedly, is this Yuanxiao delicious? Luo Sheng asked. Well, but the taste is a bit special. I have never eaten similar food before. Ella took a breath and then tasted it curiously. In your words, it's so delicious. Do you know why Yuanxiao is eaten on the Spring Festival? Because Yuanxiao symbolizes family reunion, and eating Yuanxiao means family happiness and good luck in the new year. Speaking of this tradition, It may be traced back to the spring and autumn period before Choo Choo the Cloud said while eating. The biggest festivals of the year, the Shangdan Festival and the Shangyuan Festival, were spent in calm, without any accidents. The Jurchen spies never found a suitable opportunity to act, so he lurked again. As the days get longer and the nights get shorter and shorter, winter passes and spring comes, the snow melts, and the river rises. After sending away the cold winter, the land in southern Lining and eastern Lining rejuvenated. At this time, the farmland saw busy villagers again. The so-called plan for a year lies in the spring, which delays the busy farming but will be hungry for a year. Last year, after more than half a year of experimentation, the agricultural scientists of the Bureau of Agriculture had a certain understanding of the soil climate and crop habits in southern Lining and eastern Lining. They have been able to arrange the planting plan for this year relatively stably. Coupled with last year's bumper harvest, when new crops allow farmers to contract land to see the results, many of them are very keen to take under the guidance of the Bureau of Agriculture planting. Not only the promotion of new crops and the rotation system, some relatively barren land began to use the phosphate fertilizer and a small amount of potash produced by the newly established chemical fertilizer factory established by the Academy of Sciences. Bags of chemical fertilizers with the words "Golden Carrot" written on them were carried down from the carriage and distributed to suitable land. What are these cloth bags? Some villagers working in the farmland could not help asking curiously when they saw that they were pulling in several bags of tens of kilograms in the farm they were on. You don't understand, this is the latest product of our Bureau of Agriculture, called Jinkara fertilizer. It is said that using Jinkara, the yield of wheat is 180 per mu, said a villager who seemed to understand very seriously. Is there such an exaggeration? The yield of 1018 acres per mu. Then we will never be afraid of eating out. The other villagers who listened to the story said one after another. Anyway, it's so magical. Even if there is no 1018 per mu, it can greatly increase our grain output. You don't know, this golden carrot has not been sold yet, but it is only used by government farms. Wait until autumn to see the effect, and then promote it to those of us who contract farmland. You said that if Jinkru is not a good thing, why do they dare to use it on the official farm? The villager said again. Hearing what the villager said, everyone felt very reasonable and couldn't help but secretly notice. If the Jinkru is really so amazing and the price is not expensive in the future, you can start some. After the cold winter, Luo Sheng's affairs continued to increase and started to follow up agricultural production. In troubled times, food is the top priority. Even if the Industrial Revolution is to be carried out, the problem of food and clothing needs to be solved first. It is difficult to maintain food by purchasing food alone. After all, there is no self-sufficient food supply system. What if the food supply is cut off in the future? At the same time, Luo Sheng also needed to deploy an army on the border to take advantage of the opportunity to go south and undermine agricultural production in eastern Lining and southern Lining. At present, there are 5 brigades with more than 20,000 troops deployed on the front line from Xining Fort to Liadong City, completely dispelling the idea of Hujin going south. When Luo Sheng was busy, his desk came up with a completion plan from the Railway Construction Committee. Tishantigza section railway will be completed in the Guiyu season of the first year of Chongzhen, and he invited Luo Sheng to come test drive. I finally made the railway, and it is the first railway in the world, more than 100 years earlier than later generations. Luo Sheng received this plan with great pains. No train. What an industrial revolution. Chapter 179 Railway Completion Ceremony. In Tishan, Gzu, the workers at the mining farm got up early, but there is no need to start construction this morning. The railway completion ceremony will be held here, and all the mining workers can go and watch. Many senior executives in Gzu also arrived at Tishan in a light train. They can already see the laid railroad tracks along the road. 4 railroad tracks stretch from Gzu city to Tishan. Wooden signs were erected around the rails with the words "idlers" stopped on it. Occasionally, Soldiers could be seen riding horses patrolling near the rails to warn people to stay away from the rails. Seeing this bizarre road, everyone who went to the completion ceremony of Iron Mountain couldn't help wondering whether it was really feasible. It was just a long piece of iron. Thousands of people have gathered here under Iron Mountain. Most of them are mining workers in Iron Mountain. Later, the upper class from other cities and towns gradually increased, all waiting nervously for the arrival of Liu Sheng and others. On the railroad tracks of the simple railway station below the Iron Mountain, there is a huge monster lying across it, covered with a blue cloth, and it is impossible to see its true appearance. The completion ceremony has not yet begun, and the platforms and railroad tracks are crowded with people and crowds of people, so that the army must be dispatched to maintain order and keep people from getting too close to the railroad tracks to prevent accidents. Mao Wenlong and a group of Jinu, as well as Liu Gonggong, who was also exiled to the Iron Mountain for mining, were also chartered to watch the completion ceremony of the railway under the guard of the soldiers. Don't try to escape. You have chains on your body. Even if you escape, the people will report it. If it falls into our hands at that time, the workload will be doubled. The foreman of the mining farm said to the group of prisoners, "Don't dare, Master Supervisor, our family can't stand the workload now. If you double it, our family will be exhausted in the mine. You don't know, our family is just a weak eunuch. We will never run away, never run away." Grandpa Liu said sadly. These days, Grandpa Liu and the Jinu I captured last time were sent here to mine. The original white skin was darkened by the dirt and coal, and it seems that after a high degree of labor, Grandpa Liu has become stronger. "Shut up." When the overseer heard Liu Gong openly, he hurriedly stopped him. Mao Wenlong and others were curiously looking at the magical railroad track and the giant lying on the railroad track, wondering what it was used for. Look at what is called a railroad track, which is exactly the same width as a large carriage. Could it be a horse pulling a wooden cart walking on it? Wang Qianu, who was caught last time, guessed. It seems possible, but I don't know what's inside the blue cloth. Huang Qianu on the side said, "Does this Liu Sheng have any wild ideas?" Mao Wenlong couldn't help but look forward to it. When the crowd reached its peak, Liu Sheng brought his guards to Tishan. Stevenson, who presided over the construction of the first section of the railway, and the members of the Railway Construction Committee had long been looking forward to it. Seeing Liu Sheng's arrival, they quickly greeted him. "Let you wait a long time, get ready to start." Liu Sheng didn't say much nonsense, and brought the guards to the platform specially cleared for Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng's arrival also made the crowd agitated, and the people talked underground. Sure enough, Master Liu Sheng, even Master Liu Sheng was shocked. "This time the railway is unusual. Is it necessary to talk about it? I heard that more than 100,000 taels of silver were invested in the construction of the first section of the railway. No one knows exactly how much it was used except for the government. Is there such an exaggeration? So much silver investment just to build a few iron blocks?" No matter what other people talk about, only Liu Sheng really knows the value of the railway. When a new thing appears, it may be questioned at the beginning, but when people really experience the benefits it brings, they will gradually be captured by it. Liu Sheng came to the platform and looked around. The mountains and plains were full of people watching. It was an unprecedented event. Ahem, today is the day when the first section of the railway in southern Lining is completed. And it is also the Gyu in our traditional 24 solar terms. Gyu was born, and the railway may not be unlike the future of our southern Lining. It is as precious as the spring rain. Maybe you still don't know what railways and trains are, but believe me, in a few years, you will like it. Liu Sheng stood on the platform and delivered a speech at the completion ceremony, followed by praise to the credit of the Railway Construction Committee and so on. "I announced first section of the Daming Railway is officially in operation today." Finally, Liu Sheng announced loudly, "Get up." Upon receiving Liu Sheng's order, dozens of workers waiting around the blue cloth together moved under the blue cloth covering the giant, revealing the steel body of the train. This is a giant beast made of steel. In front of it is a cold locomotive. The boiler is more than 2 meters high. The hundreds of copper pipes are as fierce as a horned dragon, glowing with cold luster. And the body of the giant beast is composed of 30 trucks and 2 buses, and it is nearly 100 meters long, which is shocking. Wow! Thousands of people finally saw the true face of the steel beast hidden under the blue cloth. There was an uproar. The already lively crowd was more like falling into the boiled water and boiling. Have they ever seen such a huge steel giant? My God, what kind of monster is that, taller than 2 people? It's just a city wall. It's still made of iron and copper. It has to be heavier. Countless people looked at each other, surprised at the weirdness of the train. Mao Wenlong, Huang Qianu, Wang Qianu and others, as well as a large group of knowledgeable high-level people, also looked at them. The times have limited their imagination, and it is simply impossible to imagine such a thing. Sir, please get in the car, and the subordinates will personally operate the locomotive. Stevenson invited Liu Sheng. My lord, this thing looks very dangerous, so it's better to let someone try it first. Yu Cheng stopped Liu Sheng, and felt terrified at the strange thing like the train. No, you ride the train with me. Even if something happens, the boiler will blow up at best. Liu Sheng was not afraid of something familiar with trains. Moreover, the speed of the train at this time is very slow, and it is not easy to cause accidents. Old driver, let's drive. Liu Sheng patted Stevenson on the shoulder. Yes, Stevenson said excitedly. The firearm filled the furnace with coal, and the steam pushed the piston to make the rotating shaft and other parts run. The train began to tremble with a croaking sound. Liu Sheng's body trembled slightly because of the movement of the train, and his mood trembled. Finally, he got on the train. Although it was only an early steam train in the open air, it was also a train anyway. This monster moved. The crowd onlookers saw that the steel monster nearly 100 meters away was still moving, and they couldn't help but piss in fright. Chapter 180 Train. Oh my God! This black dragon moved. Some superstitious people even knelt down and kowtowed at the train. The black body is filled with smoke. In their eyes, this is not a black dragon. And what is it? The steam locomotive was blowing black smoke. Its cumbersome body slowly started, and its speed slowly began to increase, carrying 30 trucks of cargo with Liu Sheng and a dozen guards. Mao Wenlong and others were dumbfounded. Not only can they not imagine such a giant steel beast under the blue cloth, but the giant steel beast is like a black dragon that can advance without relying on any human or animal power, which makes them wonder whether they are in a dream. What kind of monster is this? A group of Jinu captives looked stupidly at the train passing by them, unable to believe that they were still on the ground of Daming. There were huge crowds on both sides of the railway. At first, the adults bowed down to the train, and then people began to cheer for Liu Sheng and others who were driving the train. Immediately, many lads and children ran with the train, and others followed the road on horseback. It was so lively, because the carriage is open air. Liu Sheng and others sitting in the passenger carriage can see the scenery outside and the people cheering and shouting. Yu Cheng, relax a little. This train is not much different from a carriage. Just enjoyed the scenery on this road. Liu Sheng couldn't help but smile when he saw Yu Cheng and other guards look nervous. My lord, are we really sitting on top of the black dragon? Yu Cheng and other guards wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, but the tight muscles still couldn't relax. Why do you also believe that there are black dragons? It seems necessary to send you to the Academy of Sciences for further study. Liu Sheng smiled. But if this is not a black dragon, how can it move on its own? A guard asked. Then why can't it move on its own? We people have the energy to work after eating, and this train is the same, but it does not eat rice, but coal. Liu Sheng explained. Coal can still be eaten if it is dark in autumn. Hearing what Liu Sheng said, the guards were puzzled, and they almost went back to find a piece of coal to try it out. Liu Sheng smiled. How should he explain it? The speed of the train is not fast. Liu Sheng estimated that the speed is only 10 to 20 kilometers an hour, and it takes a few hours to travel from Tishan to City. However, the train wins because it can work almost day and night, and it can carry nearly 100 tons of cargo in one trip, so it can be said to have beaten many large carriages. Liu Sheng set up a railway station in City as the end of this section of the railway. The purpose is to continuously transport the iron ore resources of Tishan coal mines to City, and then from City to Fuzhou, Jinzhou, and Dalian Port. Near the train station in City, a group of officials and military officers were also anxiously waiting for the arrival of Liu Sheng and others. "Come here." The people on both sides of the rail cheered. They saw billowing black smoke rising on the distant horizon and gradually approaching with a clacking sound. "It's the dragon, the black dragon." Seeing the train approaching like a horned dragon from a distance, the people in City were frightened, and they bowed down like workers on the Iron Mountain. "This is not a dragon, it's a train." The commander said that he would come back by train and meet him soon. The officials in City were shocked when they saw the sudden appearance and the fast-moving monster approaching. But he had studied in the Academy of Sciences anyway, and he hadn't been so superstitious long ago. As the train got closer and closer, the people became more and more apprehensive, and were shocked by the huge sound and body of the train. But when they caught sight of Liu Sheng and others on the train, they couldn't help but wonder, could their adults already control the black dragon? Oh. As the steam locomotive gradually approached the platform, its speed gradually slowed down and it sounded a warning whistle. Sneer. The steam locomotive came to a stop and finally stopped. "Welcome the adults back to the city." The city officials trot to the bus where Liu Sheng was, waiting for Liu Sheng to get off. Unexpectedly, it was quite fast. Liu Sheng took the guards one by one and returned to City. The faces of Liu Sheng and the others were a little green. They worried that they had been on the train for the first time, and they were worried all the way. "It wasn't until I got off the train and stood on the ground with my feet, and then I felt relieved." The train just stopped, and there was black smoke and steam, so curious people gathered around and looked around, wanting to see exactly what the black dragon looked like. "Be careful not to touch this boiler," Stevenson reminded. "How does this black dragon look like an iron lump, but it's really long?" The newspaper said that this is not a black dragon. It is called a train. It is made of a lot of steel and can be used to transport goods like a carriage. A carriage made of iron? No. How could the iron move by itself? When the curious people approached the train, they found that it was not the black dragon that they had imagined, but the carefully carved iron blocks, and they all pointed and pointed. The ignorant people just watched the excitement. But the business people who are also watching the train, some of them are smart, and have discovered the business opportunities. If trains are used to transport goods, wouldn't it be able to greatly reduce transportation costs? And there is no need to hire so many carriages and horsemen. Some businessmen have even begun to discuss the idea of cooperation with the Fuliao army, and see if Liu Sheng wants to build a railway network between Dalian Port and the mainland cities. There are big ships on the sea and carriages on the road. That's wonderful. Looking back, we set up a government-run railway company to operate the railway, while the Railway Construction Committee is responsible for the construction of the railway. Liu Sheng experienced an old-fashioned train and was quite satisfied. Of course, he wants to separate construction and operation to prevent the railway from being monopolized by private individuals. Now your Railway Construction Committee is preparing to draft the construction plan for the main railway artery of Liudong City, Anshan, Gzhou, Fuzhou, Jinzhou, and Dalian Port. This is our major project, which will connect southern Lining and eastern Lining. The main cities of China are connected in one line. Liu Sheng said to Stevenson when he got off the train. Stevenson was overjoyed when he heard that Liu Sheng wanted more railways, but he thought of building the Liudong and Leong railway arteries, and he was a little worried. "My lord, this plan is too complicated. I am afraid that with our manpower, some reluctance, especially the technical staff, only our group can do the job. It will take a long time to train the next batch of skilled railway workers." "Ha ha," Speaking of railway technical engineers, I really found a group of new talents for your railway construction committee. I am afraid that one of them is even better than you. Luo Sheng smiled. There are people here who are better at railroad engineering than me. Stevenson didn't believe it. Luo Sheng smiled slightly and pointed to the official who was observing the steam locomotive and said, Zan Taniu, come here. Chapter 181. The first celestial engineer. My lord, are you looking for me? When the official saw Luo Sheng looking for him, he walked over. With short hair and a horoscope, he seems to be a clear stream among officials. And he looks very capable. Come on, this is Stevenson, the engineer who presided over the construction of our first section of railway, and you will work together to build our Leong railway network in the future. Luo Sheng introduced the two to each other. This is ours. Zan Taniu, a local railway engineering expert in the Celestial Dynasty, used the same way you came here. To be honest, the length and quality of the railways he built are countless, and the strength is not a problem. Luo Sheng spent a lot of thoughts on building a railway network that could be used in the future. At present, the railway talents under Luo Sheng are only Stevenson and the members of the Railway Construction Committee who built the first railway. They are not many at all, and the technology is not very mature. Stevenson, who took the lead, was still working on steam locomotives. Railway construction was a side job. So Luo Sheng planned to get some talents from the Industrial Revolution system. To recruit talents, just turn on relevant technology, and the system is likely to send relevant talents. Luo Sheng started a technology called Herringbone Railway based on his own memory. If Luo Sheng remembers it well, this is an engineering technology invented by a local engineer, and it has also been introduced in Chinese textbooks. Sure enough, when Zan Taniu from the late Qing dynasty brought some local talents for the construction of the Beijing-Zhangjiakou Railway, Luo Sheng finally realized it. No wonder he was so impressed. The Herringbone Railway should be regarded as a technology in the early 20th century, but it is not a core technology. It is more of an engineering transformation technology, which can reduce the cost of railway construction in a specific terrain. So there are not many civilization points needed, and, because of your national attributes, there will be certain discounts when you turn on Tankao technology to reduce the consumption of civilization points. The more advanced technology, the less discounts, the system says. Damn it, don't say it earlier. After knowing it, Luo Sheng was a little depressed. The technological innovation of the Celestial Dynasty was mainly concentrated in modern times. Luo Sheng's intuition is that this technology is very expensive, so there has not been much attention. I feel that I have lost hundreds of millions. No matter what, if you can summon a skilled engineer like Zan Taniu with not a lot of civilization points, Luo Sheng will wake up in dreams. Those who have done engineering may know how important a qualified engineer is. However, Zan Taniu, who came out of Yale University with a major in railway engineering and presided over the construction of so many important railways in the Qing dynasty, is simply a treasure, let alone brought him part of the Qing talents who participated in the construction of the Beijing-Zhangjiakou Railway. This is definitely not a substitute for an ordinary technology. However, Luo Sheng saw that in addition to Zan Taniu and a few overseas students, there were railway technicians with braids. Luo Sheng asked them to cut their braids directly. It's not clear here. Even Luo Sheng felt that it was troublesome and unhygienic to grow long hair, so he cut his hair short, and his men began to follow suit, and short hair began to become a new trend. When Zan Taniu was first called out, he was a little confused. In his time, he was at the opening ceremony of the Beijing-Zhangjiakou Railway. He didn't expect that the next moment he would be called to the end of the Ming Dynasty. In a certain sense, the Qing dynasty was dead. Hey! The rails are fish-maw-shaped cook trails weighing about 14 kilograms per meter. There are only 2 locomotives, with a pair of upright cylinders and a pair of moving wheels with a diameter of 1.2 meters, plus a coal water wagon, with a total weight of about 9 tons. The speed is about 13 kilometers per hour. Mr. Stevenson, You are really a genius. Zantaniu couldn't help but admire when he saw the seniors in the railway and train field. Although the technology he lived in was more advanced than the simple locomotives and railways of Stephenson's era, Stevenson, as the pioneer of this era, was indelibly pioneering, and he greatly promoted the popularization and development of train and railway technology. Zantaniu, experts, I didn't expect that there are such talents here. Stevenson held Zantanius' hand in surprise, and said excitedly, finally there is a like-minded person. Maybe Zantaniu can tell you about the future development of railways and more advanced railway engineering management techniques. I believe you will have more topics. Liu Sheng saw that the two got along well, and was very satisfied. In the future, with these two new forces for railway construction, it is possible to start railway exploration work in the north and south at the same time, and then begin to gradually invest funds to construct the railway, and the progress should be considerable. My lord, it is an honor for this official to work with the pioneers in the construction of this railway project. Zantaniu could not help but eager to try. In his time and space, the Qing dynasty was far behind the West, and he worked hard to build the railway to catch up with the West. However, in this world, Ming is the pioneer of railways, and has been ahead for more than 100 years. It would be a great achievement if it were to build a crisscrossing railway network for this land in advance. Several people squeezed away from the crowd watching the train, sweating profusely to find Liu Sheng, who was celebrating the smooth operation of the first section of the railway. My lord, it's not good. There is important military information from the front. Liu Sheng recognized that the person was Long, one of the important senior officials of the intelligence department. Recently, Long was haunting the front line of Jianzhou, collecting intelligence on defeating Jianzhou in one fell swoop. What's the matter? Liu Sheng was discussing the blueprint of the railway artery with Zantaniu and Stevenson. Seeing that Long was anxious to find him, he asked him alone. Our people got in touch with the prisoners of war in the Jianzhou uprising. This is a letter of help written by their leader Wang Daolang. Long whispered. Wang Daolang? Liu Sheng had the impression that a group of Sahu prisoners of war rebelled in Hechila when he led the northern expedition to attack Liadong, and later encountered the siege of the Zheng by banner of the Huishi. The slave troops led by Wang Daolang were too messy and poorly equipped. So under the attack of the Zhengbai flag, they easily lost the occupied Hechuala, and were blocked on the road to the south. So they had to flee to the north and escape into the promenade. In Chengbai Mountain, Liu Sheng later lost their news at the beginning of winter. But after the ice and snow melted, the remnant army finally got in touch again. Wang Daolang said in the letter that the slave troops who fled into the mountains starved to death and freeze to death. There are already hundreds of people left, and they are still under the siege of the Hujin army. If they cannot wait for the rescue of the Fuliao army, they will launch an attack. The last time the Hujin troops attacked, they were martyred in their lives. This group of people is really bloody. Liu Sheng closed the letter. It's time to start the final battle with Hujin Baki. Chapter 182. The rebels of Chengbai Mountain. The vast Chengbai Mountains stretch from southwest to northeast and stretch for thousands of kilometers. There are dense trees, flying insects and beasts inside, covering the sky and the sun. As the ice and snow melted, the deer, roe deer, fox, wild boar, and hare in the primitive mountain forest began to become active. Of course, there are also wild bears, Siberian tigers and other large-scale evil creatures that have also begun to move frequently. Quickly, grabbed the wild deer. A dozen people armed with weapons encircled a wild deer in the forest and chased it in the forest. In their view, this is a prey to survive. The wild deer ran away in the woods quickly, rushing away from the bushes in a panic. And the hunters rushed quickly. The encircling circle has shrunk invisibly, but there is no brainless wild deer. Too late to find out. Hey! A cold light flashed, and a crossbow arrow hit the wild deer's hind legs, making the wild deer's center of gravity unstable and suddenly fell to the ground. The badly wounded wild deer screamed mournfully, but was doomed to be unable to escape. What's the name of this animal? It's unlucky for you to catch you today. A hunter in ragged armor killed a wild deer with a single knife. The rest of the hunters also leaned over. Brother Wang, brothers have meat to eat today. It just made us spend a lot of effort. Come, we will carry it back to the camp. Several hunters worked together to lift the wild deer, and then returned to the camp with the others. These people are the slave rebels who fled into the Chenai mountains. When the cold winter passed, they gradually recovered, and the cold winter caused them heavy losses. There were only a few hundred people left in the previous thousands, more than those killed in battle. The camp of the slave rebels was set up in the mountains and forests, and many teams were divided to hunt wild animals in the mountains and forests, and some teams looted nearby villages to make a living. During the period, the slave rebels suffered several encirclement and suppression by the Eight Banners troops, and the camp was destroyed several times. Here is their newly found camp. Big Brother Wang is back, and they brought back a wild deer. The rangers in the camp saw that the squad returned was the hunter squad led by their leader, and they also brought some prey. In fact, it is not just wild deer, but also a few hares. If it weren't for spring, there wouldn't be so much harvest yet. Wang Dalang sat on the ground, took a cowhide water sack, and poured it into his mouth. The cowhide water sack was seized from the Eight Banners soldiers. Hey, where are the Donghai Jurchen brothers? Wang Dalang couldn't help asking when seeing a few tall figures missing in the camp. A few of them were encouraged by Xamazi, and he went down the mountain to attack the Eight Banners team stationed nearby. A soldier said, "It's a tactician's taboo to act without thinking." Wang Dalang frowned. "Let's go and support them. If something happens, they will be in trouble." In a village down the mountain, a small group of Eight Banners is stationed. Zengbeki sent a Giala force to encircle and suppress Wang Dalang's slave rebel army. In the eyes of the Eight Banners, Balar, Wang Dalang's slave rebel army is already at the end of the battle, just a few hundred people. How to toss it? One Giala's force is enough to destroy them. I heard from my tongue that there are only 10 Jianzi Jurchens and a dozen doglegs here. As long as we are unexpected, we can kill them. Xamazi took a dozen Ming prisoners of war and a few tall Donghai Jurchens and touched them. On the earth wall of the village, I caught a glimpse of the Eight Banners squad stationed in the village. "Kill them all." Several Tomatahai Donghai Nuzan urns said angrily. "Go, let's continue to touch it." So a dozen or so people approached. The Eight Banners soldiers were drinking and laughing in the farmyard, while the doglegs who were incorporated into the Eight Banners troops could only watch their masters drinking and having fun, and they were too greedy. Suddenly, a crossbow arrow pierced the throat of a Jianzi girl. The unlucky Eight Banners soldier's eyes protruded, and he fell straight on the table. The wine bowl in his hand fell to the ground, and the drink splashed. Enemy attack. The terrified Eight Banners soldiers jumped up anxiously, pulling out the weapons from their waists one after another. During this period, arrows came again, shooting dead and wounding many Eight Banners soldiers. The Eight Banners soldiers stuck to the earth wall or overturned the wooden table to block the arrows. After the arrow passed, a few iron tower-like Jurchens of the East Sea burst into the courtyard with their long iron spears. Their tall bodies are the best fighters in themselves, and a few people stand there like a small iron army, slaughtering among the Eight Banners soldiers. Their hatred of Jianzi Nuzen's genocide is not shared, and they have hated them a long time ago, otherwise they would not take the initiative to follow Xamazi to kill the enemy. The villagers in the next room got up early in the morning and saw a bloody storm set off in the courtyard where the Eight Banners squad was stationed next door. They were so frightened that they hurriedly closed the wooden door and pulled down the cork, hiding in there. "Let down your weapons." Xamazi followed Donghai Nvzan into the courtyard, mainly attacking the doglegs in the Eight Banners. "Uncle, please take your life." The dogs were unwilling to sacrifice their lives for the Eight Banners Jurchen, so they were so scared that they quickly threw down their weapons. After a while, the bearded Donghai Jurchen killed the Eight Banners in the courtyard, leaving only a few shivering doglegs. How to deal with them? Dong Haijin asked with flushed eyes. All the guys who helped the Jinren's life were killed. Xamazi gave a fierce blow, and the blood splashed 5 steps. There were corpses all over the courtyard. The wooden door was kicked open, and all the food and armor that could be taken were found, and even the clothes of the 8 banners soldiers were stripped. This leather water sack is a good thing. It belongs to you. Xamazi threw a leather water sack to the Dong Haijin brothers. In addition to looting the houses of Jianzhu Nuzan, Xamazi also ransacked some wealthy landlords nearby, and then hurriedly left this place of right and wrong. On their way back hurriedly, they met Wang Dalang and others who came down to support them. Brother Wang, why are you here? Unfortunately, we have overturned the 8 banners squad and killed more than 20 people. There is still this food. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough staff, otherwise we can bring more food back. Xamazi said to Wang Dalang excitedly. Every time you act arbitrarily, this time you are lucky and didn't hit the main force of the 8 banners, otherwise all will be gone. Wang Dalang hated iron and steel, said, remember that you were surrounded by an 8 banners Nulu last time when you went down the mountain. Did you lose most of your brother? It's not the same. Last time it was winter and there was really nothing to eat. Knowing that it was a trap, we had to pierce it, and we have learned to be smart now. They take 1 step forward, we take 1 step back. They take 1 step back. We just move forward and consume them bit by bit. Xamazi laughed. Wang Dalang shook his head helplessly. When they returned to the camp together, the person they went to contact Liu Sheng sent back news. Liu Sheng of the Fu Liao army agreed to their request for help. Chapter 183 Young Officer. In the army lecture hall of Jinzhou City, the first batch of young officers have graduated and been assigned to various units. The second group of young officers also trained here for a few months. These young officers were either the original officers of Ming Dynasty, some newly promoted ordinary soldiers, and even some scholars in southern Lining who abandoned their culture and joined the military. They are either trained as middle and lower level unit commanders, or trained as military staff officers, each with their own strengths. Archduke Karl served as the dean of the military lecture hall of the army. Perhaps he was too stubborn. In many cases, he personally taught the young officers himself, so that almost all the young officers asked to have met him. Archduke Karl's generous donation in the military field also made many young officers admire. When Grand Duke Karl entered the lecture hall today, he found young officers gathered together with a Kyushu newspaper that had just been printed this morning. The young officers pointed and pointed, and then someone blushed and patted the desk roughly. What's recorded in the Kyushu newspaper? Why are you so excited? Grand Duke Karl came over and asked. I have seen the dean. The young officers greeted Archduke Karl when they saw the instructor. The Kyushu newspaper reported that a prisoner of war of our Ming Dynasty was besieged by Hujin in the Chenai mountains. Now they are hungry and cold. Only a few hundreds of thousands are still alive. Their miserable situation made us excited for a while, and we couldn't bear it. Live in noise. A very excited young officer said. Karl University recognized that this young officer was named Chen Xiolian. He was originally a scholar in southern Lining. It happened that the Fu Liao army regained southern Lining, and later set up the army lecture hall. When the second phase of the army lecture hall was opened to ordinary people, Chen Xiolian also signed up to join the army and became a student of the military staff section with a better body. Can you let me take a look? Grand Duke Karl took the Kyushu newspaper and looked at it carefully. The cover of this issue of Kyushu newspaper is a report on the rebels of Ming prisoners of war. It recorded how miserable this rebel army was and how cruel the golden men were, and it instantly ignited the blood of the young officers. Archduke Karl was a veteran in the Austrian Empire military and political circles of his time. He knew that this report was 80% true, but it guided the people's emotions well, made the people sympathize with the rebels, and once again set off the desire to eliminate Hujin. But Grand Duke Karl was also happy to do things. Only in war can the military be useful. If the military leader organizes a decisive battle against Hu Jin, what will you do as the commander of this battle? Grand Duke Karl took advantage of this opportunity to preach. Directly bombard the past with large artillery, and push it all the way to Sahu and Hetuala, and completely wipe out Hu Jin. A student of the artillery division blushed and said roughly, since they came into contact with cannons, their thinking has been relatively simple and rude. As long as there are enough cannons and enough ammunition, there will be no enemies that cannot be overthrown. Why do you still have to teach you to do flat push? Your artillery department is really the worst student I have ever taken. Duke Karl said with a hatred of iron and steel. Artillery must also pay attention to strategy. Ammunition. It is estimated that the army owner will go bankrupt sooner or later. The old man once confronted an opponent named Napoleon. His artillery tactics are very flexible. You are still far from it. Remember that war is an art and must have a sense of beauty. Art? The young officers of the artillery division looked at each other. What is art? If it were me, I would attack Jianzi from two directions, Liuhita and Liudongqing, step by step, constantly narrowing the encirclement circle, and using artillery and rifles to form a blockade to cut off their contact with the outside world. I only need to nibble on them at every step. The city, we can grow, and eventually force them to have the final battle with us. Chen Xiolian said. Well, this plan is a good strategy, but it's a bit conservative. Grand Duke Karl still slightly approved of Chen Xiolian's plan. While Archduke Karl and the trainees were rehearsing the combat plan, noisy footsteps sounded outside the school. The staff under the command of Luo Sheng personally appeared at the door. The dean, the person from the General Staff Headquarters, was still from the 1st Military Staff Section, and he paid a military courtesy to the teacher. Duke Karl, Zhao Uguang, you are now a staff member of the staff headquarters. You don't need to be polite. Grand Duke Karl still remembers this first stage student who was sent to the staff headquarters by Luo Sheng. These are important things, right? The rest of the second stage cadets, especially the young officers of the military staff section, could not help being thrilled when they saw that the cadets from the previous stage had become prominent figures in the staff headquarters. I am very fast, and I may have such luck. Chen Xiolian's eyes gleamed. When the military staff department was first established in the military academy of the army, the local people thought that this might be the same position as an aide. But the actual military staff of the Fuliao army seemed to be different, and the powers might not be weaker than that of the chief of the army. When necessary, the military staff also has the right to command the army. Now the military staff has become a hot and important department. The commander has indeed issued the latest order. Ask the dean to review it. Zhao Uguang handed a military order covering Luo Sheng's seal to Duke Karl. Grand Duke Karl received the military order, his brows gradually tightened, and then slowly loosened. The dean, what order has the military commander issued? Does it have anything to do with us? The second stage student asked nervously. Although they guessed one or two in their hearts, they still had to listen to the dean to verify their guess personally. To everybody, the second period of theoretical courses for your students will end in these 2 or 3 days. Next, you will be incorporated into the newly established 5th Brigade and 6th Brigade, and go to the front for actual combat training. You have to pack your bags and bid farewell to your family. It may take several months for us to come back. This time I will also go to the front line with you, Duke Karl said solemnly. At the moment, his heart is very tangled. On the one hand, his students can be baptized by the flames of war and will eventually grow up and become a generation of famous generals. But on the other hand, he and the trainees gradually cultivated feelings. The decisive battle with Hu Jin is doomed to life and death, and it will definitely die. Knowing the cruelty of war, he was a little reluctant to send these young officers to the battlefield this morning. We can finally go to the battlefield. The young officers hadn't really experienced the cruelty of the war, but cheered excitedly, wishing to go to the front and completely wipe out Hu Jin. Chapter 184, Fan Wenqing's Determination. The people of Jinzu City discovered that the two newly established infantry brigades stationed in Jinzu City, the 5th Infantry Brigade and the 6th Infantry Brigade, are developing to the north. Before the development, many soldiers bid farewell to their families, and Jinzu City was full of reluctance. At the same time, Jinzu City was circulating again, and the war with Hujin was about to break out again. The excuse for the Fuliao army to start the war this time was to rescue the besieged rebels. The transfer of Jinzu City was rushed to Hechuola, the temporary base camp of Huangji and Bailar, by Hujin spies. Lost Liudong City, Huangji can only return to the old capital. The 8 Banners generals conducted a thorough inspection and realized the importance of firearms, so they hurriedly squeezed their efforts to develop technology and cast cannon firearms on a large scale. However, Hujin found that no matter how much he invested in casting cannons, there were only so many artisans who knew how to forge cannons, and the casting speed was slow. However, if the Fuliao army in southern Lining had the help of magic, it would pull out 2 new troops and dozens of artillery pieces at the end of a winter. This gap widened, making Huangji increasingly uneasy. Our spies planted in southern Lining are coming to retaliate, and the Liao army is ready to move. The 2 5,000 strong teams will develop from Jinzu to Liudong. They may attack us again in the near future. We have to guard against it. Huangji was slow. He said, his tone was a little weak. The Fuliao army is coming again. The faces of Bela and Han Chinese ministers present were as painful as constipation. Faced with such a fiend, they are helpless. The banner they are playing this time is to rescue the slave rebels trapped in the mountains by the Zengbai banner. Do you have a good countermeasure? Huangji asked. Good countermeasure? What good countermeasures are useful in front of hundreds of artillery? Many ministers, including several Jianzhujin Bel who had been brave and combative, were silent with a wry smile on their faces. Originally, the minister thought that the divorce plan could cause the Ming to clash with the Fuliao army. However, it seems that they have not had time to let their conflict ferment. Since the Fuliao army has launched an offensive, the Y minister thought that the enemy is coming. It is necessary to preempt the enemy and unite with the Mongolian tribes to destroy the Fuliao army's defense line and prevent them from forming an offensive. Fan Wenqing also offered Huangji a plan when everyone was silent. Huangji thought deeply. It seems that there is only one way to take the initiative. If we continue to be passive, we will kill the Fuliao army sooner or later. Just thinking of the Mongolian tribe, Huangji's head hurts again. At present, Huangji has established 4 Mongolian flags, but the most powerful one is also the one that can influence the Hawkin tribe. The recent ambiguity with Hujin makes Huangji suspect that the Hawkin tribe has 2 minds. The Hawkin tribe and the Chaha tribe are the 2 Mongolian tribes that we rely on the most. The envoys sent to the Chaha tribe have returned, but the envoys to the Hawkin tribe have no news. I suspect that they have betrayed us. Tai Kai said. Everyone heard that the Hawkin tribe was suspected of rebellion, and their faces became even more ugly. How important is the Hawkin tribe to Huangji? Put it this way. Huangji married the daughter and granddaughter of Mangusi as the main palace and side room, as a political marriage. Since Dayue was captured by Liu Sheng and Shengjing was captured, the Hawkin tribe began to sway left and right, and now it seems that it is beginning to lean towards Liu Sheng's Fuliao army. Huijin is willing to go to the Hawkin tribe and use a 3-inch tongue to stabilize them. Fan Wenqing proactively proposed again. Sir, are you sure? Huangji was a little surprised. He didn't expect Fan Wenqing to have such courage and want to turn the tide. Even if it is only 10% certain, Huijin has to give it a try. Fan Wenqing, the #1 advisor, is also a little bit imaginary. But this is really a desperate move. Without the support of the Mongol tribe, without the horse, even the greatest advantage is lost. Facing the combination of Liu Sheng's line infantry and artillery, the back's heavy infantry can only become a living target. Okay, I will send someone to accompany you. I will also bring 10,000 tals of silver to offer to Mangus to show us sincerity. If their Mongolian tribes help us defeat the Liao army, I can let the Mongolia tribes, in the future, as a country of its own, give them all the power of the prairie and not interfere with their affairs. Huang Ji made up his mind and gritted his teeth. In the crisis of survival, we can only give up some things and let Mongolia become an independent nation. Your Majesty. The 8 banner generals of other ministers heard that Huang Ji wanted to recognize the independence of the Mongolian tribe and make the Mongolian tribe a kingdom with the status of Hujin, and couldn't help but worry. Do you have a better way? Huang Ji glanced at everyone. After being asked by Huang Ji, these ministers lowered their eyes again, bowing their heads in silence. Your Majesty is wise. Fan Wenqing knew that Huang Ji's expedient measure was safe, at least giving him the capital to negotiate with the Mongolian tribe. Just when Fan Wenqing got up to negotiate with the Hawkin tribe on Liu Hitao, 2 new troops from the 5th Infantry Brigade and the 6th Infantry Brigade came to station near the front line in the northern part of Liudong City. Most of these 2 new units are recruits who have only experienced drills and exercises, and they need to experience actual combat. However, he couldn't directly participate in a large-scale battle. Liu Sheng was afraid that the new army would not be able to withstand the bloody war and collapse. Therefore, Liu Sheng ordered the 5th Infantry Brigade and the 6th Infantry Brigade to attack on the front line and attack the Jinbing fortress and troops near the front line. Once the main force of the 8 banners was provoked, the 3 units of the 3rd Infantry Brigade, 4th Infantry Brigade, and artillery brigade that had been stationed on the front line assisted in defense, allowing the 8 banners to retreat. Such large-scale and small-scale attacks were regarded by Liu Sheng as a form of actual combat and included in military merit. Such an order energized the minds of the young officers of the 5th Infantry Brigade and the 6th Infantry Brigade who were eager to make meritorious deeds. They were always wondering where the 8 banners army was located, whether there was a single squad, or simply to encircle and attack new ranks. The 8 banners. As a result, the friction on the border between Liudong City and Jianzhou began to gradually escalate, and the battle report spread to the chiefs of both sides like snowflakes. Grand Duke Karl, who was on the front line, received the reports from the students, and was surprised and delighted. And he unknowingly made a cold sweat for these young boys. The Balers, who are the senior members of the 8 banners, are not so surprised. They are only surprised but not happy. The Fuliao army's attack on the front line has doubled their pressure. Who knows when this small-scale wiping of guns will trigger a large-scale battle. Liu Sheng, the initiator of this incident, was not in a hurry to launch a decisive battle. The skirmish on the front line was a means of his arrangement as a means of actual combat, so that the young officers were baptized by the war. Before the decisive battle, he also waited for the end of the busy farming season and the development of Anshan iron mine, and made some arrangements by the way. Chapter 185 The establishment of Anshan city on the flatland. Anshan and Benxi are arguably the areas with the richest iron ore resources in eastern Lining. At the investment promotion conference in eastern Lining, Liu Sheng convened a large group of businessmen from the Far East Trading Company to build a new city, Anshan City. A city built on resources. Of course, the right to develop the iron ore was controlled by Liu Sheng, and the merchants mainly contracted the supporting facilities and infrastructure work of the new city. Since the construction of Anshan City is mainly to better develop iron ore, it is destined to become an industrial city and is not suitable for the development of primary and tertiary industries. So a large number of new factories were set up here, mainly mining farms, smelters, machine tool factories, etc. Liu Sheng even let the Ordnance Bureau produce firearms here. Producing ironware and firearms on site can reduce unnecessary transportation costs. Before the construction of the Leong railway artery, it would be unwise to transport iron ore directly. Liu Sheng took a group of people to tour Anshan City. Anshan City is just south of Liudong City, which is of great importance to the Fuliao army. In the future, the production of various iron artillery will also rely on the resources here. Leading Liu Sheng and others to patrol Anshan City was Li Guangdong, who had led the uprising of Tishan mining workers. At that time, Liu Sheng's power was not strong, and Li Guangdong led the miners to join him, and he was always reused by Liu Sheng. Li Guangdong turned to Liu Sheng and became one of the managers in Tishan. Now Liu Sheng has been sent to Anshan city to lead new workers to develop the iron ore here. There are more than 10 mines near Anshan, including Tishishan, Xianshan, Dongenshan, Degushan, Guanshan, Xilingcai, and Gongchangling. People have been digging here since the Liao dynasty. Your lord, look, here the appearance is very much like a saddle, so Anshan speaks. The one in the west is Xianshan, and the one in the east is Dongenshan. Li Guangdong introduced to Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng saw that it was indeed the case. Anshan can be said to be the best wealth bestowed by God in Liaodong. Considering the billions of tons of iron ore here, it is estimated that the development of a layer of iron ore close to the surface will be long enough for the leaning military. Even the 19th century British Empire in the previous era had an annual output of 1 million tons. At present, there are mining farms in operation near Xianshan, and blast furnaces for iron smelting have been built in the smelters. With black smoke from the chimneys, iron making mainly involves adding iron ore, coke, flux, and air to the blast furnace. The blower can effectively make the chemical reaction inside more fully. In addition to Li Guangdong, some metallurgical experts and chemists that Liu Sheng had summoned in the same company home. In fact, the Celestial Kingdom has long had similar ideas and practices in the field of metallurgy, but it has never become a complete discipline system and the chemical principles behind it, and it is more just passed on by word of mouth by blacksmiths. Liu Sheng still knew about blast furnace iron making, and it was still in use until the 21st century. The difference is that the flux, blower and other supporting technologies have been upgraded. However, Liu Sheng couldn't remember the chemical reaction equation of blast furnace iron making, and he was a little ashamed of his former teacher. Yes, that's the limestone flux, which can improve the quality of our pig iron. People in the Academy of Sciences are studying different fluxes. Li Guangdong also began to understand metallurgical chemistry. Well, your smelter is doing a good job. Liu Sheng turned his head and said to the railway engineer who was also with him, Anshan will become the largest iron ore producing area after surpassing Tishan in the future. You will use this as an important railway base to continuously transport iron ore and iron tools to various places. We will survey the whole line in the next 2 or 3 months and present the detailed railway plan to the adults. Zantaniu and Stevenson said, My adults, please go here. Our Ordnance Bureau has a factory here that produces artillery and ammunition. After production, they can be transported directly to the front line without having to travel long distances through Fuzhou and Guizhou. People from the Ordnance Bureau also actively asked. Liu Sheng showed off his achievements. Our mining farm has 3,000 workers here, mainly arranged in shanty towns. However, recently we have started to build brick houses. As long as we have worked in our mining farm for 3 years, we can buy brick houses at a low price. Li Guangdong said, if you are economically savvy, if you use a brick house to win over workers, you will be able to recover a little after 3 years. Liu Sheng looked a little at Li Guangdong. It seems that as the commercial atmosphere in southern Lining gradually opens up, everyone's minds are beginning to become flexible. The mining farm is controlled by Liu Sheng, and the income of the mining farm is naturally also Liu Sheng's. Therefore, Liu Sheng is more concerned about the income of the mining farm. After strolling around the newly established Anshan city, Liu Sheng saw that the Anshan mine, which had developed after a winter, had begun to take shape and would soon become a thriving new city. Liaodong City, Jinzhou City, Fuzhou City, Guizhou City, and Zhou City are regional cities, while Dalian Port is a foreign trade city, Anshan City is an industrial city, and a railway connects them. This is the current situation. What Liu Sheng wanted to do most, when the railway, inland, and ports lead to the 4 seas, southern Lining and eastern Lining will be as stable as a rock, without fear of any blockade. While the construction of Anshan City is in full swing, Farmers in southern Lining and Liudong are also busy planting seedlings on their contracted farmland, so as not to miss this busy season when the spring returns to the earth. The wild grasses on the vast Liao-Hitao grassland turn green and are full of vitality. For the Mongolian tribes who live in this grassland chasing water and grass, this is the blessing of the eternal life, allowing them to regain their vitality. As for the next cold winter, let's wait till that time. Fan Wenqing led dozens of 8-banners cavalry into the Liao-Hitao grassland to find Hawkin tribe. After Lin Danhan was repeatedly defeated by Hu Jin and escaped from the Hetao side, the Hawkin tribe and Chaha tribe vaguely became the new kings of Mongolia, especially the Liao-Hitao, which was dominated by the Hawkin tribe. Master Fan, when we defeated the allied forces of the 9 tribes headed by the Hawkin tribe and made them our vassals, we did not expect that today, we have fallen to the point where we have come to beg them. It is truly impermanent. An accompanying envoy said. Fan Wenqing said, his tone was full of unwillingness. There has never been an eternal enemy, nor an eternal friend in this world. How about a big man who can stretch and bend, and pull his face down a little to beg them for the Hawkin department? Fan Wenqing shook his head. This time the group of them first went to the city of Grejuljan, the stronghold of Obar, another leader of the Hawkin department besides Mangus. Compared with Mangusi, this Obar seems to be less affected by the Fuliao army, and I hope they have not been wooed by the Fuliao army. Fan Wenqing sat on horseback thinking. Chapter 186. Grejuljan City. Jelezurjan City is the old nest of Obar Hawkin. Although it is not more prosperous than many cities in Liudong, it is already a big city on Liao-Hitao. As soon as Fan Wenqing and others arrived, they were surrounded by Mongolian warriors. Who are you? What are you doing in Grejuljan City? Asked the Mongolian warrior, riding a horse around Fan Wenqing and them. Please inform your leader Obar. We are the messengers of the great golden kingdom of God, come to discuss with Obar. Fan Wenqing said loudly, remember that we attacked the Datong town of Daming together last year. We Darjin nation but your companions fighting alongside your Mongolia. People from the great golden kingdom. Hundreds of Mongolian warriors looked strange. One of the leaders said, you are waiting here. I will inform our leader and see if he wants to meet you. These Mongols are too arrogant. A golden messenger said bitterly. Quiet. The Mongols have always been going straight. They heard your words. We don't even want to leave. Fan Wenqing shouted. The chief tent of Obar in the city of Grejuljan, the leader of the Hawkin tribe, Obar, is receiving distinguished guests. Little niece, I heard that you were taken captive to Leonan, and my uncle was very worried. But I saw your face ruddy today. It seems that I didn't suffer in Leonan. Obar said with a smile. Troubled Uncle Obama, said a woman about 15 years old sitting on a wooden chair, I have had a great time in southern Lining and learned a lot of new things. Oh, what's new? The artillery that defeated the Jurchen? Obar asked. It's not just artillery. It would be fine if the Fuliao army was only capable of artillery, but they have something more powerful than artillery. That is knowledge. The one who went to the Obar tribe was specially sent back to the Mongolian tribe by Liu Sheng. Dear knowledge? Obar was a little confused. 4 books and 5 classics. The niece will not explain it clearly for a while. But the Fuliao army is knowledgeable, so they can defeat the Jurchens, and they have endless food. In winter, a considerable part of our Hawkin tribe's food is still provided by the Fuliao army. Dear said, Uncle Obar, your tribe also received food for relief, right? I understand when you say this. It seems that knowledge is really a powerful thing. Obar heard the food, and his interest came all of a sudden. In winter, Liu Sheng's relief has reduced the deaths of tens of thousands of people in their tribe, and made their tribes grateful. This time my niece brought several envoys from the Fuliao army, and my uncle can talk to them. Recently, they want my uncle to help me. Dear said, you are talking about these few people? I don't know what their names are, Obar asked, pointing to a few people who are also sitting in the main account. This should be a very rare Westerner, right? Ella of the Fuliao army has seen Chief Obar, while Leong of the Fuliao army has met Chief Obar. Several messengers from the Fuliao army greeted Obar slightly. If you know that the people of the intelligence department of the Fuliao army are here, you will be surprised to find that almost all the high-level personnel of the intelligence department are here, in order to win another part of the Hawkin tribe. In the cold winter, the Fuliao army rescued us a lot of food. The Han people said that they were courteous. If you ask me for help, I must be able to do it. Obar stroked his beard and patted his chest. Actually, we came to visit Chief Obar, not for a major event. Leong said actively. It's not a big deal. That's too simple. My branch of Hawkin tribe has tens of thousands of brave warriors and a population of more than 100,000. There are no trivial things that can't be done. Just say it. Obar slapped his thigh. Not at all, said intentionally. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just asking the leader of Obar to send troops to destroy Hujin with us. Ella continued following Obar's words. Isn't it just to eliminate Hujin? It's simple. I will. Obar couldn't react for a while and said smoothly, but he felt that something was wrong when he said it. Is it a trivial matter after the extermination? Although Hujin has been miserable by the Fuliao army recently, the 100-legged insects are dead and not stiff. And the 8 banners still have tens of thousands of combat-effective soldiers. Cough cough cough. Obar seemed to choke. Let me think about it. Uncle, you are the most brave warrior of our Hawkin tribe, and you are still afraid of the Jianzhu Jurchen who has lost his wings? Dao said in due course. Fear? I don't know how to write the word for fear. Obama said pretentiously, not wanting to be embarrassed in front of his smart and cute niece. I've long seen the people in the 8 banners not pleasing to the eye. If it's not because of allies' love, I must lead the bravest warrior in the tribe to beat them severely. Then Uncle Obar agreed to send troops. Dao blinked. But the lives of our people are very precious. Helping the Han people send troops for no reason. Obar was sold by his niece and couldn't help but glared at Dao. We can let the nobles, like the Mangas tribe, merge into our Liao army and become the people of Ming Dynasty. Ayla said in a deep thought. Obar heard that his eyes were about to fall to the ground. When did it become an honor to incorporate them into the Fuliao army? And listening to them, it seems that the Mangas tribe is very happy to join the Fuliao army. Niece, your Mangas tribe has already belonged to the Fuliao army and become a vassal of the Fuliao army? Omar asked Dao in surprise. This incident should have been confidential, but my niece did not dare to hide it from my uncle. Our tribe has indeed decided to join the Fuliao army, but instead of becoming a vassal, it became a part of the Fuliao army and officially accepted their management. Dao said, this is impossible. Their warriors of our Mongolian empire cannot take refuge in the weak Ming dynasty. Obar couldn't believe it. Uncle, you don't know that the Mongol empire is a thing of the past, and now the Golden family is declining, and the various tribes are torn apart. If you don't find a good backer as soon as possible, I am afraid that the end will be even worse. Dao said. While everyone was discussing, the guards outside the main account came in and whispered in Obar's ear, telling the news of the arrival of the envoy of Jin outside the city. Obar changed his color slightly when he heard it. The messenger of the Fuliao army just arrived, but the messenger of Hujin also arrived. If the people from the two sides met, wouldn't the city of Glejuljan be turned upside down? Go down and bring the envoy of Jin into the city, and place them in the west of the city. You are not allowed to meet with the envoy of the Fuliao army and wait for my interview, Obar said to his men. Chapter 187. Obar is still hesitant. It seems to be sitting on the ground and raising the price. Ella, Leong, Dao and others walked out of Obar's main account, and everyone talked. Since the middle guard came in and whispered to Obar, Obar didn't seem to be so anxious, and he was also perfunctory to them. From what I know about Obar, although he is the leader of our Hawkin branch and has more than 10,000 soldiers, he has a weak personality and we are a little harder. I originally thought that even if he could not take refuge in us, he would accept it on the surface. But this time it seems that I was wrong, Dia said with puzzled eyebrows furrowed. Could it be the news from the guard that changed Obama's mind? Iro asked. By the way, I know Yuichi, a commander of the Obar tribe, and maybe I can inquire about the news from him. Dia said. Yuichi was in the city at this time. After Dia found out where he lived, an envoy from the Fuliao army went to visit his residence. This Wu he is tall and thin, but reveals a lot of enthusiasm. Seeing Dia and others come to visit, he can't help but feel flattered. Who is Dia? She is the granddaughter of Mangus, the most influential man in the Hawkin tribe. She has a higher status than Yuichi in the Mongolian tribe with the same strict hierarchy. What's more, Wachi Brout was still the envoy of the Fuliao army, the most powerful in Eastern Lining. Little ancestor, why are you here? Please come in quickly. Our tribe has nothing good to say. It is not good enough to greet you. Wu Hechi asked Dia and the others to come in. Brother Yuichi, this time we are visiting. We want you to ask for help. Apart from our group, are there any people from other places who have come to Glejuljan city? Dia asked. Others? Yuichi thought for a moment. It's true, or I asked them to take them into the city. As for who they are, Hu Jin's messenger, right? Leong said suddenly. Do you all know? Wu Hechi asked in surprise. This kind of thing will be known after a little thought. Apart from Hu Jin, who else can make your leader Obar shake? No wonder you want to sit on the ground and raise the price. It turns out that you want to have both sides. Leong sneered. But we are. The Fuliao army is not easy to fool. If you want to bargain with us, you have to look at sincerity. Dear Fuliao army messengers, we never mean to have both sides. It's just a matter of great importance. The leader of Obar just wants to weigh which side to join. After all, standing on the wrong team is likely to lead to annihilation. Believe Obar. The leader will make a reasonable choice. Seeing the Fuliao army envoy became angry, Yuichi quickly explained to them anxiously. Ella and the others directly ignored his prevarication, but whispered to each other, seeming to be discussing countermeasures. Yuichi was a little nervous. These people can't provoke them, and they represent the powerful forces of the Leong and Fuliao army and the Hawkin Mangs. They are definitely not something that the Obar tribe can provoke. In particular, the Fuliao army still has a large amount of food. If it suffers from a famine this year, it may be brazen to ask the Fuliao army for relief. The envoys of the Fuliao army discussed with each other for a while, and Ella, who led the team, took out a stack of silver bills from his arms and placed them on the wooden table. This female envoy, what do you mean? Wu Hechi looked around nervously, but fortunately, there are only these people in the hall now. Your name is Yuichi, right? Do one thing for us. These banknotes are all yours. Before you decide, you might as well look at the amount of these banknotes. Ella pushed the stack of banknotes to Yuichi. Wu Hechi tremblingly took the stack of silver bills, counted with trembling hands. His eyes straightened. Recently, the Mongolian tribes have not been out of the country very well. He is a commander of thousands, and his treatment is not very good. Suddenly seeing such a large amount of silver bills, his fragile heart can't stand it. I don't know what your envoy wants me to do for help. Wu Hechi swallowed, wishing to take these banknotes as his own right away. But he knew that these banknotes did not belong to him at this moment. To get these banknotes, you still need to work for the Fuliao army. It's simple. Ella said of their plan. The consequences are too serious. I can't bear the anger of the leader. Wu Hechi was a little bit horrified when he heard the plan of the crowd. Master Yuichi is also a commander of 1,000 people. Even if you do these things, Obar will not take you anymore. When your tribe merges into our territory, the military leader will still give you a position no lower than your current position. The treatment of the Fuliao army is very generous. Of course, if you don't intend to show your sincerity, just assume that all these things have been done. Ella pretended to be a little angry, and reached out to get the silver ticket on the wooden table. Wait. Seeing that the huge wealth was about to fly away, Yuichi hurriedly guarded the banknote. I promise you can't do it. In Obar's main account, Obar is receiving Hujin's messenger and wants to see Hujin's conditions. If your tribe is willing to send troops to support our Darjin nation, Our Majesty Darjin nation is willing to acknowledge your tribe's control over Liuhetao, and will lead you to be the new Mongol emperor. Fan Wenqing offered his best condition: know that although Gibu and Mangus are both members of the Hawkin tribe, the influence of Mangus on the Hawkin tribe may be greater than you. If you join the Fu Liao army, you will work under the old man of Mangus. Everywhere is under the control of people. But if your ministry joins hands with our great Golden Kingdom, once the Fu Liao army is eliminated, our Majesty will proclaim the emperor together with you, a Mongolian emperor, a big golden emperor, and rule this land of thousands of miles. Wouldn't it? Wonderful? Obar couldn't help but be moved when he heard the words of the Mongolian emperor. The patriarch of every Mongolian tribe has the idea of restoring the territory of the Mongol Empire, including him of course. If the Fu Liao army can be eliminated, I promise you that the conditions are good. It's just that the Fu Liao army is very strong recently, with advanced firearms, and even your capital of Hujin has been captured. I have any reason to believe that we will join forces this time. Can you beat them? Obar asked. The last time Shengjing was lost was because we lacked food, so we had to go to looting Datong town and let the Fu Liao army take advantage of the loopholes. This time, we will concentrate all the forces of the 8 banners, as long as you use cavalry to plunder Fu Liao. For the army's food road, the Fu Liao army will be defeated. Fan Wenqing said. What you said is just an idea. The Fu Liao army may not have no countermeasures. Or you should go and rest first, and I will give you an answer when I figure it out. Obar did not make a decision immediately, but asked Fan Wenqing to make a decision. They go down. This Obar is obviously perfuncting us. He must have also contacted the Fu Liao army, looking to see who has good conditions. After leaving the main account, a Hujin messenger complained. We have to think of some way to make Obama have to fall to us. Fan Wenqing frowned. Chapter 188. Forced to mount Liangshan. Fan Wenqing and the others were spotted as soon as they left the main account. The people who just stared at them were originally Mongolians here, so Fan Wenqing didn't care about them. It couldn't be more normal to be watched in someone else's territory. Staring at the eyes of Fan Wenqing and others, they didn't stop tracking until Fan Wenqing and the others entered the residence arranged for them by Obar. When the night gradually fell, Yuchi's house gathered the messengers of the Fu Liao army and several centurions under him. This time we mobilized part of the army. This is a serious crime that offends the leader. I hope that your Fu Liao army can stand up to protect us at that time. Yuchi said to Ayla and other envoys with several centurions. Don't worry, when things are done, we will include your safety in the conditions of negotiations with Obama, and guarantee your status after merging your ministry. Ella said. Since you have your guarantee, let's start to act. Yuchi collected that huge amount of money from the Fu Liao army and planned to spare it. Hundreds of people gathered by Yuichi into the city before nightfall gathered together near Yuichi's residence at the agreed time, and then under the leadership of Yuichi, people rushed to the residence where the envoy of the gold was located. Whose subordinates are you? This is the place where the chiefs set up envoys. Don't trespass. Several Mongolian soldiers guarding the Hujin envoys shouted when they saw the army suddenly appearing outside the house in the dark. That's it, take them down. Yuichi was fierce, and sent his men to capture the Mongolian soldiers at the door with wrestling skills. Asshole. We are our own people. A few Mongolian soldiers did not want to suddenly appear in their own army to attack them, blushing and shouting, are you going to rebel? Don't yell, we just don't want the leader to be deceived by the Jurchen, and it won't hurt your lives. Brothers, go in and kill all the Jurchen messengers, lest they confuse the leader. After taking down a few guards, Yuchi brought hundreds of persevering soldiers into the gate and rushed in like a tide. The Hujin messenger living in the yard heard the noise outside, got up and opened the door, and was attacked by the intruding Mongolian soldiers. The 8 banners soldiers were also able-bodied men, but they were caught off guard, and before they had time to resist, they became the dead souls of the Mongolian warriors. For a time, blood flew across the residence of the post-Jin messenger, splashing the night strangely. In the hut in the backyard, a man heard the shouts of killing outside. So scared Lushan was it quickly jumped over the wall and escaped from the yard. Georgia. When the man went out over the wall, he twisted his ankle in a panic, so he had to panic halfway and disappeared into the night. My lord, a total of 32 Ahujin messengers were killed, and one is still missing. The centurion who was in charge of attacking Hujin messengers reported to Yuchi. Who is that escape? Yuchi asked. We didn't keep alive, so there is no way to know which person escaped, only knowing that they came together with 33 people. The centurion said embarrassedly. No matter, letting them escape alone shouldn't be a concern. Our goal has been achieved. Ella arrived with a group of envoys. The envoys of the Fuliao army saw dead bodies everywhere, and none of their envoys suffered casualties. They couldn't help feeling that it's good to have money. All envoys are satisfied. So can I go to Liudong to redeem this banknote later? Seeing that Ella, Hualong and others were not dissatisfied, Wu Hechi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, everyone will be your own in the future. You can come and fetch it at any time. Holy, the Fuliao army is really bold. Yuchi led a mass murder in the mansion of the envoy of Hujin, causing turmoil throughout the city. There were even 1,000 commanders who misjudged that there was a rebellion, so they led the army to the city to help, and also blocked important streets. The sound of shouting and cursing and horseshoes lingered in the city. Obar, who was still in the dark, was awakened in his sleep. Why is the city so noisy? Obar asked when he went out in a mink coat. Looking back to lead the story, the little one doesn't know what happened. Please also ask the leader to quickly mobilize soldiers and horses to stay here, and make a decision when the situation becomes clear. What you said. Obama is not afraid of 10,000, just in case, if there is any rebellion, then his life will not be guaranteed. Obar's guards were quickly mobilized and guarded the residence where Obar was located. The city and the outside are still very chaotic, and no one knows what happened. Even some troops were accidentally injured, which caused a lot of trouble. It wasn't until Yuchi sent people to notify all parties, including Obar, that everyone suddenly realized Yuhechi is so bold that he dared to commit suicide. The envoy of Jin, did he put me as the leader in his eyes? Obar was extremely furious when he heard the news. The envoy of the Jinren was completely wiped out here, and he would definitely regard his Obar tribe as an irreconcilable enemy, and he would be forced to completely fall to the Fuliao army. This is forcingly Anshan. There is no trace of the Fuliao army envoy behind this, and Obar did not believe that he was killed. Originally, Obar thought that even if he took refuge in the Fuliao army, with the envoy of the Jinren, he could increase his bargaining chips with the Fuliao army. It's just that the Fuliao army was too ruthless and directly killed the golden messenger. Chief, the messenger of the Fuliao army, please see. Obar's guard came in and said to Obar, let them come in. After being thrown with an Obar, he was a little frustrated. He had long thought that the Fuliao army envoy was coming. In addition to Ella, Dayu, Hualong and others this time, there is also Wu Hechi, the initiator of this incident. Please forgive my crimes from the chief. I swear to Shengshen, I am loyal to the chief. I just don't want the chief to be misled by the dead golden man. Enough. Obar stopped Yuchi's words. He still couldn't see that the Fuliao army was supporting Wu Hechi at this time, and he couldn't handle Wu Hechi. The Fuliao army messenger was not only to kill the Hujin messenger who had enemies with them, but also to attack one of his Obers and force him to make a decision. Your method of restoring the Liao army is really simple and neat. Although I am a warrior on the prairie, I may not be able to kill the enemy who opposes myself overnight. Obar said with some vicissitudes. Seeing you, it kind of reminds me that I was such a brave person before, but after experiencing too many things, I became cringed. Master Obama, don't say that. You still have a chance to make a bold decision. I wonder if we can discuss with you a plan to jointly send troops to fight against the post-financial funds. I'm in such a field. Do you think I can still refuse? Orbus said helplessly. I'll admit it when I plant it in your hands. Chapter 189 Bait. Between Liadong City and Seahu, a Han River connects. This line has been reduced to a battlefield for the Fuliao army and the Eight Banner army. The two sides have deployed more than tens of thousands of troops on this front. At present, Liu Sheng's 5th Infantry Brigade, 3rd Infantry Brigade, and Artillery Brigade are arranged on this main front. On the opposite side are the Zenlin flag of Mangurtai and the inlaid blue flag of Armene. The station of the Fuliao army was near Fushan Pass. The pass was located at the commanding heights of the north of the Hun River Valley, which opened the door to Jianzhuai. 20 miles away from Fushan Pass is the city of Fushan, which should have been a good place to station troops. 10 years ago, Nahaki plundered more than 300,000 people and animals after conquering Fushan city. Before leaving, he set fire to Fushan city. Since then, until now, the city of Fushan is still in ruins, with only a dozen households scattered around. Since it was pursuing the combat plan of round battles, the Fuliao army would sneak attack on the Eight Banners soldiers every 3 to 5, and once succeeded, they would immediately retreat to Fushan Pass, letting the Eight Banners army bite their hateful teeth and helpless. If they pursued the Fuliao army who came to sneak attack, it would be easy to be shelled by Fuliao army at Fushan Pass. The shelling distance is very far. They found that the heavy armor of their soldiers could no longer withstand the Fuliao army's muskets, not to mention the high cost of heavy armor. There were more soldiers without armor or light armor. These soldiers were only targets in front of the flintlock muskets. Therefore, the Eight Banners army began to build fortresses in the Hun River area, which led to the formation of horns in important places such as Seahu, Gulzhai, and Jilanya. No one knows when the escalating conflict between the two sides will trigger a large-scale decisive battle. Among the camps of the Fuliao army on the north side of the Hun River, the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Infantry Brigade was still an infantry battalion composed mostly of recruits. After this month of rounds of battle, they have had several small-scale battles with the Eight Banners soldiers, and they can be regarded as having some combat experience. Recently, the Eight Banners army seems to be scared by us. It has been shrinking in the fortress, or staying in the vicinity of Salu, and will not fight with us. If this continues, we will have no battle. The commander of the 3rd Battalion stared at this neighborhood. The topographic map said depressedly to the people under him. The topographic map of this neighborhood was carved by Liu Shengren on a wooden board and then printed out. Every officer has it so that they can observe the nearby terrain anytime and anywhere. Look at the 1st Battalion next door. They attacked a grain transport team of the Eight Banners soldiers a few days ago, beheading 100 ranks, and also intercepted a batch of grain and grass. The army owner sent people to commend them. Look at us again. The biggest battle was to storm the opponent's fortress and kill dozens of opponents by artillery bombardment. He said again. The young officers present nodded. Now it is rare that the Fuliao army has the upper hand, but the Eight Banners army has cleared the wall, making them feel their fists hit the cotton. Chen Xiolian, you are a new military staff officer. You have always been flexible. Do you have any good ideas to draw the Eight Banners out, and then we will beat them severely? He turned his gaze to passing the army lecture hall. Chen Xiolian of training. I have some ideas here. It's just too risky. Chen Xiolian pointed to the north bank of the Han River. Look, now the inlaid blue flag is holding fast near Seahu, and their Zenlin flag is supporting it in Gulzhai. The Eight Banners are expected. There are 20,000 soldiers and logistics. There are more than 1,000 people in our battalion. They will definitely not let us be in sight. Look at this again. The Suzi River extends from the Han River. The two rivers form a triangle. There is a fortress of Eight Banners soldiers with only 1 or 2 Nielu troops. If we surround this fortress, the Eight Banners army will definitely send troops to rescue. At that time, we will be able to engage in field battles with the Eight Banners soldiers. Chen Xiolian said, this strategy is called encirclement and rescue, but if the opponent's reinforcements are too much, we may fall into a siege. I'm afraid we will be cut off, the whole army annihilated. The intersection of the Suzi River Valley and the Han River, The distance from our Fushan Pass has exceeded the 30-mile distance required by the military owner for internal rounds of war. Moreover, the inlaid blue flag near Seihu, the enemy's reinforcements will come soon, and if we fail to win, then we are in danger. He and others hesitated. But for the sake of military merit, we seem to have no other better way to attract the opponent's troops. It is precisely because we are few that the other party will be assured of reinforcements. Chen Xiolian said, we can secretly march at night and enter the Suzi River Valley. In the middle, the enemy is shaken, and then people ask for help from the brigade commander and others. Turn this battle into a large-scale battle. Yi and the others took a breath. Chen Xiolian's idea was too bold. He wanted to use the lives of more than 1,000 soldiers in his own battalion as bait. He wanted to lure out all the 8 banners troops nearby, and then let the large forces counter-encircle these 8 banners troops. Just as bait, they are very dangerous. If they are surrounded by a large army and eliminated by the 8 banners army, then they will become cannon fodder. But this also means an opportunity. If they win this battle, their 3rd battalion will become a major contributor to this decisive battle. As far as I can see, our forces have advanced to the 2 fronts of Fushan Pass and King Fort. It will be a matter of time before a decisive battle is launched. It is better for us to take the initiative to propose to the army owner that our infantry battalion will be used as a bait to break into the Suzi Valley first, and then the army advances, destroys the forces of the 2 banners on this front, and opens the passage from Fushan Pass to Hechula. Chen Xiolian said, everyone, since we can't get enough enemy heads, why don't we take the risk and bet our lives to provoke a battle against Hujin? Chen Xiolian looked around the crowd, his tone was a little excited, his eyes revealed crazy. We did this vote. Yi and the others couldn't stand the enthusiasm and provoked the decisive battle. The name will definitely go down in history, just because it's worth the death. The report of the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Infantry Brigade was reported to the brigade commander Chenai, who couldn't help being surprised. Then he reported the report to Luo Sheng. Luo Sheng, who is in Liaodong City, is deploying troops. In his map, 3 thick arrows are depicted with arrows. One of them is from Fushan to Sahu and Gyul's High, from the west to Hechula, the old nest of Hujin. The 3rd Infantry Battalion is willing to act as a decoy. Luo Sheng couldn't help but smile when he received Chenai's battle plan. It just so happened that these days Luo Sheng had been working with the officers of the military staff headquarters to work out a general plan for fighting against Hujin. This time Yi and Chen Xiolian took the initiative to ask for a battle, and it was not necessary for Luo Sheng to deliberately arrange for the vanguard. Chapter 190 The Horn of the Decisive Battle. Our army is currently on the Fushan Pass and King Fort. The route to attack Hechula from Fushan Pass is 200 miles long. The 3rd Infantry Brigade, the 5th Infantry Brigade, and the Artillery Brigade have already been deployed. From King Fort to Yu Pass, the attacking supply line to Hechula is nearly 100 miles long, but the road is more difficult. The 4th and 6th Infantry Brigade have been deployed. The 1st and 2nd Infantry Brigade have been deployed. The 1st Artillery Brigade is a reserve team. Since Hujin is not allowed to know our main attack direction, it is still deployed near Liaodong City. Once the main attack direction is decided, these troops will immediately arrive there. The officer of the General Staff summarized the current situation. Strategic deployment. Do you ever know how our Ming army was deployed after the defeat of Seihu? Luo Sheng sat down, looked at the map drawn in circles on the wooden table, and asked. This subordinate still knows. At that time, on the eve of the Battle of Sahu, Yang Gao was under the command of Shen Yang and his troops were divided into 4 groups. Among them, Marin led 15,000 troops to attack from the north, and June led 30,000 troops, attacking from the west. The 3rd Road Li Ruble led 25,000 troops to attack from the southwest, and the 4th Road Liu Ting led 10,000 troops to attack from the south with a total of 20,000 troops from the Goryeo army, said Zhao Uguang of the military staff. Although there are many reasons for the defeat of Seihu, at that time, after discovering the actions of our Ming army, Nahaki adopted a strategy of concentrating troops and defeating them one by one, with a vicious vision. This time our army was almost all Liao people, and it was the local transfer of grain, so there is no need to divide the troops into 4 groups, only 2 groups are needed, and the superior forces will be concentrated to attack Seiyahu and report the hatred of Seiyahu. Liu Sheng said. The army owner meant to send the main force of the 1st and 2nd Brigade to Fushan Pass, with Fushan Pass as the main attack direction. Many staff members heard that Liu Sheng finally confirmed the main attack direction, and they pricked their ears. The terrain of Fushan Pass is more conducive to large-scale line infantry offensives, and it also facilitates the transportation of artillery. On the contrary, although King Fort is closer, the terrain is rugged. How is the Mongolian Hawkin tribe now? Liu Sheng asked again. The Hawkin tribe recruited the bravest members of the tribe and agreed to send out 12,000 cavalry soldiers to pin down the remaining Mongolian tribes who had sought refuge in Hujin, so that they had no time to help Hujin. Yes, the time is ripe. This time I'm going to play a big one. The order goes on. In addition to the defending army, Liaodong City will set off to the front line as planned. Liu Sheng said. Send someone back to tell He that they are theirs. I approved the battle plan, but the date of departure requires a decision by the military department. Let them be ready. The military decided to launch a decisive battle to destroy Hujin, the heavily armed army near Liaodong City, after counting the ammunition and dry food needed for the guns and artillery, began to develop in the direction of Fushan Pass. In an era without radio, it takes a lot of courage and luck to make a surprise attack. Liu Sheng and the others didn't play any tricks, but went directly to Yangmu, which was similar to the deployment of Daming's attack on Jianzhou in the Battle of Seiyahu many years ago. But the Fuliao army is not comparable to the Ming army 9 years ago. The Fuliao army used soldiers from Liaodi to transfer grain and grass on the spot, and there was no shortage of military pay. There are also new styles of firearms and new styles of warfare concepts, which also concentrate forces in one direction. The other direction needs to be responsible for delaying the enemy and causing tremendous pressure on the enemy. If Huang Ji also concentrated his forces to fight Liu Sheng in a decisive battle at Seiyahu, then he would face the threat of being stabbed by the second team. On the front line of Fushan Pass, Chenai of the 5th Infantry Brigade received Liu Sheng's return, and his plan was approved. I'm not afraid of other places in Hujin, I'm just worried that their cavalry will harass our logistics supplies. After these years, Jin has fetched a lot of horses from Mongolia, and they are more flexible than us. Chang Yi said to He, you need to prepare more dry food this time. I will lead the army to advance steadily, stabilize the food and grass, and support you at any time when you are under siege. If you have the brigade commander's words, then we can rest assured. This time we must go to them to stab a big basket, he said excitedly. At 10%, their army is the first achievement. Now this matter has been focused on by the army master. Don't shame Lozi, you know, Shang Yi said. Yes. On the rugged grassland of Liu Hitao, the white yurts are like stars dotted in the sky, and a huge horse team is lined up in front of the yurts, with noisy voices and tens of thousands of people. Obar, you are finally cooperating with the Fuliao army. Diaya's father, Zhang, wearing chain mail and riding a tall horse, said to Obar, who was leading the troops. Isn't your good daughter and Fuliao army pit me? Killing all the envoys of Hujin in my turf completely cut off my back. Obar said depressed. Our Hawkin tribe is in the same spirit, and we always advance and retreat together. This time, if the Fuliao army can destroy the Hujin, we will merge them together. On the contrary, if the Hujin wins, we will consider the long-term plan. Zhang said disapprovingly. Is the old man okay recently? Obar suddenly asked Mangus, Zhang's father, who may be the oldest person in the Hawkin tribe. The old man is still healthy, and it's not a big problem. I used to yell that he would lead his troops on the expedition personally, But I was persuaded, Sayadang said. Who said I won't go? I will personally lead the army to fight this time. Let the world know the power and prestige of our Mongolian cavalry. An old man wearing golden armor and white temples appeared with a group of attendants. Although he is over 60 years old, his eyes are still very sharp. Master, why did you come out? Zhang said quickly. This time we are going to conquer the Chaha tribe. If we hurt you, how can we explain to the tribe? Chaha has always been a member of the Golden family, and we don't necessarily have that closeness. This time the old man is going to meet them, and by the way, he will go to Jianzi for a ride. Mangus said, it is impossible for the old man to miss this decisive battle in his lifetime. Zhang, you should send more people to look after the old man. Obar said, when the old man was galloping on the battlefield, you were still little hairy boys with snots. I didn't expect that it would be your turn to lead the battle so soon. This time the old man will look at your talents and let you see that the old man's archery has never regressed. Go. Mangus was more excited than Zazen and Obar. The 12,000 cavalrymen of the Hawkin tribe merged with the Dragoon battalion from Xiningbao to form a cavalry torrent to the north of Liuhetao. It is necessary to isolate the Chaha tribe from Hujin, so that the Fuliao army does not have to worry about the Mongolian cavalry. Let go of your hands and feet on the premise of threats. Chapter 191. Between Seahu and Gul's High, Hujin built a stone fort to connect the two areas, and a Nula force was stationed in this stone fort. However, the sky was only slightly white, and the Nula forehead of this Nula troop was really awakened by the sound of artillery, and was so scared that he fell from the bed. My lord, the event is not good. The Fuliao army has attacked. An 8-banners soldier rushed into the Nuluazan tent in a hurry, and knocked down many weapons placed in the tent. Isn't the Fuliao army active near Fushan Pass? Why are you calling us here? Hurry up. Let me go out and have a look. This Nul was really busy grabbing the helmet on the head of the bed. Boom. Just when Nuluazan and the others just walked out, a blooming bullet landed not far from them, and the shrapnel tore everything around to shreds. My lord, be careful. These people hurriedly hid behind a nearby stone wall. They even brought artillery. Gnul was so scared that his face paled. This stone fort is not big. If the Fuliao army brought artillery, the range of the artillery could cover the entire stone fort, which means that shells may fall off their heads at any time, smashing them into meat sauce. Perhaps because of the long-distance raid by the Fuliao army, there were not many artillery belts, and the number of shelling was not frequent. Nul really brought a few of his men to the stone wall in fear. Nul really carefully looked outside, and saw the Fuliao army's flag hunting, neatly lined up in a formation. The artillery position had been constructed long ago, and the soldiers were busy carrying ammunition from the carriage. He pondered for a moment, and he estimated that there were thousands of people in the Fuliao army who surrounded them, and he couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. They appeared here overnight. They must have come from Fushan Guanlian possibly, wanting to attack us by surprise. Light up the smoke and notify the two bell masters and let them be on guard. The other two of you rode out of the fort and ask for help from the banner owner of Seahu. Gnulzan said to the two soldiers. But there are people from the Fuliao army outside. The two soldiers were embarrassed. They are no more than 1,000 people. They came from a long distance. It is absolutely impossible to block the main roads around you. You are not in any danger. If you don't ask for help from the banner owner, we will not be able to hold it here. Can you bear the responsibility? Gnul really said. Yes, we must pass the news to the banner owner. The two soldiers saw the seriousness of the matter from each other's eyes. Outside the stone castle are the 3rd Battalion He Yi, Chen Xiolian and others who were ordered to attack. They marched forcibly overnight, but as the initiator of the decisive battle against Hujin, their sense of mission stimulated their nerves and made them excited. Have the artillery adjusted its angle after the test firing? Chen Xiolian personally sat in the artillery position and asked the commander of the artillery unit belonging to the battalion, Council Chen. Our artillery has made adjustments and can suppress fire at any time. The artillery commander replied, Okay, Send a signal to the battalion commander. Chen Xiaolian ordered the guards to prompt Yi with a semaphore, and Yi geared up early in the morning. After receiving the news from Chen Xiaolian, Yi made people wave the army flag and seemed to be issuing orders. What are they doing? Newell really saw the flag waving in the Fuliao army, and didn't understand their intentions. Just when Baki Nulu was lost, the artillery outside Shibao roared again. Boom boom boom. The explosion of the artillery made the defenders in the stone castle frightened, subconsciously looking for cover. However, this time the artillery did not bombard the inside of the stone fort or the stone wall. The shell fell near the door of the stone castle. Boom, boom, rumble. The sound of violent explosions one after another was like thunder on the ground, but there was a violent explosion at the door of the stone castle. Sparks flew everywhere, black smoke rolled, and this place became a sea of flames. This series of loud noises was not the sound of artillery, but the blasting of a large number of explosives, which was even more fierce than artillery, comparable to an earthquake. Charge! He commanded the prepared infantry and launched an assault against Shibao on the drums. Hundreds of infantry armed with muskets, using the gap created by the explosives as a breakthrough point, proceeded to follow up. Chen Xiaolian squinted at the stone castle covered in black smoke. Everything was close to what they expected. This time, after Liu Sheng heard about their plan, he specially allocated a batch of bitter-sour explosives from the Academy of Sciences to them. This time, the picric acid explosives are packed, called explosive packs, and their power is several tens of times stronger than ordinary black powder. Although due to the humanitarian restrictions of the Industrial Revolution system, high explosives cannot be obtained through the system for the time being, bitter sour is a technology that Liu Sheng has already started. He has many chemists to help him, so he plans to self-reliance, first using relatively crude bitter sour explosives. Package. These dynamite bags were carried by the soldiers, and they had been piled up at the entrance of the stone castle, taking advantage of the night and the chaos during the shelling. Since picric acid explosives are very unstable, they used artillery to detonate these explosive packages, which directly caused the collapse of the stone castle gate. Did the Fuliao army attack? Gnuel was really blown up, and his ears screamed. He could see the smoke billowing around, and his soldiers were panicked, but he couldn't hear what his men were saying to him. Due to the sudden explosion, his ears were temporarily deaf. The defenders in the stone fort had no time to react, and the musketeers of the Fuliao army rushed into the stone fort, using black powder and bayonets to carry out an overwhelming slaughter. At the residence of Seahu inlaid with the blue flag, the flag owner Armin saw the wolf smoke in the south, which gave him an ominous premonition. So he immediately ordered the scouts to go to Shibao for reconnaissance, and sent people to search the surroundings. Any traces of the Fuliao army that appeared in the surrounding area 40 miles were reported immediately. Falls in the direction of Shibao. The Fuliao army has already raided Shibao overnight. We can't be unaware of large-scale operations, so this is definitely not the main force of the Fuliao army. At best there are only more than 1,000 people. Armin recruited. The Fujialas are inlaid with blue flags. Speaking of which, Lan Lanchi is considered to be the flag with the most battles with Liu Sheng's Fuliao army. There were at least 3 or 4 wars, and there were more small-scale conflicts. For them, Fuliao army was regarded as an old opponent. But this also caused a headache for them who were unwilling to face the Fuliao army. There are more than 1,000 people, and it is estimated that there are not many artillery. The lone army is deep. As long as the stone fort is supported for a period of time, we can easily cut off their food passages and then encircle them. Ajialazan said. What Zartai said is that Shibao also has a cattle record anyway, and the arsenal is sufficient. If the Fuliao army ran a long distance and did not have enough artillery, it would not be possible to shoot down in a short period of time. Several Jili really nodded their heads again and again. Report. Bannerlord, Shibao has been captured by the Fuliao army, and all the defenders are killed. The spies who went to Shibao just reported back at this time. Chapter 192. The main force of the 8 banners. It's impossible. How many people are there in the Fuliao army that has captured the stone castle? How many artillery are there? The banner owner Amin slumped in his main chair in a daze, asking in disbelief. It is estimated that there are about 1,000 people, and the number of artillery is unknown. The spy said, but what we have seen is that Shibao was blown out of a gap, and it is estimated that the Fuliao army will break through it. It's gunpowder again. It's gunpowder again. Amin trembled with anger. In the Battle of Liudong City, Shengjing, whom Hu Jin relied most heavily on, was breached by Liu Sheng's 10,000 catties of explosives. Unexpectedly, this reverted to the Liao army's old skills and used strong explosives again. Why is the gunpowder of the Fuliao army so powerful? Our craftsmen in the Great Golden Kingdom developed gunpowder after the defeat of Shengjing, but no gunpowder can reach an 1/10 of the power of the Fuliao army gunpowder. The 8 banners general complained. If the Fuliao army still has this kind of gunpowder, tens of thousands of kilograms, wouldn't it be that we will have no danger to defend in the future? Everyone looked at each other, thinking carefully with fear. The flag owner, the loss of Shibao means that the Fuliao army has embedded a nail between us inlaid with the blue flag and the Zenlan flag, and can divide us and destroy us at any time. What should we do? Jiazartilazan said. Amin became angry again, but the matter was over and she could only think about how to remedy it. Zartai, you led a cavalry along the Hun River, cutting off the food passage of this unit, and at the same time guarding against the Fuliao army at Fushan Pass. Isn't this an 1,000-man unit intended to cut off our connection with Zenlan Banner? We joined hands with Zenlan Shi to wipe out this army. Amin thought for a while and said, that said, the other party is more than 1,000 people going deep alone. Our 2 banners have tens of thousands of troops, 10 times his strength. Isn't it easy to encircle and suppress a lone army? A group of 8 banners generals were somewhat calm. They made up a good idea, and planned to contact Mangutai, who was inlaid with a blue flag, to fight against them together. However, misfortunes did not come singly. The 8 banners scouts hidden near Fushan Pass received news of the full-line advance of the Fuliao army at this time. Retaliation. The 10,000 main force of the Liao army will advance eastward along the south bank of the Hun River, and it will force us to Seahu. Retaliation. 5,000 people from the 1st Liao army of the Retaliation army left Fushan Pass and entered the Suzi River Valley, suspecting its intention to reinforce the lone army in the direction of Shibao. Retaliation. 5,000 people from the 1st Liao army of the Liao army left Fushan Pass, seized and built fortresses along the way, and built grain roads for their grain trucks. A series of news rushed to Seahu almost at the same time like snowflakes, making Amin and the others sweat. This is no longer a small-scale raid, but a large-scale battle. Quick, hurry up and spread the news to Hetullah. Let your majesty lead the main force to come, and the decisive battle with the Fuliao army is advanced. Amin knew that the strength of his banner could no longer control the situation here. My lord, what should I do? Do I still need to cut off their grain passages? Zatai thought that he was going to lead troops to sneak into their grain passages in the encirclement of the Fuliao army, which was also a bit tricky. If the Fuliao army is the main force alone and deepens, a sneak attack on the grain road is a good choice. However, it is obvious that the Fuliao army is advancing in a planned and hierarchical manner, and there are special troops to protect the food road. You continue to bring 1,000 cavalry around behind them, waiting for an opportunity to attack their food team. Amin thought for a while, still felt that he should use the mobility of the cavalry. The rest are standing guard at Seahu Mountain, waiting. The arrival of our main force forms an antesiege to the Fuliao army. Huang Ji convened troops from all over the world. In addition to the Zenlan flag and the inlaid blue flag on the front line of Seahu, the Zengbai flag on the front line of King Fort, Huang Ji also has 5 flags on hand, 2 red flags and 2 yellow flags. There are also inlaid white flags, among them, the The inlaid white flag was almost completely destroyed by Duke Karl in the Battle of Daliao River, and Huangji was re-established, and the young teenager Dorgan served as the owner of the inlaid white flag. In order to strengthen his strength in the decisive battle, Huangji had to re-establish a Han national flag and use Li Yongfeng as the banner owner of the Han nationality. More than 20,000 people from the Fuliao army attacked Seihu, and more than 10,000 people walked along the front line of King Fort. They planned to attack us on both sides. It is exactly the same as the layout of the Seihu battle against the Ming army 9 years ago. The only difference is that they only have 2 routes. The number of troops is smaller than that of the Ming army at that time. However, the combat power is not comparable to that of the Ming army at that time. Huangji stared at the topographic map, as if he was thinking back to the Battle of Seihu 9 years ago. Defeated the Ming army. The Fuliao army is just repeating the failure of the Ming army in the past. We can still concentrate our forces like the first king, defeat the main force of the Fuliao army to attack Seihu, and then quickly go south to defeat the Fuliao army on the south road. Appears Dorgan said in the meeting. It's not that simple. Huangji shook his head. At that time, the Ming army was weak. We could easily defeat their main force, and then defeat them one by one, so that they could not form a siege. But this time, the Fuliao army has only 2 routes. If we can't break down their main force, and we will be trapped in a siege. It is not the same as it was 9 years ago. Where are the 2 flags of the Chaha tribe? Huangji, who wanted to concentrate all his strength, fled back to Jin. Fanwenqing. Why Jin dare not speak? Fanwenqing escaped from the Hawkin tribe at the time, and was a little lame because of it. At this time, he heard Huangji ask about investigating the Mongolian tribe and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Darjin nation has reached the point of life and death. There is nothing to say that I dare not say. Huangji was a little annoyed. Yes, the Chaha tribe came to report that they were suddenly attacked by the Hawkin tribe and lost countless cattle and sheep. They were unable to advance eastward to support our Darjin nation. Fan Wenqing said cautiously. Damn. The Hawkin tribe deceived me too much. After I married his daughter of Mangusi, I gave them all kinds of preferential treatments in the Hawkin tribe. I didn't expect to develop a whitey-eyed wolf. It would be fine if we didn't help us in times of crisis. Fall into the well. Huangji was really furious, so that all the ministers and generals did not dare to speak out. Your Majesty, as things are up to now, as Dorgan said, we can only make a desperate move and concentrate our forces to eliminate their main force first, said Shan, the master of Zheng Hongkai. We can leave Azaiji's Zhengbeki here. King Fort defended on the front line, and then concentrated the 7 flags and the Han flag with a total of more than 50,000 troops in 8 flags, and defeated them by virtue of their strength. What if they can't eliminate their main force? Huangji said worriedly. Even if we can't fight quickly, we can switch from offensive to defensive, and then divide our forces back to Hechala. But then, I am afraid that our situation is already very bad. Shan also had to admit. It can only be so. Huangji said helplessly, before this expedition, I will sacrifice to the ancestor, and ask him to bless the great golden kingdom in the spirit of heaven and once again encounter difficulties. Chapter 193, Seihu Mountain City. Seihu Mountain City is built on the hillside and has an irregular oval shape. There are 2 cities. The east city is the outer city, and the west city is the inner city. The gate of the east city is located at the mouth of a narrow mountain ditch, and there are moats, which cut off the ridge, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was originally a cottage, but after being captured by Nahaki, it was built into a mountain city to protect the Ming army. After the expansion of the Hujin site, Seihu Mountain City, which became the hinterland, was no longer useful. But now after the loss of Shengjing, Seihu Mountain City has once again become an important base for Hujin. A Min's inlaid blue flag is stationed in the mountain city of Seihu. The Fuliao army is here. They head on the mountain's wade, looking into the distance. Sure enough, at the junction of heaven and earth, as the flag of the Fuliao army appeared first, a black line changed from thin to thick, and the line formed a face, and a neat army formation rolled over. At the forefront of the army are soldiers with muskets, marching in an orderly manner under the command of drums. Although some of them have only undergone simple training for a few months, following the drum beat command has been carved into their bones. Even if they sleep soundly in a dream, they will immediately wake up when they hear the drum beat. In addition to the musketeers, there are also many horses with artillery and a large amount of ammunition, which are guarded in the middle of the army to prevent the mountain city defenders from going out of the city assault. Most of these war horses were obtained from previous battles with the 8 banners, as well as Mongolian horses that the Hawkin tribe took refuge in. A small number of cavalry were on both sides, and the leading knights carried the banner and hunted. Liu Xingzuo, the brigade officer of the 3rd Infantry Brigade, rode on an excellent Mongolian war horse bestowed by Liu Sheng. With the horse's back slightly bumpy, he was engrossed in observing the terrain of the mountain city of Sulu with his portable monoculars. Although the topographic map of the intelligence office has recorded the deployment of the city of Seahu in detail, if you trust the topographic map ignorantly, it is no different from talking about soldiers on paper. Everyone, look at the city of Seahu, which is closed on all sides and has a circumference of 8 miles. Look at the highest mountain in the west. It is the inner city of the city of Seahu. The terrain is even more precarious. It is estimated that the headquarters with the blue flag is located there. Liu Xingzuo saw a little fog in the inner city from the binoculars. It is not clear, but the blue flag on the top of the mountain is faintly visible. Huang Weiyao, the 2nd Battalion officer of the 3rd Brigade, saw the familiar old place, and couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. 9 years ago, I was a small soldier under the commander Jun Nahasi led a 6-ban army of 45,000 troops to attack and station our army near Salu. The sky was gloomy, difficult to distinguish, and there was heavy fog. Our army used torches to illuminate and shelled, but the damage was minimal. However, we never thought of the 3rd Brigade, said Huang Weiyao, the 2nd Battalion officer. I never thought of it, the other camp officials asked. The light of the fire exposed our position, and the later golden soldiers would count them. They attacked from the dark and shot at the target. Most of the hits. Nahaki, the slippery head, took the opportunity to launch a powerful attack with superior forces and crossed the trench under the cover of heavy fog. Pulling out the fence and attacking the fortress of our barracks eventually led to a complete defeat of our troops. I also became their prisoner, ashamed. Huang Wei and Yao are still vivid when talking about the past. It was this torch that caused Thrall's defeat. Everyone was a little surprised. Actually, the responsibility for the defeat was to be attributed to the torch. It would be unfair to the torch. Judging from the current situation, the Juniper army was not strong at that time, and 10,000 troops were divided to besiege Chilinia. The headquarters was encircled by the 8 banners and the 6 banners, and failed. It is also expected, looking at it now, but if the General Jun concentrates all his forces to hold on to Sahu and waits for the melee support from other soldiers, the result may not be known. Huang Weiyao shook his head. Don't worry, this time our artillery is much stronger than the Imperial army, and the morale is not comparable to that of the unbranded guards recruited from inside the pass and improvised at that time. Liu Xingzuo was full of confidence. This time, it is the most elite 1st Infantry Brigade of the full Liao army, the 3rd Infantry Brigade that has also been battle tested, and a light howitzer with the relatively large elevation angle brought by the Artillery Brigade. With the arrival of the evil Star Fu Liao army, the blue flash-embellished Hujin army in the city of Seahu did not dare to take any action. A cavalry has been divided out by Armin to copy the food road of the Liao army, but also to divide the army into Jilin Cliff. Now there are only about 5,000 defenders in the city of Salu Mountain. In the past, when the Lanban flag faced a few Fu Liao army, it was still deflated. What's more, twice as many Fu Liao army troops besieged the city of Seahu this time. It would be nice to be able to rely on the terrain to defend it. The Fu Liao army blatantly set up a camp under the mountain city, and then the artillery officers led troops to inspect the shelling targets. There are 4 gates in the outer city of Seahu, and it is said that there is another access gate. If you want to break the outer city, you must break through their gates before you can enter the city. However, the gates are between the ravines and there are heavy soldiers here. There are piles of wood and stone, which are easy to defend and difficult to attack. The 8 banners are also condescending. As long as the arrows are like rain, we will inevitably suffer heavy losses. The artillery officer observed the terrain from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain, but found that the terrain of the mountain was steep and there were trees and rocks. He couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. "I'm afraid this time I will use the blood of a lot of soldiers to storm up. The military owner only gave us 5 days to eliminate the blue flag inlaid in the city of Seahu, and then quickly go south to join the 5th and 2nd Brigade. A mountain pass in the city of Salu, with 2 Nilu troops stationed there, relying on the topography of 1 man as a guard and 1 man, he can still feel a little relieved. There are too many Fuliao army under the mountain, and the number is much larger than us. I don't know if your majesty will bring people to rescue us after we are surrounded. I hope to wait for the Liao army to attack the mountain, and don't hit our gate. Otherwise the Liao army's artillery will be so bombarded, we will all die forever. There are 4 gates in the outer city. Our luck should not be so good. A quarter of the chances are still very safe." The 2 garrisoned Nul really pondered in private, but secretly hoped that the Fuliao army could attack other mountain gates instead of attacking their own troops. "My lord, the cannon, look. That is the cannon of the Fuliao army." The sentry patrolling outside the mountain gate hurriedly reported. The 2 Nul really climbed up and took a look, and saw that in the camp of the Fuliao army, an army of more than 2,000 people was separated, dragging a dozen artillery to their mountain gate. This tribe came to the foot of the mountain. The musketeers formed a temporary sub-camp, while the artillery troops searched for favorable terrain and built artillery positions. "It's a young age. Why did the Fuliao army choose our mountain gate?" The 2 Nulis looked at each other. Chapter 194. Boom! Rocks flew across the mountain, and the splashed mud scraped the cheeks of the 8 banners soldiers hiding behind the rocks. As one tentative cannonball fell, another series of cannonballs roared, making the 8 banners guarding the mountain gate frightened. "Has the Fuliao army started to attack?" Gnul really hid behind the rocks and asked loudly. "Reporting to the Lord, they have no intention of attacking." The 8 banners sentinels, who had spared their lives, wanted to pay attention to the movements of the Fuliao army under the mountain from time to time. 1 round of cannonballs continued to fall, and after 1 round of firing, the cannon began a 2nd round of firing. "If this goes on, our mountain gate will be destroyed." Nul really heard the sound of the shell hitting the rock, as if it was blowing in his heart. The flag owner, Amin, led the crowd on the mountain in the inner city. He saw that the mountain gate was attacked by the Fuliao army's artillery fire, and quickly mobilized 3 Nilu troops to reinforce the mountain gate. The enemy's reinforcements may reinforce the mountain gate at any time and prepare for a tentative charge. After several rounds of shelling, Huang Weiyao commanded the infantry to charge the scarred mountain gate in batches. Bang bang bang. The sound of flintlock rifles sounded. These infantrymen used the trees and rocks of the mountain city to shoot at the gate. They were divided into 2 groups. One group shot the bows and arrows that suppressed the 8 banners soldiers, and the other group moved forward quickly. Even though the infantry had launched an offensive, the artillery was still bombarding the back of the mountain gate to cover the infantry's charge. "The Fuliao army is about to rush forward, and teach them a severe lesson with our bows and arrows." Nul really held his bow and arrow, formed an arrow formation at the gate of the mountain, and shot the infantry. The 2 armies fought fiercely near the mountain gate. Cannonballs flew horizontally, their muskets were snapped and arrows fell like rain. Liu Xingzuo saw through the telescope the fierce fighting at the gate of the mountain, and he was thinking about the plan for the next move in his heart. The banner of the inner city swayed and the reinforcements came down the mountain. This time Huang Weiyang's troops may not be able to break through the gate. Just let him tentatively attack several times. No need to attack, Liu Xingzuo said. Liu Xingzuo, your 3rd brigade can't do it. Our 1st brigade also used a battalion to attack another gate, and see who we break the gate first. Tai Yang of the 1st Brigade said with a grin. At this time, the attack is not worthwhile. Don't forget that the army owner gave the artillery a lot of explosives. When we send them a shot at night, they will explode. Liu Xingzuo sneered. It's ruthless, but before nightfall, I let my troops take this opportunity to train their troops. After our 1st Brigade expanded its enrollment, we added a lot of new recruits. They still don't have any actual combat experience. Tai Yang looked at the mountain city. This can be considered a tough mountain attack. If Armin, who was determined to stay the course to the end, knew that his opponents had only regarded them as training targets, he would probably cry without tears. The blue flag-inlaid Giala Zanzatai led more than 1,000 cavalry out of Seyahu and plunged into the area between Fushan Pass and Seyahu. If the Fuliao army wants to guarantee the food and grass supply of the 1st and 3rd Brigade, it will definitely follow the Hun River. Isn't Baylor embarrassing us? The Fuliao army must be prepared. If we can't rob their food, what will our army want to eat? Zatai took the cavalry and wandered along the Hun River. Master Zatai, don't panic. The Fuliao army is almost all infantry. Even if they let a large number of infantry escort the food carts, we only have to harass them all the way so that they can't move. They will collapse sooner or later. When we hit, they will surrender without a fight. The Mongols did this many years ago, a cavalry officer said to Zatai. It would be great if they could destroy their grain road so smoothly. I don't know if he was frightened by the Fuliao army before, Zatai still said sadly. Zatai led the cavalry to continue westward and swept towards the direction of Fushan Pass. Around this cavalry unit, there were many rangers searching for traces of Fuliao army food carts or logistic units. Report. The transport team of the Fuliao army was found ahead. The ranger in front hurriedly reported back. The war has just begun, and the dry food they brought hasn't been eaten yet. So soon there will be a transportation team transporting the grain and grass to the front line. Zatai heard the news of the Fuliao army food truck, and said in surprise, My lord, the Fuliao army has a lot of artillery. They used artillery to attack every time before the war. They must be unable to support the artillery and ammunition. So there will be a heavy team to transport supplies to the front line. This is a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. The adjutant said to Zatai. How many infantry does the opposing team look after the truck? Zatai still asked uneasily. The infantry is only about 1,000, but what? In addition to the infantry, they also have a cavalry patrolling around. Our scouts have already fought with them. Judging from their combat style, they should be the cavalry on the Mongolian side, with a number of nearly 1,000. This must be a member of the Hawkin tribe. They actually divided a unit with the Fuliao army to protect the food road. Zatai was frightened. Even if the infantry of the 8 banners can't fight the Fuliao army playing with muskets, the cavalry will hit the Mongols who grew up on horseback. How should this fight? Trouble. With this Mongolian cavalry, we can't get close to them. So how can we stop their food cart? The adjutant frowned. It's over, my golden kingdom is over. I don't think this battle can be fought. Let's go back to the forests of Chenai Mountain to be a hunter. Zatai was a little dejected. Never, sir. Even if the Mongols sent a troop to protect the Fuliao army's food road, we might not be able to defeat them. For the sake of the national fate of the Great Golden State, I think we can rescue it again, said the adjutant. On the other hand, Wu Keshan, the son of Zhezang, the leader of the Mongolian cavalry, spotted the 8 banners cavalry at the same time they found him. Sure enough, the Jurchen sent out light cavalry to attack Liangdao. This is what we Mongolians left after playing. Without our Hawkin tribe, they are just a fart. Wu Keshan looked into the distance through a single-tube telescope made of brass. The faint outline of the 8 banners cavalry was very disdainful of the 8 banners cavalry, but sighed at the telescope. The Fuliao army, something called a telescope, is really good. It can bring people in the distance closer to your eyes. It's lifelike. It's really clairvoyant. It's really profitable to rely on them this time. Ahem. The 8 banners cavalry is thinking of a food cart. How should we deal with it? Mongolia lieutenant asked for instructions. Of course, we fought in the past. We Mongolian cavalry ran the world, and we are afraid of a group of parrots. As for the food truck, even without us, there are thousands of muskets from the Fuliao army, and I am afraid that the 8 banners cavalry will be robbed. Go, we Mongolian cavalry. There has always been only the word offense. Wu Keshan led 1,000 Mongolian cavalry directly to the 8 banners cavalry, leaving behind the Fuliao army infantry who were still a little surprised. Didn't this group of Mongolian cavalry help them guard the food cart? How come they rushed on to the enemy who robbed them of food? There is no sense of being a defender. Chapter 195. The inlaid blue flag on the mountain city of Saya, who didn't know how many times he had repelled the offensive of the Fuliao army. There were many dead bodies of the Fuliao army's infantry and Baki brothers left at several gates. There are also rocks and broken armor everywhere. Some of the 8 banners soldiers did not die under the muskets of the assaulting Fuliao army infantry, but died from the shelling of short-eyed artillery. But every time they used bows, arrows, quarries to repel the Fuliao army's attack. The Fuliao army's wolf ambition was frustrated by us. Why is the banner owner still looking sad? A group of Nulu foreheads standing by Aminet's brows really frowned, so they said in a puzzled way. You haven't seen it yet. The Fuliao army has attacked the mountain pass more than 10 times. It is only a temptation for us. With their military strength, they can concentrate all the artillery fire on a mountain pass, and then pile it up with human lives. Said, impossible. If the Fuliao army can attack, why are they still not moving? Said Anulzan. This shows that they are reluctant to sacrifice so many people. They must be waiting for a better opportunity. Yes, the Fuliao army relies on its own firearms and has always loved night battles. Tonight, we must be careful. Sergeants of the flag must not remove their armor in order to deal with the Fuliao army's sneak attack at any time, Armin said with a slap on the head. As the day fades to the west, and the night gradually rules the land, the night that Armin fears most will come. Inside the camp of the Fuliao army under the mountain, there was no sound, and the artillery that had rang for most of the day was also silent. The silence was a bit scary. The defenders of the mountain city of Saya left a Nula force as a guard at each mountain pass to prevent the Fuliao army from continuing to riot at night. In the dense forest at the mountain pass, 2 Han soldiers who were captured by the Jurchens to enrich their forces served as secret guards. I think our lives are hanging by a thread this time. The Han soldiers squatted in the bushes, chatting about the movement of the Liao army under the mountain while alerting them. Isn't it? We are also really miserable. We are clearly flat-headed people, but we were arrested by the Jurchens, and we had to be decapitated by the Fuliao army. Would you like to find a chance to escape down the mountain? I heard that the Fuliao army treats us insignificant soldiers very preferentially. I also want to go down and surrender to the Fuliao army, but our family members have been moved to Hechela by the Jurchens. If we leave like this, they will lose their lives. These hateful Jurchens. Look there. There seems to be a torch. One of the sentries saw a little light in the darkness below the mountain, and the fire became more and more light, forming a fire dragon. Enemy attack. Hit the gong. The sentry hurriedly rang the gong in his hand. The sound of the gong sounded at the gate, awakening the sleeping defenders, grabbing their weapons in a panic and out of the dead cave. The Banrona Armin walked out of the military account with red eyes. Which mountain pass was attacked? It's the southeast mountain pass. There was a fire over there, and there was the sound of artillery. A lieutenant on duty at night hurriedly reported. You led 3 Nulas to quickly reinforce. No, the Fuliao army has always been cunning, and will not expose its attack direction so easily. Maybe it's just their strategy of adjusting the tiger away from the mountain. Let's observe and take a look at the Fuliao army. What is the strength of the troops at the southeast gate? Armin was scared into a cold sweat by herself. In the southeast mountain gate, as the fire dragon appeared, artillery began to roar, causing the mountain to tremble, and many loose stones rolled down. The defenders of the mountain gate were stunned and confused by the artillery. Gnul, who was guarding the gate, went around asking for help from the surrounding 8 banners troops. Just when the defenders were in a hurry, a team of soldiers who had been selected with better night vision armed with bayonets, broke away from the artillery armed with torches and merged into the night. The Fuliao army is here. When the group of soldiers in charge of the assault was only a few dozen steps away from the mountain gate, with the help of the light from the lighted torch, they discovered the assault force that had separated from the artillery. Kill. The found Fuliao army charged forward with a bayonet, like a sharp knife inserted into the mountain gate. The distance of dozens of steps, said that it is not long, said that it is not short. Jianzhu bowstring is like a full moon, and the fast-flying arrows took the lives of the charging Fuliao army. Infantry. On the narrow mountain road, almost every step forward, a soldier fell in a pool of blood. Banner. The major event is not good. The Fuliao army has been fighting with the defenders of the southeast mountain gate. The Fuliao army has invested a large number of troops. Without reinforcements, the southeast mountain gate will be lost. The general in the outer city hurriedly ran to the inner city, reported to Armin with a sad face. It seems that I have been worrying too much. The southeast mountain gate is the main attack direction of the Fuliao army. You speed 3 Nulu to the southeast mountain gate for reinforcements, and you must defend the mountain gate. Armin hurriedly asked the lieutenant to take one of the few in the inner city. The new force rushed to the southeast mountain gate. The lieutenant led hundreds of troops to join the melee at the southeast mountain gate, and rushed down with the help of the terrain. After a last battle, they even smashed the Fuliao army back and gradually regained the dangerous place at the southeast mountain gate. As the shouting and killing of the southeast mountain gate gradually subsided, Armin calmed down a little bit. With a dry mouth, he scooped a spoon into the water tank to quench his thirst. Boom! The mountain pass in the southwest blasted, and Armin shook his hand. The wooden spoon fell to the ground, and the well water sprinkled on the ground. Banner. The southwest mountain pass exploded. It exploded. The surrounding generals shouted in horror, "Nonsense! My eyes are not blind." Armin saw a fire from the southwest mountain pass. The billowing black smoke curled up into the darkness. His heart was quenched by the fire. "How many troops are there in our inner city?" Armin asked quickly. "Report to the flag owner. Only for cattle have been recorded. All are sent to the southwest mountain pass. This is the main direction of the Fuliao army. In addition, let the other 2 mountain passes call an Ulu back to defend the inner city." Yes, yes. Armin's generals scrambled around, carrying out his orders. Standing on the top of the hill in the inner city, he was uneasy when he saw the flames rising to the sky below. Boom! 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 There were constant explosions at the southwest mountain gate. This explosion sound was even more terrifying than the roar of artillery, and the mountain pass was blown out without warning. Hundreds of musketeers sprang up in the dark, and after a series of blasting by the blasters, they launched a strong attack on the southwest gate. They were holding bayonets, covering the blasters' continuous advance, and they were approaching the inner city of Xishan. The ambushes at Nanshan Pass should also be dispatched. This time we have enough troops to attack Sayahu. What noise do we use to attack the west? Lao Tzu's third road is the main force. Yang Tai and Liu Xingzuo saw the fire of Sayahu mountain city. Look and smile. Chapter 196, The Fall of the Stars. Banner. Nan. The Fuliao army also launched a storm at Nanshan Pass. Rush to us. The Fuliao army in the southeast mountain pass has made a comeback, and the offensive has become more fierce. The 3 Nula who went to support suffered heavy losses under the bombardment of enemy artillery. They are in emergency again. The 3-way Fuliao army launched an offensive one after another, making the defenders trapped in the city of Sayahu extremely passive. They were led by the nose and completely disrupted. Minutes didn't even know which Nulu was transferred to. Now the Fuliao army is very powerful, and it is impossible to be trapped in the city of Sayahu. We might as well gather our troops to break through. The Fuliao army is divided into 3 ways to attack the city. This is the limit of their strength. We can go from the side door to the city, retreat to the south, encircle with the reinforcements from your majesty, and then fight the full Liao army. The generals around Armin said embarrassedly, "We still have an inner city. As long as we shrink our forces and return to defense, we will stick to your majesty's aid." Armin said unwillingly. "The banner owner is not allowed. There are only 2 exits in the inner city. Once the outer city falls and we are trapped in the inner city, then we are really defended." The surrounding generals knelt down and begged Armin, "The Fu Liao army is powerful. The huge gunpowder, we can't die here for nothing. It's not worth it." "I want to be quiet." Armin was silent. There were still artillery roaring at various gates below the mountain, and explosives burst. The southwest mountain pass gathered the most blasters, all the way like a broken bamboo. Before the arrival of reinforcements, Yamaguchi fell. The infantry of the Fu Liao army rushed into the outer city, occupying various important places, and then went straight to the mountain pass of the inner city. When I met the Fu Liao army, I had lost blood for 8 lifetimes. Quickly concentrate all my troops and break through the Bishan gate, then cross the Suzi River north, and then go east to the feudal boundary city, where the defenders will join together and hold on to the east bank of the Suzi River. The Fu Liao army would never have thought that we would do the opposite. "Aren't we going to meet with your majesty? The main roads to the south are all occupied by the Fu Liao army. Only our remnants can go south. Even if we can cross the Suzi River smoothly, I will be my god's favorite, Armin." After Armin made up his mind to retreat, he did not have time to recall the troops that were still fighting with the Fu Liao army in various mountain passes, and fled to Bishan Pass with hundreds of soldiers. One step later, the Fu Liao army who smashed up from the southwest mountain gate had to block the mountain gate of the inner city. The other mountain gates flew horizontally, but the Bishan gate was not attacked by the Fu Liao army. Indeed, as the 8 banners officers had guessed, the Fu Liao army was unable to separate enough troops to encircle all the gates. Even so, the Fu Liao army still arranged a cavalry unit of 200 to 300 men to patrol the vicinity to hunt down deserters. "Captain, look, there are torches, and there are still a lot of people. Maybe it's a big fish." The cavalry hiding in the darkness at the foot of the mountain saw an 8 banners unit on the top of the mountain and fled in panic. Bishan Gate is a convenient door, also known as a hidden door. The reason it is called the hidden door is because it is inconspicuous and the terrain is steep. If you are not careful, it is easy to fall into the flesh. This fleeing 8 banners soldier held a torch to illuminate the rugged mountain road to prevent missteps, but any fire that appeared in the night would easily reveal their position and make them noticed by the cavalry guarding at the foot of the mountain. "This time we are going to post. Don't act lightly. Wait until he misses the big fish. I will not spare you lightly." The captain of the cavalry unit resisted the urge to kill. Now the 8 banners soldiers are still on the mountain. If they find a cavalry hidden under the mountain, they will definitely retreat. They had to wait until they came down the mountain and came to the plains of the river valley, and the cavalry rushed like this. It was a complete slaughter, Master Bell. There really is no Fu Liao army at the door. This time we are dead. Hundreds of escaped 8 banners soldiers fled down the mountain smoothly, not seeing the Fu Liao army in Bishan, overjoyed. "It's just a pity that the brothers who are still fighting the Fu Liao army wait for our big golden country to turn back and win, and then we will recover their military exploits." Armin wiped the sweat on his forehead. "But him fleeing from Sahu before the Jedi, we can't take it lightly." Armin took hundreds of 8 banners soldiers down the mountain and fled to the north. When they moved like this, the cavalry hidden in the dark also moved, like a phantom in the dark. "Did you hear it? There is a sound." Armin faintly heard the earth trembling. "This is the sound of horseshoes." The expressions of all the blue flag officers changed drastically. At this time, what else can the sound of horseshoes mean? Fire flashed in the darkness, black powder shot, and a row of bullets shot over. The blue flag soldiers in charge of the back of the palace were shot by a sudden musket and fell in a row. Compared with gun shooting, the appearance of cavalry made the fled blue flag soldiers panic, running around and trampling on each other. "Don't panic. break out. Amin hated iron and ordered his subordinates to deal with it. After escaping from the mountain this time, they discarded their horses, and a group of infantry without horses encountered a cavalry that was well stocked. On the flat terrain, they couldn't escape at all. In this case, there is still a possibility of surviving separately. In fact, there is no need for Amin's command. The headless fleece-like blue flag soldiers have lost their helmets and armor, and fled in all directions. Saber, prepare, behead the Chinese army. The cavalry captain received the musket on his back, drew a sharp saber from his waist, and directed the cavalry to attack the enemy army. The cavalry of the Fuliao army coexisted with muskets and sabers. They could fight on foot when they dismounted, and they could ride and fight on horses. 200 or 300 cavalrymen held high their cold sabers, roaring like a torrent. The torches in the hands of the 8 banners soldiers in the dark provided them with the best targets. The most dazzling part of the torch is the enemy's command center. The officers guarding Amin panicked and organized defense. The blue flag soldiers who were in panic fled and died, and Amin and others could only summon dozens of soldiers for a while. Lastly, lose this torch. It was the torch that betrayed us. Amin woke up. It turned out that the torch exposed his identity. However, it was too late. The cavalry units of the Fuliao army roared in. There was no infantry in formation. It was a joke in front of the galloping horses. The iron horse rushed past, the saber raised high, brought a bloody flower, and Dudas' head flew up. When the cavalry returned and turned back, there were many headless bodies on the ground. The captain of the cavalry wiped the blood-stained saber on the robe, and commanded the cavalry to chase down other deserters. He still didn't know that Hujin's Bela, a generation of valiant generals, was chopped by him like a cabbage. Chapter 197 Bad News. Before dawn, the city of Seyahu Mountain was reduced to a sea of flames, and the shouts of killing gradually disappeared as the Fuliao army broke through the inner city. In the mountain city, there were some 8 banners soldiers who were hiding in the dark or fled into the bushes and fighting with the Fuliao army, but they were unable to come back. Their chiefs had already given up on them. Put down your weapons and spare you not die. A group of Fuliao army soldiers surrounded the earth cave in the inner city, where people lived in the mountain city. These 8 banners soldiers could not retreat. They could only hide in the dirt cave and resist stubbornly. Master of the Ming army, can we forgive us if we lay down our weapons and come out? A soldier with a blue flag hiding in the earthen hut, anxiously shouted outside. I am the commander of the Fuliao army. If I say that I don't kill you, I won't kill you. Liu Xingzuo followed the main force to the mountain city and said to the stubborn defenders, really? Can we trust you? The guard still asked anxiously. Well, throw gunpowder in any more nonsense. Less nonsense. Liu Xingzuo shouted. Farewell, I will surrender, I will surrender. A guard raised Pu Dao to his head with both hands and moved out on his knees. As one soldier surrendered, other soldiers trapped in the cave also rushed out to surrender, for fear that the Fuliao army would not accept prisoners of war if they were one step behind. Liu Xingzuo counted the heads silently in his heart. Good fellow, there were hundreds of people. Where is your banner owner Amin? Is he defeated for the 3rd time in the hands of our Fuliao army? Let him come out quickly, and I will humiliate him. Yang Tai came to the dusty face with a grin, asked before the prisoner of war. These prisoners of war mentioned Amin and looked at each other. My lord, Bela has been missing for a long time. We are fighting in the front, and no one can see it all the way to here. Your banner owner and a group of officers actually abandoned you? Mrs. Yang was a little surprised. The captives couldn't help feeling a little ashamed when they heard this. You won't really run away for Amin, right? Then we will lose some of our combat exploits. Liu Xingzuo said in a pity. Want to run so easy? Just let people turn over the whole mountain, and they won't let him run away. So I will take people to search the mountain. Yang Tai was not happy to let the cooked duck fly away. After the soldiers of the 1st Infantry Brigade and the 3rd Infantry Brigade captured Seyahu Mountain, They began to scatter under the leadership of the officers to search for the 8 banners soldiers who were still hiding in the mountains and the disappeared high-ranking officials with Lanky. Suddenly, many wild animals were killed on the mountain of Seahu. "What are you all doing?" After the cavalry unit returned, the captain of the cavalry could not help being a little dumbfounded looking at the friendly troops who were looking for Armin all over the mountains. Looking at this situation, it is clear that the whole mountain is to be overturned. Armin, the banner owner of the blue flag, took his confidants and fled. The 2 brigade commanders were furious and were urging us to dig out the ground and dig out Armin and the others. He, Armin, is not the grandson of a native land traveler. Even if he digs 300 feet, he can't be found. "Take me to the brigade commander." The cavalry captain led his cavalry arrogantly over the infantry in Shan, looking for Liu Xingzuo and Yang Tai. They are still carrying piles of things wrapped in clothing, and their chins are about to be pulled into the sky. "These are all killed by your cavalry brigade." Yang Tai and Liu Xingzuo saw their fighting bugheads being thrown to the ground. Unbelievable. They have to dig the ground 3 times, and they can't die anymore. Yes, these people are all high-ranking officials in well-dressed armor, and this head, confirmed by the captives, is the leader of the thieves, Armin. The captain of the cavalry said, counting every family, "Good fellow, a banner holder with a blue flag was easily chopped off by you." It's really Yang Tai looked at the desperate Armin, and his deliberate opponent just hung up like this, and didn't know what to say. You don't need to praise your subordinates, especially if you ask the army owner to reward your subordinates for being a cavalry battalion commander. Otherwise the subordinates will be proud. The cavalry captain touched the back of his head embarrassedly. It's really abusive. Tai Yang said angrily. Do you know that we can only humiliate Armin by catching him alive? You kill him like this, it's too cheap for him. The cavalry captain's eyes widened. That's right. The Sun Sheng of the Dragoon Battalion last time grabbed Dudu, the owner of the white flag, and turned it over to the army owner. As a result, he is still in charge of the Dragoon Battalion. Although he is still in charge of the Dragoon Battalion, the Dragoon Battalion will definitely expand in the future. Jackie Chan Cavalry Brigade. And you actually killed this big baby now. Not to mention that the military owner won't fail to praise you. Maybe you will be punished. Liu Xingzuo said solemnly. The cavalry captain's eyes widened. Since you are my subordinate, our 2 brigade commanders will help you with the crime of killing Armin, the owner of the flag-inlaid flag. Don't worry, who called us such a good person? Tai Yang also agreed with confidence. Tao. He patted the cavalry captain's shoulder vigorously. The captain of the cavalry was a little dazed. Why did it always seem to be something wrong? Chibao, the 3rd Battalion used this as a camp, relying on the mountains to block the main force of the 8 banners. In addition to the 3rd Battalion, Chenai of the 5th Infantry Brigade brought the 1st Infantry Battalion, the 2nd Infantry Battalion, and the artillery units of the 5th Infantry Brigade to join in reinforcements. One duo attacked here for 3 hours and still couldn't move forward. Hej, what did you do? Your yellow inlaid flag has a positive blue flag and a white inlaid flag as a cover. It is about to hit the middle of the day, and it has not been able to attack the fort. Even if Hoj is his own son, Huang Chi still very angry. There are only a few thousand defenders. The situation is tense now, and the warplanes are fleeting, and if they drag on, the Seahu area will be lost, and the Fuliao army that attacked the Seahu area will go south. Father, the gunfire of the Fuliao army in the stone castle is fierce, and they have a lot of gunpowder, and even buried a lot outside the fort. Our soldiers will be detonated as soon as they get close. The soldiers are terrified, and many people die. Don't dare to rush forward. Hej's armor is also stained with blood. Then send a broadsword team to supervise the battle. Anyone will step back and kill without mercy. Huang Ji said irritably, I will give you 2 more hours. If you can't break through the stone fort, you will all apologize to the king. Your Majesty, we don't need to attack the stone fort. Fan Wenqing trot over lamely, crying, the scout is here to report that Seahu Mountain City has been lost. and Armin Bell killed Chengren. The main force of the Fuliao army is before the division of a small team. After we went to attack Jilenya, the rest of the troops all moved south, and we have already lost our battle opportunities. When Huang Qi heard the bad news, his ears were distraught, and his eyes went dark. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the voices of people calling for help faintly came from his ears. Chapter 198. Starfire starts a plane. Kill. Wang Daolang led thousands of soldiers to the northeast of Hechila, smashing the retreating Zhengbeki Jiala all the way. The slave rebels who fled in the Chenbai Mountains, when the main force of the Eight Banners fell into the predicament of conquering with the Fuliao army, once again broke out of Chenbai, and absorbed the surrounding people, slaves, and various tribes oppressed by Jianzi Jurchen along the way. In just a few days, from a few hundred remnants, it swelled to thousands again. Azaj of the Zhengbei banner took the main force to Yuguan to defend the offensive in the direction of King Shuaibao of the Fuliao army. The force of Ajiala, who was responsible for encircling and suppressing the slave rebels, was also transferred to half. They never thought that the slave rebel army, who had almost been starved to death and frozen to death in the Chenbai Mountains, would pull up the team again. And the scale was still expanding. Even if it can be said to be a rabble of slave rebels, relying on their number advantage and their anger against Jianzi Jurchen's years of bullying, they overwhelmed the white flag that encircled and suppressed them, and they were also hanging up and fighting. Some towns near Chenbai Mountain were broken by slave rebels one after another, and flames were everywhere. Kill back to Hetuala again, completely eliminates the Jinren, avenge the sacrificed comrades, and rescue the companions who are still enslaved. Wang Dalang held the banner of rebellion against the Jin, and rushed towards Hechila. The Crow-Falcon passes southwest of Hechila. After the Fuliao army leaves King Fort, as long as it captures the Crow-Falcon Pass, it can basically be pushed straight down to the city of Hechila. However, the terrain of Yu Pass is very difficult. If a man is in charge of the pass, Azaj of Zhengbeki is more confident to hold on for a month or two, so that Huang Qi has enough time to defeat the main force of the Fuliao army. Of course, this is because Asig guarded the north for a long time, and he felt good in his heart after he had never fought against the Fuliao army, until he really experienced the baptism of the Fuliao army's artillery fire. Azaj really realized what despair is. The artillery of the Fuliao army was not only a direct-fired bronze cannon, but also a curved howitzer. At any time, an iron ball would fall from the top of the mountain, smashing the defending army into flesh. Under the control of such fear, the Zhengbei banner soldiers at Yiraguan completely lost the bravery of sweeping slave rebels at that time. Instead, they huddled in Yuguan and nearby caves and trenches to escape the bombardment of the Reliao army. In addition to artillery, the Fuliao army also regarded the offensive and defense of the Crowfall Pass as an actual blasting exercise, with blasters constantly blasting under the cover of guns and artillery. Fortunately, the road from Qingbao to Yu Pass is rugged, and the material supply of the Fuliao army cannot continuously replenish the loss of gunpowder. Otherwise Zhengbeki will be truly in danger. Even so, under the day and night offensive of the Fuliao army, Azija really does not guarantee that he can defend for a month or two. He can guarantee that it will be 3 or 5 days. As for the longer time, it depends on God. Let him live. Send someone to inform your Majesty that I can guarantee that the Crowfall Pass is safe and sound for 3 days, and if it is more than 3 days resigned, I ask your Majesty to quickly resolve the war in the north and go south to reinforcements. Asig is willing to survive and die with the Crowfall Pass. Asig sent helplessly, pushed down to Huangji to urge the battle. Below the Crow-Falcon Pass, Chen Jishing of the 4th Infantry Brigade and Xij of the 6th Infantry Brigade were also thinking about the offensive and defensive of the Crow-Falcon Pass. Contrary to Azaj, they were anxious about how to quickly break the Crow-Falcon Pass. Formed a north-south attack with the Northern Army against Hechila. With the use of artillery and gunpowder, it is still impossible to break the Crow-Falcon Pass. It is indeed a dangerous place. Not only in dangerous places, but our opponents are also very strong. They are all veterans of the 100 battles. Several times they rushed to the bottom of the Crowfalcon Pass with the help of artillery fire, but were driven down. The two officers discussed the offensive on this day, but they were also a little frowned. Sun Tzu said that attacking the city is the bottom and the heart is the top. We should think of some strategies to disintegrate the enemy from the inside. Chen Jixing said. Where is the strategy to attack the heart? Xiji said curiously. The military owner once said that when an army was surrounding the enemy, they would throw papers at the defenders with the news that the enemy's reinforcements were defeated. In this way, the enemy defending the city knew that if they could not wait for the reinforcements, they would be in a state of chaos. They will fight each other. This is the heart attack. Chen Jixing said. Is it so magical? Xiji was a little unbelievable. Let's give it a try. When we are attacking, we shed some paper, saying that the main force of the 8 banners has been defeated by the army owner in the Seahu area. Several banner owners have died in battle. If they surrender, they will forget the blame and behead the thief. Jiji's head contributors, rewarded 10,000 silver, and then appointed a battalion official as a deed, beheading other recalcitrant officers and soldiers. Rewards ranged. Chen Jixing opened his mind and was eager to try. Wonderful. Even if they are unsuccessful, they can fall into panic and suspicion, unintentionally defending. Xiji nodded. Near the Gule village, 6 of the 8 banners and Leong Feng's hand troops gathered together, a total of more than 40,000 people. In the vicinity of Shibao, the 5th Infantry Brigade was highly motivated after the retreat of the 8 banners, and then the main force of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and Artillery Brigade went south to join the 5th Brigade, with a total of more than 20,000 people. The two forces formed a confrontation. If it weren't for the inlaid blue banner of Seahu City to be destroyed by the regiment, the Fuliao army would also worry that the 8 banners soldiers in the Seahu area would attack Fushan Pass and cut off their own food passages. However, as the mosaic blue banner was completely wiped out, the Fuliao army and the 8 banners army fell into the same situation. Anyone could send troops to copy the opponent's food path, and his every move was easily noticed by the other party. But after all, the Fuliao army had to conquer grain from Liaodong city to Fushan, and then transport it to the front line via Fushan customs. The journey was farther than the 8-banner army that transported grain directly from Hettu, Alabama. According to the current situation, the 8 banners should stick to it, and then copy each other's grain path with our army until we can't bear the loss and withdraw. It is a wise choice. Grand Duke Karl pointed on the topographic map and said, our army transports grain. The distance is hundreds of miles. Zen and Hujinji Liangdao, we can't consume them. It's a pity that they don't have time to spend with us. Here, the slave rebels have assembled more than 6,000 people, ready to clear other defenders besides the 8 banners around Hetuala, and here, the Crowfalcon Pass. As far as I know, Chen Jixing and the others have launched repeated assaults, and the Crow and Fowl Pass is in danger. They will definitely urge Huang Ji to fight us as soon as possible. More importantly, the Hawkin tribe is about to reach an armistice agreement with the Chahar tribe, and the Mongolian corps will soon go south to help us. So we are even less anxious. Maybe in 2 days, Huang Ji will kneel and beg me and they fight decisively. Luo Sheng finally appeared on the front line with a smile. Chapter 199, Emperor Tji's coming down. Recently, the Ming army on the Guanning line of defense has been mobilized frequently, and it seems that they want to get involved in the war in Liaodong. Most of them don't want us to eliminate Hujin. Luo Sheng also brought the news of the Ming army on the frontier. Emperor Chongzhen used Juan Shongwen to control the military and administration of Guanning. When the army of the Lining regained its strength and was about to completely recover Liaodong, the army of Guanning was also on pins and needles. Without the 8 banners army, there was another Fuliao army. For them in the entire Ming court, I really didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. It must be the Emperor Lao who ordered the Ningyuan army to hold us back. They are afraid that we will grow bigger in Liaodong. They don't want to think that our Fuliao army does not have the slightest support from the Imperial court. and has worked so hard to regain the land for the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court also plans to cooperate with Jianzhu Jurchen to destroy us. The Emperor Lao is really not worrying at all. Yang Tai yelled broadly. Don't say anything bad. We still have to be a little polite to the Emperor. Luo Sheng stopped Mrs. Yang's words, but he smiled intriguingly. Under his influence, the officers no longer awed the Emperor Ming, and were more concerned about the power and benefits they had at their disposal. After the eradication of Jin is urgent, it is really chilling for the court to do so. Liu Xingzuo said. Don't worry about the Ningyuan army. The Ningyuan army has a supervising army. If you want to attack us from behind, you must report to the court. Those scholars in the court will also worry that attacking us at this time will make them the mouth of the world, the laughingstock. There is bound to be a dispute. Once they come and go, the war will be over long ago. If they dare to invade our territory and wipe out Hujin, we must let them see that an iron army that can sling Jianzhu female real is not that they can. Affordable. Luo Sheng knew what Ningyuan was doing, but he just didn't care much. Military Lord Huang Chi sent people to come down to the war book. Yu Cheng carried a letter and came to the military account. Oh, Luo Sheng took the letter. This Huang Chi calligraphy is still okay. Luo Sheng looked up the letter and praised Huang Chi's handwriting instead. The officers here are also muttering in their hearts, just like a schoolboy's crooked handwriting like a military master. But anyone who has studied calligraphy a little bit is better than him. What did Huang Chi say in the letter? Liu Xingzuo asked. Huang Chi comes down to the war, asked me to wait for the decisive battle tomorrow. Luo Sheng sent a letter. Hearing the words decisive battle, many officers' eyes brightened. At this moment, how long have they been waiting? How should we confront the enemy? Luo Sheng looked around at everyone. Military owner, Hujin lost a few important grounds and suffered from enemies on all sides. Morale is declining. Tomorrow's decisive battle can be easily won by following the plan, said Grand Duke Karl of the 2nd Brigade. We have muskets and artillery. You don't need to follow any tactics. Just let the artillery bomb them, and then I will rush to the army, and the 8 banners will be defeated. Tai Yang said. When can I change your temperament? How can I give you a higher position in the future? The war is not just a good thing if it is won, but a strategic goal must be achieved at the least cost. Luo Sheng couldn't help but turned it over, rolled his eyes. It's so decided. Tomorrow, the 8 banners will fight a decisive battle between Shibao and Gulzhai. In fact, the two sides have already geared up for a long time, and can launch an offensive against each other at any time. When the two sides decided to fight a decisive battle, they were both making final preparations, feeding their horses and wiping their iron knives. Give me the muskets, and the fire primers are ready. And the Tanwai cannons should be taken care of, and the ammunition should be taken care of. Do you know? Huang Chi personally put on his battle armor and inspected his yellow flag. The Zhengwang flag is his direct line of troops. It was the first and last flag of Huang Chi to be firearmed. It was said that it was equipped with firearms, but Huang Chi still knew the power of the Tanwai cannons and Tanwai muskets he had imitated in his heart. It is far from the new type of firearms actually used by the Fu Liao army, and it is more of a weapon like the Shenji camp of the Ming army. However, the matter was rushed to the power, so I could only pull it out and deal with the Fu Liao army with a real sword. Your Majesty, Hetula sent another urgent letter. The slave rebels have appeared outside Hetula and may attack Hetula at any time. An officer said to Huang Chi. Don't tell me about this kind of thing again. Tomorrow's decisive battle will determine the life and death of the great golden kingdom of the celestial family. If you win, Hetula is still if you lose, you will have nothing. Huang Chi said. Yes. The officer put away the letter of request for assistance. Your Majesty, don't worry. The king had a dozen armors and laid down such a mountain and river. We had tens of thousands of soldiers, which is 100 times better than before. This time, we will definitely be able to do so. Turn the danger into a bargain. The situation now is 100 times better than before. Huang Chi couldn't help but laugh. At the beginning, we faced the Ming army who was huddled in the city and dared not fight. Their fire guns could not even penetrate our armor, and the generals were also a group of wine and rice bags. Now the opponent we are facing is the Fu Liao army, which has new guns and artillery that are 10 times as powerful as the Ming munitions. We called all the craftsmen, but imitated some of the defective products with a lot of inferior quality. They for the generals, especially Luo Sheng. I couldn't even think of what he was thinking. You said that the train they made can gallop like a carriage on 2 pieces of iron. Can you imagine it? Huang Ji asked. Your Majesty, it's heartbreaking. The generals who accompanied Huang Ji to inspect the army were frowning. I always feel that Luo Sheng is not from this world. No matter what, even if we only have a 10% chance tomorrow, we must fight with our lives. Winning this battle, we will have all the firearms and talents of the Fu Liao army. After this battle, we will apologize and see the first king. Huang Ji cheered up after his loss. Willing to accompany your Majesty to fight to the death. Many 8 banners generals knelt down by appointment. I am willing to accompany your Majesty to fight to the death. The 8 banners soldiers also shouted. The next day, tens of thousands of 8 banners soldiers developed from the vicinity of the Duel village, and a batch of teams formed a black torrent and drove to the valley between the Duel village and the stone castle, and the 8 banners flags of 6 colors flew. In the direction of Shibao, the flag of the Fu Liao army was deployed, and Luo Sheng led the 5 brigades to the south. Crowds surging, both sides came out in full force, exhausting all the Fu Liao army to send 27,000 men and horses, and the main force of the 8 banners sent 46,000 men to gather in the river valley area. The battle of 70,000 people is full of wild sights and crowds. Drive. Let me hurry up. The decisive battle is about to begin, and I can't even drink the soup. Too late. On the north bank of the Han River, a cavalry force of 10,000 people poured out like a black flood. Chapter 200 The Suzi River Valley Decisive Battle 1. An unknown 8 banners soldier lined up at the forefront of the army, tightly gripping the cowhide shield and broadsword in his hand. On the opposite side is a square array of black and heavy Fu Liao military muskets and artillery, separated from them by hundreds of meters. Because the distance is too far, so cannot see the face of the opposing soldier. The explosive atmosphere of the decisive battle suffocated him. Huang Ji stood on a relatively high key ground, and examined the formation of the Fu Liao army with a group of 8 banner generals. In this battle, the 2 sides invested a lot of troops, and they couldn't see the head. The terrain of the valley scoured by the Suzi River lacks towering terrain, so Huang Ji and the others were unable to spy on the deployment of the Fu Liao army. Similarly, the Fu Liao army was unable to observe the deployment of the 8 banner army in the rear. The Fu Liao army is not eager to attack at all. It seems that our army can't afford time. Huang Ji saw the Fu Liao army lined up in several rows, but had no intention of attacking. We Zenlanki are willing to take the lead to avenge the dead Armin. Uneyed Bel Mangaltai said, gritted his teeth. Mangatai, Leong, you command their Zenlan banner and the Han banner, ready to attack the left wing of the Fu Liao army. Shan, Chuo, you lead the red flag and the red flag inlaid, ready to attack the right wing of the Fu Liao army. Hej, Dorgan, you command the yellow flag and the white flag, and we will break through the Chinese army of the Fu Liao army. My righteous yellow flag will use the Tanwai cannon to pave the way for you. Success or failure is in this one action, and the kingdom of Darjin Kingdom will be handed over to you. Huang Ji arranged combat missions one by one. Yes. The 8 banners generals led the task and went down to rectify the troops and prepare for battle. Woo! The low and long sound of the cow horn echoed in the valley, and the 7 phalanxes of Hujin, the left and right wings of the Chinese army, divided a phalanx, and began to attack the formation of the Fu Liao army. Boom! 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 The artillery began to roar. This time, the artillery bombarded the Fu Liao army's position from Hujin's side, and the sound of the artillery made the river tremble. The iron ball fell into the line formation of the Fu Liao army, and immediately penetrated the first few lines, tearing open a few small holes. We also have artillery in Darjin Nation. The 8 banners soldiers who began to slowly launch an offensive heard the roar of their own cannons, and their morale was greatly boosted. "Uncle, it's the first time I was hit by someone else's artillery. What is Dong Doi of the artillery brigade doing? Why don't our artillery fire?" Tai Yang, who was in charge of defending the Chinese army, saw his soldiers beaten up by Hu Jin artillery. "When this battle is over, I must teach him a lesson." At this time, David Dong in Tai Yang's mouth was making people adjust the shooting angle. The artillery brigade has been strengthened. Although the number of artillery has not increased much, the supply of artillery shells has increased, making it even less distressing for artillery shells. But David Dong was not in a hurry to shell the opposing infantry phalanx. Hu Jin's artillery finally revealed their position. "Hey! It's the first time we ran into a decent opponent. Let them see what a real artillery is." Dong David said to several officers. "Yes." "Their artillery destroys." "Yes." Several officers responded in unison. "Boom boom boom boom!" Exclamation mark. Hundreds of artillery in the Fu Liao army camp roared. The loud noise completely overwhelmed Hu Jin's artillery. If Hu Jin's artillery is drizzle, then the Fu Liao army's artillery is a torrent of rain. Crushed on one side. Solid bullets, blooming bullets, all kinds of ammunition fell around Hu Jin's artillery unit. The mud was flying and the artillery was smashed into the air. Hu Jin's artillery lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. Even the other infantry around the artillery unit was also implicated by the artillery. Some stray bullets that fired off the ground fell into the infantry phalanx, causing heavy damage. After a round of shelling, Hu Jin's artillery went dumb, and lost more than half. David Dong looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and was very pleased. "Leave a small team to continue to take care of their artillery, and the rest of the troops will focus on their attacks on our left-wing troops according to the original plan." After the cannon was silent for a while in the first round of roar, it continued to spray anger. It's just that this time their main target was Mongol's Zenlin banner, and they wanted to destroy their infantry phalanx with artillery. "Your Majesty, the Tanwai artillery was shelled by the Fu Liao army artillery, and the loss was heavy, and it was no longer possible to shell the Fu Liao army for a while." The deputy commander of the Hu Jin Tanwai camp ran over to report to Huang Chi. "I invested 100,000 taels of silver to build your Tanwai camp. You just fired it for a while, before killing a few enemy troops. You were given it by the Fu Liao army? What use do I want you? Come, go to Tanwai camp, execute their battalion officer on the spot." The emperor was extremely angry. "Our battalion officer was unfortunately hit by the Fu Liao army's artillery fire and has already been killed." Huang Ji couldn't help taking a step back before he stood firm. "This time there is no scapegoat. Since the battalion officer is dead, you are the battalion officer of Tanwai camp. Go back to command Tanwai camp and wait for the attack on the Fu Liao army's defense line. You all fight to death on the battlefield." Huang Ji waved his hand. "Yes, yes," the deputy battalion officer said steadfastly. A bird's eye view of the entire battlefield from the air, Hu Jin dispatched almost half of his troops, fully pressing the Fu Liao army's defense line. In the valleys and plains that are not too spacious, more troops cannot be used, and other reserve troops are waiting for the Fu Liao army to be broken in any direction, so they will invest in the reserve troops to completely destroy Fu Liao. Military. Don't be nervous later, just shoot when you hear the drumbeat. The line musketeer officer in the front row was calming everyone's emotions. The line musketeers also tensely clenched their muskets. This battle was the largest battle fought by the Fu Liao army. The battle line was 2 miles long, and these soldiers had no bottom. The artillery is still roaring, and each infantry brigade has its own artillery unit to bombard the 8 banners soldiers attacking their own defense lines. Their Zenlin banner, which was attacking the left wing of the Fu Liao army, encountered the most brutal artillery. Not only was the artillery of the 2nd Brigade of Archduke Karl roaring here, but the artillery of the more ferocious artillery brigade was mainly concentrated here, and every minute, hundreds of artillery shells fell in the camp of the Zenlin flag charge. "I've really lost my blood mold for 8 lifetimes." Mangatai, carrying 8,000 soldiers with a true blue flag, was responsible for attacking the left wing of the Fuliao army. The heads were dense. Under the strong artillery shelling of the Fuliao army, every round of shelling was required. Hundreds of people fell. Such a disastrous proportion of casualties may cause the soldiers' fragile psychological defenses to collapse at any time. Rush over to me. When we enter the range of our bow and arrow, we can fight back. Except for rushing all the way. There is no way for Baki at this time. When they dashed past the range of the artillery, they entered the death blockade formed by the artillery.